Gotcha. We are heading live now. Of course, I'll have to wait to make sure that everything's good, but it looks like we're all set. Okay. Radmin activated.
That's what she said.
And here's a map that hasn't changed one bit. It's Repulsion. I'll take this opportunity to go use the bathroom, so BRB. Okay. We have returned. Or I have. Mesk's been here.
Hi.
Hi. Now this will be a very silly group. There was actually a pretty strong chance, or maybe not, because it didn't happen, but there was a chance that Mesk himself would have been playing today. So, kind of epic.
Let me tell you about engram first builds and how effective they are when one of your opponents rushes you with Mavericks. Oh, Kiana is playing as Terran.
Yes.
And not Protoss, not Vassals.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Shocked.
Yeah, the
Confounded.
he was originally going to be Protoss or Zerg, and then he kept getting killed by Nibelheim's Terran, and he's like, I'll switch to Terran. So,
You know, if you can't beat him, join him. But this is going to be not, hopefully, quite a Cyprian dominant.
right, yeah, we'll talk about some of the balance updates when we actually get started. I am going to have to ask him to change his tag for the tournament, so... I mean, maybe I shouldn't, but it's just like, if we just allow any name, I feel like it's going to get real confusing. Like, when Kian's playing as, like, Monument of Shuin or something, or whatever, like, you know. That's pretty good. All right. Hey, they joined at the same time, which is pretty good.
You don't need me to record, right?
No, we're all good.
Okay. It's your opportunity to have a not shitty audio.
All right. Let us begin, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting Ascension Group A for number 2, the tournament of number 2, and I have to actually do that later today, so we'll see what happens. But we are on Repulsion. We have Benno, the yellow Terran. In fact, that's Brass. Oh, he got absolutely owned. False start, boys. Mahogany is the color that Kian got. All right, don't worry, boys. We'll go ahead and...
He ran into the exact same thing I did, where he discovered, hey, but I noticed it because I used CNC draw.
Right.
So I noticed the window was different and I couldn't move it anymore. So...
Right. Well, hey, you know what we
case...
could probably do is do the same thing that we did before, where we hop into the voice channel. That way, in case people are who are live obsing. Yeah, let's just do that. So
Hi.
we're back. Hi. That means that if people are live obsing in the tournament game and they don't want the double game audio from the stream, but they still want to hear the commentary, they can join this. I don't know if it'll matter, but yeah, big oof. Wait on 3Crow to update his config there.
Benno wants in on this.
I don't even remember. That's 130.
$130 makes an E for me.
Canadian keyboards. Oh my god! I forgot. I forgot we have check mark.
It doesn't work for me.
What the hell? You got Frenched.
Oh, 130.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go. God bless. All right. Now we're ready to begin.
Now we are. We are ready to ascend.
Commence the ion bath.
All right, let's go.
But ions have been changed.
That's right. We will most likely see diadems, maybe in this particular matchup, as we get into things. So. Benno is actually in the top right now. He's the Periwinkle Terran, with 3Crow, Kian, being Japanese Violet Terran in the bottom left. So, realistically speaking, he was going after the better color. That's what he wanted.
Yeah. Wanted to get in his edge.
Now,
Terran versus Terran.
We are back on Repulsion.
Map too.
Yeah, we are back on Repulsion. We are back where it all started. Terran versus Terran is where it all started. And I gotta say, this is definitely going to look differently. I mean, Benno's had some practice. 3Crow, as his tag is, of course, having maybe a little bit more practice himself, but only recently switching to Terran. And there's a slew of new changes. I mean, the quarry is now 50 gas, so the timing is a little bit more committal if you want to do it in the early game. And it looks like that's exactly what 3Crow is going to be doing here. Meanwhile, it's just a stockade first from Benno.
It's a larger map, so you definitely can commit to it. If the Terran wants to be aggressive, it seems to typically be accompanied by feet, which has some setup period to it. And we haven't really been seeing too much Maverick all-ins. Most people have been taking Cyprians, but Cyprians are also a little bit more modest now in the way that their penetration works. That's
right, yeah. The penetration has been revised so that previously it would penetrate if the armor and armor pen were equal, and now it will only penetrate if the armor pen is greater than the armor. So Cyprians by default have 2 armor penetration, which means now this very important early game breakpoint is like Darkened's, Goliaths, and several other structures, which can... units rather, which will now no longer be penetrated. That's going to be very crucial for the early game. And speaking of, we do actually have even more cheek coming up from 3Crow with a star pad in the back as he does scout the very bog standard Cyprian
God
opener.
Bless. You know, Kian is most knowing for introducing to us the wonders of the vassal.
Yes.
Which I took to heart and have subjected him to on numerous occasions. And you know, he's Terran now, and you might think he can't build vassals. But there is where you would be wrong. In fact, he can build vassals. They're just slightly more expensive.
They cost gas, their structure costs gas, and they are permanently cloaked, which is pretty wacky.
Yeah, compared to the prior versions of CMBW, the Wraiths are actually a little bit more dangerous now with the recent, semi-recent balancing updates. Before, Wraiths were kind of like, you got them to scout, and then... if you had like 8 of them, you might be able to kill a worker or 2.
Right.
I had a bunch of games against Nablime last night, and he was using Wraiths. So I got to see how they fared in the new changes, and they are quite formidable if you can micro them well. They're not nearly as... It's just this...
I don't know why.
I'm not sure. Benno never found a structure at all, did he? He looked over to the right. I don't think he found the star pad at all.
Yes, I believe that's the case. He did not find the star pad, and maybe when he was leaving, he saw the stockade. So he's scouting around thinking maybe there's like a hidden base somewhere. But he just hasn't fully scouted his opponent's main. His Cyprians are out of position if the Wraiths decide to come from the bottom, but currently they're just massing up. He's getting a 3rd. I mean, his name is 3Crow, so I guess it would make sense if he waits for 3 Wraiths.
Yep. So the Wraiths are going to be met with no anti-air resistance of any kind. Now, Cyprians, of course, deal a massive amount of damage, but the Wraiths can pick them off when they're on their lonesome, and they won't have the range benefit of the anchor if he doesn't build any anchors. So at this point, he has no idea that there are wraiths coming, and at the very least, they stand to lock him up in his base for a long time, compelling him to chase them around. Now, we do actually see an Ancil coming out. So it's very possible that Kian is going to go back to something more standard, or he's just using this predominantly in case he gets attacked while the wraiths are harassing his opponent, as a number of men are gathering at Benno's front here.
Yes, that is a fair amount of Cyprians. That is 6 Cyprians. Now, the thing is, with the Wraiths, I don't know if Kian is going to reveal himself there. Yeah, I think he's going to go ahead and reveal and give the game up that he has air, which is maybe questionable as far as a decision is concerned. Could have maybe used like a stimmed Maverick and run down there or something to deal with it a more conventional way that isn't going to arouse suspicion.
It's actually not even going to his opponent's base right now.
Yeah.
Not even scouting him out with the Wraiths to see if there is some picks to make. And of course, Benno immediately going to reflex and build some Watchdogs. So he actually waited for the Ancil and the 4th Wraith before committing this attack. That gives Benno lots of time to prepare. I'm not sure if this is going to be as effective now.
Yeah, the Ancil can shoulder a lot of the burden from the Watchdog, but it's important to note that Cyprian's Splash will go straight through and damage the units underneath the cover provided by the Ancil's
It's also a long
passive.
time to spend attacking a Watchdog that can be repaired when he could have been getting worker kills instead.
Yeah, he's going to start initially the first volley going on that Watchdog and now trying to hug the distance, but the Ancil's already down to half HP and is going to get tapped down to only 2, so any little bit of damage is going to cost him, and there it is, sniped away.
An effort was made.
He does get a single Mason, but that... Whew.
There was a lot more potential damage for sure, and even the Wraiths are getting shot down now.
Yeah, and this is a lot of APM during which we can see 500 minerals and almost 300 gas kind of skyrocketing in the coffers. I don't think that Benno can really do much with this advantage yet, but he does have a second base up. And there goes the rest of the Wraiths as well. Not really getting anything done. An unfortunate opener here as Benno claims a 3rd.
Yeah, not quite the legendary vassal memes we have come to know, but maybe Benno might be a little more defensively cautious as a result. That said, this is a pretty bold 3rd. He's not even bothering to move anything over to protect it. You know, more Wraiths could come in and snipe that, but
at least stop it from building,
yeah, not even care.
It's only a disadvantage for 3-Crow as far as the worker count goes. It's only about 5. The problem is the split is so much better for Benno since he has a second base. So that fact that they're all sort of worked around, and I mean, there's even a couple idle now, and as the fact that he's got 3 worker queues is definitely going to help him out quite a bit. So over time, that number is only going to get bigger. But maybe with a ministry instead of a treasury, it might be that 3-Crow wants to do a little bit of a different move. Maybe looking to stand the test of time and challenge his opponent to close the game. Because, you know, we've seen Benno play a decent amount. He's been practicing lately, but he doesn't necessarily have that, close game sort of killer instinct. He does try to maybe grind them out a little bit more. Be a little bit more safe, like you were saying.
Yep. So, indeed, 2 Wraiths did eventually show up and delay that expansion, forcing him to move over as Cyprians. Now, he does have the 2 Watchdogs and some Cyprians in his bases, but if Kian continues to spam Wraiths and gets a very large number of them, that net is particularly vulnerable. So there is nothing besides Cyprians coming over Benno at the moment. So this has given Kian the opportunity to kind of fortify himself there. I felt like maybe put an anchor on the ledge, he would have some range advantage over that choke point. I don't know if Benno even really actually intends to attack that at this point, but if he does, he might still have a hard time.
He's very content, actually, right now. And the Wraiths are going to be able to get some scouting info, just confirm there's no other bases on the way for Benno. Meanwhile, a second Trojan is finished, and he's starting to form Cyclops out of the Fulcrum, as well as Harakans and Cyprians at his front gate. So a drop clearly on the cards. And in fact, being able to transport so many units as well, I don't think it would be deadly, but considering this worker saturation in Benno's main is already kind of low, this could be even worse for him if that's where the drop ends up going.
Yeah, remember, Kian also likes to do drop-heavy stuff. He kind of adopted that partway through our last play cycle where he started spamming it, but particularly as Protoss. And this will just kind of transfer there. Now, the Cyclops, I feel like are not really that strong right now, but there is no clerics out on behalf of Benno at the moment. So there really is no mitigation for their damage. If he can get a good cluster of units, like along with all his Achmeds, he started building there stands to be quite a bit of damage, even to the Cyprians, as they may just come in kind of like single file to protect against this. Assuming he goes for the main, of course. There is no anchor in the main or anything like that to help protect it. So this drop could really do a lot of damage, especially because Benno's like starting to like funnel his units more or less towards the middle of his bases. And it looks like Kian's looking to get this started, but there is a third Trojan on the way, but he's not going to wait for it. It looks like he's actually going to go up. There's actually a fourth base coming for Benno.
Yes.
This is kind of like what Nablime played like, really. It's very, 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 very similar. He would say, I don't really want to attack early on because it doesn't ever seem to work out. I think it's just kind of limitations of the Cyprians being kind of slow. And Benno maybe feels the same thing here. And Kian, however, is certainly more aggressive. So it's going to be trying to whack-a-mole with all these expansions over here. It does kind of show his hand, though, right? Like, he shows, hey, look, I have a bunch of Achmeds.
This is sort of what I'm thinking of, yeah. This is definitely a situation where, I mean, there's going to be a response formed. I didn't see a cancel on that treasury. It does have a read now when you cancel something. So the fact that that happens, it's not a really big loss. He's got 1,000 minerals in the bank anyway, but definitely.
Coming for Benno.
There you go. That's a key thing to look out for. There's no
They both got
thing.
A lot of money right now because it's just a handful of stockades and Cyprians on the map, other than the odd special. See 2 Fulcrums coming up for Benno though. So he looks like he might actually be looking to come around the main now. So we'll see that Benno actually has not made any effort to fortify his main after seeing the drops.
No, all of his Cyprians.
He's actually moving all this stuff to the left instead.
See, the thing is, this will almost certainly hurt and do some damage, particularly if he can interrupt the construction of the Fulcrums or scout out the Atlas to confirm that even. We'll see what happens as soon as he pulls the trigger on it. But at this point, there's just a Cyprian sort of patrolling the front gates for Benno, just seeing
what's going on over here.
Yeah, what is going on?
It's a very fast scout. Just slowly marching along.
Yeah.
More and more and more Cyprians from Benno. I casted that game between Benno and Alexander, and it was Cyprians down to the very end, even in Tier 3. And I don't think that trend is going to change.
Well, the thing is...
No medics or anything.
This update, buffed Mavericks, given the
There's
+5
a third
HP.
Trojan. Kian is just bulking up. Yeah, Mavericks are a little stronger now, right?
Right, so you'd think maybe he would use them, but because he obviously had so much of a gravitation towards them when he was playing on Maim Street versus Nablime. There were thousands of Mavericks, it felt like. But the drop is coming in. The Wraiths can certainly take the initial fire of the Watchdogs and maybe some of the Cyprians as well. Unfortunate choice of where to unload the Hurricanes, but they will dive right onto those Cyprians, and the response is in, but it's not going to be very fast. So we do have some economic, shall we say, yeah, definitely some interruption, and even getting a little clogged up at the ramp. Kian's not jumping on that opportunity just yet.
Lots of spinning going on. The Cyclops trying to lay some damage on the Cyprians there, but not enough damage.
Yeah, the Ant Seals are an interesting move to try to do that with, because obviously the Cyprians will pierce them. So it's a challenge for Mr. 3Crow here to find too much more damage, but he's certainly tying his opponent up. It's just, look at the money being floated from both players at this point. And obviously, pretty soon, with the Palladiums out, which were scouted, that means that, there's opportunity for Benno to spam out some units and maybe take some advantage now that he has the tech.
Kian's going to most certainly notice that his opponent is at Tier 2, whereas he hasn't actually started his Atlas yet. He has, however, started his investment fund at nearly 4,000 minerals. He's got some money. He's definitely got some money. Now, this lone scouting Cyprian is actually going to interrupt this Mason looking to build a third.
Great. Yeah, this is just the advantageous position you can be in when you have a single unit on the other side of the map or whatever. So, classic.
Meanwhile, Benno is taking that top left. He has so many Cyprians. My God, man. And just build more stockades. I need more Cyprians. Who cares if they can't get on my base? Just make more of them. So the Cyprian phalanx again. I feel like Meat did that early into the last sets. And they kind of took that as their inspiration. It's just make more stockades. I need more Cyprians.
Clearly. There's a starport coming out as well, so he can supplement this. Not with any of the units from the add-ons, but maybe Wyverns could be quite useful for area denial. controlling the ground. Gorgon's a very good general purpose unit, a little bit more expensive in this update. And you'll also notice that Benno's Sim City, shall we say, is a lot more organized, whereas Kian, 3Crow over here, he's just got his stuff all over the place, and he is starting to assemble some scrapyards, which will give him a little bit of a boost to his power, but...
He's got a Belt and Road initiative going on over here.
Yeah, there's definitely spread some out. He's got the anchors. He can lift off the ones that isn't choke. Maybe
He
try
wants
to control
to hold
these
his big choke here. And, you
Yeah.
know, that could work well against the very, very, very Cyprian dominant army that Benno is amassing here.
Yes.
Oh, look, he's actually making Mavericks.
Is he?
He took your advice.
There
He's
you
making
go.
Mavericks.
He's figured out I have 3,000 minerals. He thinks that he's got the biggest amount of investment, but clearly we can see that's not true. And I think maybe that's why Kian's gone for the scrapyards. There are some mineral dumps in there. Matadors don't cost too much gas, and Blackjacks are just minerals as well, but they attack, ground and air. So pretty good, well-rounded units as long as you can keep them healthy. Still don't see any vestries, so no option for clerics or shamans from either player, as a matter of fact.
Who needs it? Just make more Cyprians. Look, he went back to Cyprians. He cannot abandon the holy mantra. There's a couple Gorgons coming out. They might just be being used for scouting at this point, but Benno might be thinking about attacking soon. There's so many Cyprians. My God.
We do have some Palladiums out for 3Crow, and Madrigals are going to be the unit of choice for him. Whether he decides to drop them or just keep them at home remains to be seen, but having an Atlas out is definitely a key indicator for this matchup and for the Terran race as a whole. And the question I have, though, is, Kian's only now setting up his third. It's even going to be a little bit of time before that's done. Meanwhile, a fourth has just been finished, worker transfers for Benno. He's got such an economic advantage, 30 workers plus advantage. So clearly doing, a bit better for himself. But the question is, can he close the game?
Both players are finally starting to get reservoirs. I was waiting for that with all the minerals they had and being so gas restricted at the moment. But Kian is definitely at a disadvantage in terms of map presence at the moment. His hedge fund's doing pretty good though. Definitely got some stonks rising up.
Hey, he spent some of it. That's
it looks like he might be going for the much vaunted Madrigal drop. Everybody loves Madrigal drops. They always lighten up people's day. And the main does have some sentinels in it now, but hypothetically he could still get those in if they don't die to the Watchdogs, and then he could do some damage. He's actually going to the top, though. This is a little bit more heavily defended with the two phalanxes and the bunkers. So maybe not going to be as effective.
Yeah, we get to see the...
Meanwhile, Benno is a very committed man.
Yeah.
Look at him go. He's adding more stock takes. No, he doesn't want madcaps, apostles, or any other thing. No, just make more Cyprian.
Some of his structures aren't even rallying, or weren't rallying initially, so he's got a bunch of them that are just idle, too, clogging up the arteries there.
He just has so many of them.
I like the
124 units, like 120 of them are Cyprians.
Yeah, it's probably... At least 100 of them must be. Just look at them.
God, there's so many.
It'll
be sad for him if he waits so long that Kian gets the diadems and they all die in one ion field.
That is still an option for them now that the reservoirs are up. He's also doing the same thing down at his third, so...
These two Trojans are just chilling here. I don't think he actually knows that base is up right now.
He's now he confirm it. Yeah, he just remembered that they're there, so... Gonna go ahead and try to drop them, but obviously there's... Yeah, there are phalanxes over here. He does get the first one out, but it doesn't really kill that many workers.
Oh, so close.
Yeah,
the one never sieged. The other one got a few waves out. He was like 2 volleys from killing a lot of Masons.
Right. So even with that,
again, phalanxes.
Yes, yeah, and maybe that'll even encourage him to throw a watchdog down just to deal damage ambiently to the Trojans, since obviously Sentinels can only attack ground.
Now, Kian did get the Fountainhead, which that's for air.
Yeah, also for mantles if he wants a mineral sink for the Ramses that deals AoE, but it's still close range.
Yeah, we are seeing mantles, just as you mentioned that. Yeah.
There we go. So we kind of know what he's up to. At least getting.
Now the Ramses deals AoE still, right?
Yes, it does, but it's very localized. Whereas obviously cataphracts are going to be able to deal with the masses of infantry that are being put together, and that is that's a pretty big deal. I mean,
both of those are good choices.
Yes. Yeah.
There are so many Cyprians and Mavericks. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is where we do wish DF had successfully completed the selection extender before this tournament, but that's all right. He's still working on it. Definitely
139 units.
Definitely an option here for...
Benno has not made any clear inclination towards Tier 3 yet, but he can afford it in just about now, I think, if he wants. and then we could see the Holy Cyprian Diadem harmony that we saw with Alexander. Kian, although he's done some probing, he hasn't really committed to heavily. This is very different than the Blime, who was like, we would see like 8 Trojans.
Right.
And it was just like walls of magicals. Kian is being a little more light-handed with his drops at the moment. Meanwhile, we just watch Benno just crawl across the map, just slowly devouring everything. And one of these is really wounded, so these stands... Oh.
Yeah, that's one more hit away from a Watchdog from being just powder, but he found a path a little bit over here, and these are already deployed. You can tell that they already take up the full space, so he can just drop them right on the stockades if he wants, and there you go.
Oh yeah, he moved the Watchdogs and everything out of here, so... Oh, no!
Well, one of them did die, so there you go. There you go. He's all right. And the Gorgons even came over there at the very end, but yeah, exposing a hole in there. At the same time, the worker... The worker count is pretty high. By the way, I should tell you, the left number is workers. He's got 221 melee military units. So.
Oh, God, yeah.
At least 200 of those are bio. You can see he's been spamming the Mavericks out quite a bit. He could just A-move at this point, I feel like, surely.
Yeah, he cut off a finger, but he just grew it back like a lizard.
Yeah.
Now, the Mantles are building Ramses. Both players a little strapped for gas. The Daedalus coming for Benno. I feel like he's just going to start building diadems in giant walls. But diadems can no longer hit air units. Kian is not really making air units other than the Trojans at this moment, so it's kind of irrelevant. But
well, you can tickle them to death with Wraiths, I guess. But yeah, that's not going to help too much with all their armor. Maybe he can drop some Hurricanes.
There's a lot of Cyprians.
Yeah.
You gotta crunch some numbers. How many Wraiths would it take to kill this many Cyprians?
Listen, DF is famous for going for, test map numbers, like when analogs were still busted in the previous patch. He tested and found that 8 of them could kill about 64 Cyprians. So, that's a question for him, I think. I think this many Cyprians, you'd probably need several hundred Wraiths, almost certainly.
Yeah, there is a little gathering of Gorgons over here. They might probe into Kian's territory, but the Ramses, Blackjacks, and everything like that should be able to ward those off, I feel like, just because of the air stacking and the splash. And Kian hasn't really had a huge amount of success with these at the moment. We actually see he has an Eidolon in one of those Trojans. He's got 3 Trojans now, handful of magicals.
Missile Silo back at home in the natural, so that'll be more than enough for him to drop a nuke. A Morning Star, as they're called.
That could throw Benno off a lot because he doesn't have any detection of any kind.
No, he doesn't. No Shamans, so needs Vestries for those. No Ancials,
These
right?
Gorgons may actually be in sight range of Kian at the moment. Oh!
Look at where the nuke is. Gonna go ahead and pop it right on the army. I mean, that's cost efficient.
He's got us. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's looking at his main army. Oh, he
figured
sees
it out.
Here.
He found it. Oh, and of course... No, he flew the Gorgons! Okay, thank God. Thank God. Holy moly.
Oh, no, they're spreading it.
No, I think he's okay. That phalanx...
You got one phalanx, and another one is potentially going to die to the irradiation here.
Yeah, it should, I believe.
It's almost cost-effective.
Yeah, I think with that second phalanx, it technically is. It's just you lost the Eidolon, too, so maybe not.
Yeah.
We have some Parthenons coming up. Those are used to produce advanced workers, the Talos, as well as Pythians, which can transport up to 40 space. So huge amounts of army movements can be done with those.
He's building 2 of them, too. Is he going to go for a mass Cyprian drop?
It could happen.
He has so many phalanxes
Dude,
now, too. Just been pumping them nonstop.
Yeah, he just can't move them all. There's a drop happening in the top left. Watchdog trying to zone it out. There's only one of them there, so they could fly by it. It looks like Kian recognizes that.
He's still got the 2 phalanxes.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, this time he dropped them besieged.
Yeah, the Sentinels will pop them, but that is a lot of fallen Masons. I mean, he's still got double his workers, and by double, I mean he has 80 more workers, so... The nuke is coming. Top left.
Yeah. He almost died to the Sentinel. I don't know if this is actually going to kill too many Masons, but it is definitely going to put a dent in the defenses here, and now... Some of that massive blob on the left is coming over. Oh, the Eidolon died.
Yeah.
Some of the Masons are touching. They're touching the no-no hole.
Oh no! Look at the pathing. No! Don't fly in. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
What are you doing?
Oh,
gee! Oh goodness!
Oh. The bug chasers found their prize.
Well, hey, the Gorgons stayed alive. They flew.
He's got a lot of Mavericks now. He started spamming Mavericks because he's probably realizing, wait, I have no gas.
Yeah. He does have Pythians on the way.
Transports.
Yep. So we will be seeing 40 Mavericks to a transport, and he's going to need a lot more than 2.
This is going to be very silly.
I mean, look at the crowd that's on the... Like, there's no mobility to the defense force from Three Crows, so at this stage...
And if he goes right to the main, there's not really a lot guarding it. I mean, those anchors have Mavericks in them. They don't have Cyprians. So it's not like they're going to be dropping into a Normandy Beach kind of situation. Yeah. Once they start dropping, there's not going to be too much stopping them.
Well...
But there are some cataphracts coming. How they're going to get out of Kian's base at this point, I'm not sure. But
yeah, they need transports dedicated just to ferrying them, and there are 4 available, as well as some shamans.
Kian faces a difficult situation where his stocks have grown beyond control, and he just can't spend it.
Oh, goodness.
God, there's so many.
8 phalanxes in 1 Pythian, 15 Cyprians, and 10 Mavericks in another Pythian. And just what is this congestion? Yeah, I think chat's got this right. This is a cry for help. Please extend selection. That's what's happening here. Meanwhile, Benno taking even more bases. He's up to, what is it, 7? He's going to his 8th base in the bottom right.
The next nuke has been thwarted. I almost feel like Kian's like, he just doesn't really know what to do at this point. There's just not enough commitment to these probes he's got. Okay, let's say he keeps nuking the top left. Benno has the entire map at this point. You're going to need a little bit more. A couple more nukes. There is an atelier, but you know what? I'm starting to get the impression Benno has no interest in things like hippogriffs, phobos, diadems, any of these other silly, unnecessary things. No, all he needs is the Holy Cyprian. Here they come.
Here we go.
There is a couple of magicals here, but... Oh, wrong shield overlay.
Don't worry, it's fine. Wait, is it even Oh yes, that's right. They don't unload fast. They yeah, okay. There you go. He's got them out. The drop is in. There's still units coming out of that back Pythian, but
it's still just pissing them out slowly.
Yeah. Absolute destruction.
I was really hoping he was just going to commit the entire thing all at once, but I guess he kind of lost his own patience.
Yeah, he does have 4 Pythians remaining at his base that he can start to pick up units with. And...
A stack of Ramses are coming over. His own Daedala was stopped being constructed, which is unfortunate because he could have really used a couple diadems right about now. I was looking to just drop these Ramses right on top. Oh, this...
Yeah. It was still unloading, but it is a funny visual.
I like it was wiggling back and forth, but yeah, right in front of the phalanxes and the Cyprians is not an easy way to approach that from the air.
At this point, the map is going to feel even more dark for Three Crow. He's not sure what to do. He needs to get his own phalanxes on the same even ground, and he is trying to go ahead and, do this. But every time the pattern goes to the top, he can't actually do anything about it and can't finish his Daedalus. So it will be peppered down, just barely in range.
He really wants to save that. It's his lifeline to the game at this point.
Yeah, he needs diadems in order to compete with this, I think, or something. He needs something. Maybe a defensive nuke, perhaps. He does have it in the anvil, but I don't think he has an Eidolon lurking around.
It's so close and yet so far.
Oh, it's going to die in a heartbreaking fashion. Look at that.
No.
He's going to start rallying some units. Maybe he can finish it.
He's trying to delay as long as possible.
Yes, he'll drag the shots. If he can kill that phalanx that's on the front. Yeah, there you go. That's one less that's hitting it. Doesn't immediately task that worker on, so this is very important time. I think it's just going to finish. Oh, dude, that splash damage almost got the Mason. I was so scared. I was so scared.
Yeah, the Mason's got half of his health, less than half of his health left. Just scratched him right by the nutsack and almost took off a leg with it. Meanwhile, inside Benno's front, we've got a massive dance-off going on. Look at those moves as the Masons get stuck inside the Maverick spinning around violently. Meanwhile, when we look at these transports, they're starting to assemble the Holy Crusades.
You know you can fit 10 phalanxes in one Pythian? It's pretty good. I'm really
Yeah,
waiting
you
for
can
somebody
fit
to...
40 Mavericks into one Pythian, and many of those are full.
There are some
they
on the front
come.
that are empty, but that's okay. This is more than... This is a doom drop, folks. This is too much. I don't think he realizes he can grab some of his units and right-click the transport. He's like loading them individually.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's taking a little longer to load them than I figured. Oh, I was really hoping he just dived them right into the wall for the ultimate siege, but looks like he's going to try to just drop them on the top here.
The biggest problem here, though, is that 3Crow has still not landed his Daedala. So he still has not even started constructing diadems, and he needs
the diadems so badly. He really needs them. He's going to need them now more than ever. The Holy Armada is arriving, assembling into a tight stack. Oh, right into the cataphracts.
It's okay. He's trying to split them up.
He stands to take some losses here. One's going to die, has nothing in it.
Yeah. It was a fake out, obviously. There you go. He's starting to do the unload.
The Holy Armada is unloading directly.
Oh no, look at that. There were 2 phalanxes and 10 Mavericks in that Pythian and it died.
The Blackjacks arrive. It really is Normandy all over again. The non-stop wall of Mavericks.
Okay, the deployment's in.
Have their jobs cut out for them.
Oh, there you go. The first
rest of the phalanxes move forward. If it wasn't for them, every single Maverick would have died. Now only like all but one died instead. Oh, there's a couple that didn't come over to the attack for us yet.
Dude, what is Kian's play? He still has to land his Daedala. He's gonna
he's gonna land the Daedala.
He's pathing it all the way to his third, though. That is so far away and takes so long. He can't start any diadems. He has gas and minerals out the wazoo, but he can't start anything yet.
He really needs some diadems here to stop these phalanxes. Because the second they start creeping towards that silo, it's inviting disaster.
It's so true, too. Another chat message worth highlighting. Anti-Chthon or any sort of reclamation with all those corpses. Tell me you wouldn't love to see something like that.
So, Benno has assembled 2 nanite assemblies with the hard-on colliders in his right side of the map, really about as close to Kian as he can comfortably get.
Yep. And they are making about to finish hippogriffs, yeah.
It looks like that he might end up abandoning the Holy Maverick / Cyprian / Phalanx assault, even though it was working so well for them. The Daedala, I believe, is just, it's just floating there at the moment.
Yes, he has not landed it yet. I think at this point,
Kian may be a little overwhelmed by what he saw, spiritually disturbed, not sure how to proceed, maybe consulting his pastor for guidance as individual Ramses charge into the line of phalanxes.
Yeah, Benno could siege those forward for sure, and I'm kind of surprised he hasn't, but he's too busy managing his Pythians. He's got another round of Pythians on the way.
1 diadem is being built, but there are hippogriffs, so it's, I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference.
Yeah, at this stage, there's 6 of them out now, I believe. Or the 6th and, 5th and 6th are just about to be finished.
This is another wall of Pythians.
Yes, the Pythians are on the way.
One of which has nothing in it, of course. 2 of them have nothing in them, but the rest of them are filled. Some of them have Masons in them. Some of them, the rest of them mostly have Mavericks.
I love Mavericks. And so does Benno.
He really does. There are an additional diadem being built, an atelier coming out for, the Mavericks are sieging the front, but he actually pulls back his hippogriffs. Maybe he really doesn't want to do this World War II style. The tanks charge the front into the waiting defenses for Kian. Oh, no, the Pythians are coming.
They're going to be go ahead and drop him.
Oh, if they destroy that silo,
that would be an opportunity.
A lot of shit.
Yeah,
but
now the diadem's going to charge. It does hit the first shot fired from the diadem. In game number 1 here, a second one nearly completed. A lot of the units being pulled to aggro onto the diadem, ignoring
the Pythians are still unloading into the ion fields. Yeah. Mavericks charge forward and are massacred wholesale.
Well, it's still, I think, even though it's very minuscule, it still does push Kian back. 3Crow has no opportunity at this point to reclaim the mining, the very limited mining. He's going to be down to 1 base, and the Anvil is taking a lot of damage from these ion fields.
The Anvil's on fire.
And there's still Mavericks here as well.
All the Pythians are dying a terrible, terrible death. But the Anvil is saved.
It is technically
the onslaught of
saved.
Hippogriff starts moving forward again as the rest of the Mavericks die absolutely disgusting deaths.
Now the thing is, the splash will still do a little bit of damage to Hippogriffs here, but they have to be underneath a ground target. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. But I don't know if Benno knows that he's not being targeted. His air units aren't being the ones targeted by the diadems. I'm not sure if he figured that out. But so many units just got melted by Splash and by that.
Oh,
so, ooh, yeah, you saw it right there. Some Mavericks underneath.
The Hippogriffs charge forward. Straight into Kian's face. Oh. Well, Kian took a little bit of damage, but he'll be happy to get rid of all the Hippogriffs. They were the only real threat of the army at this point. Meanwhile, a treasury being built just shy of Kian's main as he holds on just by the skin of his scrotum. Oh my god, the diadem have feet!
They do have feet.
Oh my god, they have feet. Look at them. Just look at them. Look at them. Look upon this majesty. Look upon those feet. My goodness.
Welcome to a new era.
Welcome
Diadems with feet.
It's basically a tremendous cock and balls with feet on it.
What more do you want? Cock
What
and ball
more
singular.
could you ever ask for?
It's just one ball.
Yeah, that's true. He had an incident, right? Like the Pythians. He paid the iron price and all. This is still just, you know, diadems are out. You know, there's tons of sentinels and all kinds of other, like, tier 2 shit inside of Kian's base. You think Benno might be like, I should start spending my money on maybe, like, heavy ground or
No,
maybe, like, more phalanxes, something a little more durable.
3 Mavericks queued up for every stockade.
Maybe, like, another couple nanite assemblies to make more heavy arrows. No. At this point, he's given up on Cyprians because they cost gas, so just keep making Mavericks. Meanwhile, Kian's trying to retake his main. A lone Maverick standing watch over that main still. He's rebuilt his Pythians. There's nothing in them yet, though, but my goodness, does Benno have a lot of Mavericks. He's had almost 300 workers.
Yeah.
That is a lot of workers. He has 14,000 minerals, just shy of 2,000 gets. That's a lot of nanite assemblies he could be building right now. Now, these Hippogriffs sitting out in the front very easily could get splashed by the diadems once again and die terrible, disgusting deaths.
I mean, at the same time, you know, the Mavericks themselves being the ones to draw the fire, I think this diadem should be short-lived. It also does seem like it's still actually able to target the air units, which is clearly a mistake.
They are targeting air.
But at the same time, it's pretty easy for the Hippogriffs, which are a little bit faster than the Phoboses, to move past it. So that's just an error we'll correct after this game. I mean, at this point, the game is decided, as far as I can tell. Like, Kian's on 1.5 bases.
I mean, Kian
everything's
could
depleted.
slowly creep his way across the map. Hypothetically. Hypothetically, you never know. Kian just has to commit himself to the holy diadem path. Benno does not really seem intent on finding them in very cost-efficient ways. So, you know, why not? Just spend like 2 hours crawling out with items. But
the why not is because we have other games to play. That's why.
Well, I mean, maybe Kian really wants to get some of that nice cash. You know, cash yen. But he has to keep building diadems if that's his plan, and he's got a lot of money in right now, but I'm not sure really what his plan... I don't think he knows what his plan is either. He's moving around his mantles. He wants to build something here. Okay, he's building another diadem. God bless. Does have his main back, tentatively building the quarry. The Pythians amass once again. A very distinct way of trying to close the game here for Benno. I'll have to say that much.
He can't believe he's still in the game.
I haven't seen it done this way before.
Yeah, no, this is new. Might be the only person to actually build Pythians
or something.
Right, yeah.
Well, similar in some ways.
The good thing about the Pythian is it basically... it's an artificial selection extender, because you select, 40 units worth of units with every Pythian. So that ends up being pretty good. I think, Kian might be sufficiently demoralized if he ends up losing his main here. Like, if I'm Benno, I'm confused as to why Kian isn't GG. That's what I am. So.
Well, I think I would assume that my opponent is doing something really dubious. Like, he has like a single nanite assembly in the back of his base. There's like 30 Phoboses I don't know about. It's time to be cautious. Well, Benno's just like, any situation that could be happening is just apply more Mavericks.
Yeah.
I don't think he would change his plan no matter what Kian was doing. Well, this command center that Kian worked so hard. Oh.
Well,
oh no.
It was nice knowing you.
Oh, they're all gone. They're going to drop right in front of the diadems.
Yeah, the Pythians are taking some damage from that. Yeah, That's actually the danger of dropping in front of diadems anyway, even with the targeting changes notwithstanding. So
it's like a tower defense. They're just all walking into certain death. There's just this wall of death.
Well, the Mavericks are also occupying the diadem, so that single Hippogriff there, as well as more Mavericks coming out of the Pythians, are certainly helping. But
all Kian wants to do is finish the starport so he can get out of his base. And there's just so many Mavericks in the way. His workers are just trying to get back over the starports, and the Mavericks were blocking them.
Well, you know what? Benno's had enough. He knows what to do. If you look across the bridge, you'll see.
Yeah, Benno's like, well, okay. He did build an additional nanite assembly. I mean, he could build like another 4 or 5 of them, but well, he's just got another idea. He actually has some well bores being built across the map, trying to catch up on that gas, but not all of them are really saturated. So you may have almost 300 workers, but his gas saturation is not entirely.
He's got the right idea. Lift the watchdog, draw the fire, reveal the diadems, have your diadems sick on them. Look at the feet.
Now, Kian's starting to build some Valkyries, actually, which are obviously for the Hippogriffs. But
well, they're just going to
Valkyries
melt, I think. So
have to approach generally in a very tight cluster in the Hippogriffs like that. So he's going to have to be very careful about his micro.
Yeah,
I actually think Seraphs would be great.
They would be.
Just
they would
someone
also
to go
allow
around
him
the map
to nuke,
and start
right?
nuking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just start nuking random corners of the map, put Benno on the back foot, and then just creep forward and start taking back parts of the map with diadems, right?
All the feet.
Like, Benno obviously is not sure how to close this right now. So that's like a window of opportunity for Kian to take back map control. And I feel like if Kian was able to get some momentum, you know, a lot of these bases are really not defended at all. He could.
He just has no
attack force.
The problem is he has no army. All of his army
he has
is
no
like
way to deal with it.
Valkyries or, you know, diadems, basically. He's got no units, practically.
So the Hippos charge forward into...
He needs to move those.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, well, he does snipe one diadem. There's 3 more that remain. And he's moving away from one of them while, you know, other units are available here.
The Valkyries have arrived.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well. And this diadem is also going to go down. No, he actually pulls back. That's I think that's an obvious mistake here.
He's trying to bait them to stand, but they'd already... Never mind. Did get a couple of them. Meanwhile, additional Mavericks are en route.
Great. That's all we needed.
I mean, he could like go Olympians or something. They're a little bit more expensive, just a little bit, but I don't think he would really notice the difference.
Yeah, they deal quite a bit more damage as well. This Fulcrum nearly dead. Will reveal the diadems, one of which was burning down. I actually think this might be a big mistake here from Kian if he's not careful.
So the Hammerfall Beacon can only target grounds.
Yeah, I think at some point, what I did was I made it so that if I removed the air target, it didn't do air splash, and that was obviously causing a problem. Oh, there we go. This diadem is no longer in the fight. So there you go. That's out of here. There's only one more diadem that remains. The others have been sniped. So as far as I can tell, unless one of them lifted off. And this one's now targeted. Yeah, it's gone too, almost certainly. So that's all the diadems gone. He doesn't know it yet, but Benno can just charge the fort. There's all the diadems missing completely, and the Valkyries are not going to be nearly enough to deal with the Hippogriffs. Certainly not going to be very helpful versus the diadems.
Sticking his nose over here, Kian just has no idea just how many Mavericks there are over there.
Clue.
No idea at all. Not a clue. Maybe we're wondering why his opponent hasn't killed him yet, but...
Yes. I'm also wondering that, Mesk. I will be wondering that for quite a while.
There's so many Mavericks. He's just making more. I mean, this is like the perfect opportunity if you don't know what you're doing in this. I don't think there's many other games you're going to be in a competitive setting where you can literally just make one of every unit, one of every building, and just see what they do.
Yeah, that's
like,
my name is Lulzpad.
You've got the money, you've got the map, you may as well. Who knows? You might find something that deals more than 6 damage.
Yeah, you might build a captaincy or an apothecary or something like that.
Good lord, like the anti-Chthon would have been just disgusting during some of those sieges. You know, Kian's just going to start building his own nanite assembly. He's got 2 star pads. Maybe he's going to try out some wraiths again. At least he might like scout the map and just see this wall of shit. He's trying to rebuild his diadems. He's getting 1. Kian is very, very destitute now, though. He's finally depleted. His stonks are down.
He's got nothing. Yeah.
The Crow coin market is not doing so hot.
Yeah, he's not even grabbing the gas from his main ridge, so that tells you pretty much. Or, in fact, he's got one guy harvesting the natural reservoir. Like, he's really let everything slip. He has no idea what's happening. And look, right above his main, Benno's finally like, oh, yeah, I forgot to take that base.
Yeah, I guess I'll build another reservoir. And it's still very tight on gas. He keeps making Mavericks, but his money doesn't go down. Something's wrong here.
I wonder. I mean, he doesn't know it, but he can just A-move with all those hippogriffs.
Yeah,
So as soon, or all the Mavericks for that
The
matter.
Mavericks alone, I think, would end the game right now.
There's nothing for him.
He never
him to
scouts
fight.
is the thing, right?
Yeah,
like,
he
he
has no
hasn't...
idea.
He didn't build like a Wraith or something, it's just some Gorgons or something like that. Like, there's no scouting going on whatsoever, so he has no idea what Kian actually has at all.
I wonder if
And he's obviously thinks that Kian is still like actually like really strong or in the game or bottled up with a whole bunch of diadems or something like that. Kian has
Kian is bug abusing. That's what Kian's doing. I think he gets DQ'd just automatically.
The Phalanx has moved into the ion field. Kian charges the fronts. Oh no, I think those were dragged.
Yeah, they're just aggroed in. It's starting the Ion Wars. They're trading back and forth here at this point.
Kian worked so hard to get this last diadem. He's gonna try to lift it off and escape. The feet have lifted off.
Hey, here we go. Pythians are dropping at the same time.
Oh no. Land the feet. Oh, it's just gonna get sniped.
There it is.
I thought it might die terrible death to Mavericks of all things, but no.
Surely this is the...
Oh, the Valkyries are going to come in for one final slap to the face, destroying one of the Pythians. So many Mavericks. This is the wall of Mavericks. Doesn't even need the hippogriffs. Just send in the Mavericks.
Oh, look at this. Just a couple more diadem spatterings here.
3 Goliath stands tall. They got it in order on the diadem. They're not moving. That one died to the ion.
That order just means that they were move targeted, but they lost vision. Or they something like that.
There is 2 Magnetars. That actually would not have been bad like half an hour ago in the game when the Pythians first showed up. Just to drag him into some kind of awaiting defenses.
Surely Kian realizes the writing is on the wall. He has been historically one of the players who has stayed in unwinnable games the longest, and I guess this really showcases that.
I mean, another thing too, he might be making like an observation of what's going on and like being completely dumbfounded by this Maverick commitment. Maybe he feels like he doesn't really want to like stop Benno. Like Benno is obviously in the zone in the moment. He's achieved some kind of holy zen.
I don't know, man. I don't want to affect people's mental game by saying, "Hey, dude, just don't do this." But this is also just unreasonable for the fact that you have half a base, or 2 base, 1 base technically for the minerals, and no gas harvesting because you never paid attention. And you're like, "Yeah, I'll win against this guy who's got the whole map." That seems a little unreasonable to do.
I don't know. Like, why is Benno so lax to push forward here?
He needs to learn that too.
Like, he needs to just A-move. He's got 1,000,000 hippogriffs. His opponent has a silo that's never going to get used. Just march forward. Like, what?
Well, he's going to do it on his own time. He's got another Pythian Doom drop.
He's going to... I guess he's just going to send in another drop full of... Oh, no. Oh, no, the expansion Benno worked so hard to secure. Oh, Quarry is down.
I do wish Kian would stop bug abusing, considering that is obviously a bug. Even more BM, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you can't do anything, you may as well BM.
Maybe not in a
Take out the Wellbore, too. That's more costly. Treasury goes down. Mason goes down. I was going to say Maverick goes down.
Yeah, that would never happen. I don't think anybody would even build Mavericks in this game.
No.
Oh, look, he's changing his orientation here. He's making sure that the wounded ones are in the back. Isn't that good?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Kian may just have 1,000,000 units waiting.
No, yeah, he could.
I still want to see them all drop on top of the anvil and all die.
It might happen.
Like that. That's what I want to see. Oh. Now, these 2 Minotaurs are going to pose a little bit of a threat to the Mavericks.
A little bit.
As the Magnetars attempt to yank Mavericks into them.
Oh, good Yamato.
So many Mavericks.
Well, there goes the nanite
There's
assembly
750 units in play.
for Benno, and 8
Yeah.
for 3 Crow. He's got 8 of them. Isn't that good? That's a winning fight. The Pythians they're blocking the path because the Minotaur or the Magnetar has kinetic penetration. So they were actually blocking the good Yamato on the way out. Good Yamato.
In spite of the fact they're being attacked
Yeah.
by hippogriffs the entire time, they still ultimately kill just about every single Maverick. And most of the 50.
Hey, that anvil did detonate too. Finally,
Yeah, he did kill it.
about 30 minutes too late, Kian will GG, and we will get Benno claiming victory.
Let's take a look at the unit stats for that game. So Benno created nearly 2,000 units, and Kian destroyed 757 of those units. However, Benno actually lost 797 units. I believe that differentials how many died in the Pythians when they exploded. Benno killed 64 buildings, and Kian destroyed 11. When we look at the resources, well, Benno had almost 30,000 more gas mines than Kian. Let's put it that way. That was really quite something else. I do actually have to go AFK.
Go for it. We all need a break after that. All right. We will take a moment here while I fix some things. Just going to go ahead and confirm some details. So we had a shield error, thankfully not crashing the game. That was pretty good. And it was 381, I believe. Was it a unit ID? Yes, it was. So that would have been the Madrigal. Which means if we go follow this in all the way, I have to open up images. Don't mind the dark screen for now. Just fixing something up real quick. All right, that will resolve that error message from printing out all the time. And then, obviously, the other thing is I have to find a different solution for air splash for the diadem. I wonder if just setting the explosion type to splash air will help with that. Let's confirm that real quick. Hiding in a cellar at night, is that what I'm reading? All right, so let's drop a diadem, spawn a wraith. So even with that change, I can still target air. Oh, probably because the unit itself, if I go to the unit as this, I actually wonder if turning that back on, going back to splash radial, handles that. Might have just been that I forgot to update the unit itself. Okay. I'll say Envoy 1-1. Okay. Fixed. Well, actually, I should confirm that it still at least splashes air units when I do that, though, so... Yep. Does the job. Great. Okay. So images and units.ex are being updated on release. And we'll just jump that in right now. Okay, we'll say hotfix diadem air targeting and Madrigal shield overlay. There are a couple of other bugs that I have to investigate, but they're going to take a little bit longer, so we will look at those later on. Okay, let's jump.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Maverick Ascension.
You will need to update release mask.
Okay, you fixed the
I fixed diadems and without sacrificing air splash on ground units, and I fixed the printout message that was related to the madrigals. We still have a bug where it seems like nuclear missiles weren't actually dealing damage for some reason. Oh. But I'm not actually sure if that's true. It's hard to tell because of the radiation fields.
I mean, I thought the one tank died when it hit.
Right. It might have just been low HP or something, or maybe it did. It does work, and I don't know. I'd have to look at it. But the other thing that I know for sure is that the Hippogriff still has the max range bug that really hampers their usage. So I want to look into that. I don't know why it's special for that unit, because all the other units. Was it
fixed for the Cyprian and everything else?
Yeah, I've never seen it for the other units. It might just be that it has because it's a wider damage volume or something, or like that specific range. I don't know the details yet, so I'll have to see. All right, so we are just waiting for our next players. We will have Benno versus DF.
So how do you feel about that match? That was a very interesting match. It was certainly a very different kind of Tier 3 TVT than what I'm used to.
Yeah, I think in general, assuming obviously there's like some things that were related to the bugs that, change that up. But for me, I think the Pythian Doom drops are interesting, and actually I think they should work very well against diadems, especially now that they're fixed. Yeah. So. I still think it would have been amazing and heartbreaking if the Daedala for 3 Crow ended up popping, not because of the structure itself, but because the last-ditch phalanx splash on the rotation of the Mason building it just ended up dying. Like, that was really close, actually. So
Kian probably held on because his diadem held on, or his Daedala.
Yes.
So, his Daedala was his soul.
His Daedala was his soul. And now he'll be able to rest his hands and consider his next move. All right, well, DarkenedFantasies making his tournament debut. He will be playing as Protoss and has selected Boskevine to do battle with Benno. And you know a little bit about... Oh, somebody did an update.
That's interesting.
We'll go ahead and wait. We'll redo that. I'll repeat the whole thing. Don't worry.
I'll make sure... this is on release, right?
Yes, yeah. I guess I'll make sure that...
people might have instinctively gone into pre-release.
It could have happened.
Because we almost never use release.
It might have been, I'm not actually sure who did it. I pinged everybody to update, so not sure.
DarkenedFantasies is the man who really enjoys Drakenons. That's what I remember. Really enjoys Drakenons. So we'll see if it turns into a Draken versus Maverick 40-minute match this time around.
It could happen, yeah. I mean, adjusting... I don't think Benno's ever fought Protoss, so this will also be interesting for him. I give DF the edge on this for sure. Salud.
I am allergic to Mavericks, I think.
Well, you are going to have a tough time in this series, in this group. What do you think about the player skill there? Because obviously Benno has a hard time closing the game, but it didn't really feel like 3 Crow was in a good capacity there at that point. Like to really do
this
much.
Looked like a very weak game from Kian all across the board, honestly.
Yeah, so
I don't know if it's the unfamiliarity with Terran or something else, but Sometimes he would show weaknesses in play, or maybe not do things quite as. But that is definitely a weaker game. So I still got a hash, by the way.
Oh, I didn't. Interesting.
Mine was updated at 108.
Yeah, that should be fine.
112.
It's 108 for you right now, so it's weird.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why I got a hash and nobody else did.
Well, if it all else fails, I'll stream it to you on Discord.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
So, anyways, I guess like I was saying, Keen isn't the strongest of the players, but he doesn't usually perform like really terribly. Like,
yeah,
I have a very mixed record against him for sure, and that was definitely not a strong game from him for sure.
Yes.
So I'm not really sure why. I can't really guess why. I mean, I figured he would have tapped out a long time ago. Usually he would know the writing is on the wall at that point, but that wasn't even like the big thing that really stood out to me. The big thing that stood out to me is like his drop efforts were not really committal. Like the 2 individual Trojans or whatever, like he already knew that Benno had a huge amount of map presence and he needed to put a lot more pressure on him, but that pressure never came out at all. He's really lax to spend his money and stuff like that, so it was kind of strange. Meanwhile, Benno, very different player from the Blam. Very, very different. And the Blam would have closed that match quite a long time ago, even though he's a little bit more passive and actually sending out major attacks. He's way more aggressive in harassment and the drops in general, and more comfortable with tier 2 Terran and stuff like that. So I think Benno, I don't know if that's like still the unfamiliarity that's kind of haunting Benno at this point, or if it's just, I think there is a still a straight up skill disparity between the two. Where Benno was not scouting at all.
Yes.
He had no idea what was awaiting him, had no idea he could have ended the game so much sooner, and didn't pick like the good drop positions for those Pythians. Didn't really make the most of the Hippogriffs, and was not really paying attention to where he was putting the Hippogriffs afterwards. The Hippogriffs were commonly placed, like it was obvious that they were getting hit by the diadems. That happened several times where he was fighting them. It's like, okay, you probably don't want to park them right at the edge of the opponent's vision where they can scout them and snipe them, and that happened constantly. Not even that scouting them, it's just like incidental things happen where they got shot and then he would lose them all.
Meanwhile, we have a very different look for DF. He's delayed his Draconians until he has 2 Zealots. So
yeah, I don't know. He was expecting some kind of early aggression here.
Or perhaps he wants to just have a little bit of frontline power. Could be quite possible. Now, as Protoss...
It also could be he's looking for very early aggression himself.
Yes.
In fact, we do see the Ecclesiast coming up, so I think that might be the case where he's looking for some early aggression.
Yep.
That said, there is already an anchor up.
There is,
I haven't desynced it all yet, so I'm...
Yeah, I have my screen share on so that you can see.
I'm watching them both.
Yeah. The one thing that I thought was weird is that DF was clearly microing his Zealot, but it didn't show his selection, so I don't know if that's something to watch for or not. But either way, the Ecclesiast being out, the way that the Ecclesiast works is that it'll instantly heal a little bit of shields, which will also kick in flash shielding for any unit around the target of its attack, which makes it really good against melee and really good with melee. There's a lot of intrinsic synergies there depending on your composition. It's a fairly flexible unit. He's going to go with the 3 Draconians, 2 Zealots, 1 Ecclesiast. We do have an active nation ID, 2, which is not one of the players. So that sounds like... It might be you, actually. I'm not sure. Or it might be me. I don't know who's... 2 is actually 3, so we actually have 3. It's -1.
I know I did update, and I did run release, so I'm kind of... It could be another GitHub thing for all I know.
Yeah, I also ran release, although I just closed the Explorer because I'm a dummy. But
so the Ecclesiast and friends are entering the fray. There is a spattering of Cyprians here, getting some crossfire in, but a lot of them died early on.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a slow reaction.
Was a little aloof there, kind of pulled back,
yeah.
Thinking that ramp was more dangerous than it was, but those are immobile defenses, so he just moved back and went straight to this expansion instead, forcing this treasury to lift off.
Yeah, canceling the quarry there too, so a little bit of a lost investment.
So there is a Cenotaph out. He's building a Hierophant. That will help him chase down the already slow Cyprians if they try to run away. It could also help him slow down these flying anchors, which are trying to creep forward here to snipe him.
Well, that anchor does land, and there's a slow reaction on the repair, but I think it'll be just enough now that the 4 Masons are up. He can use the Ecclesias passive to fall back a little bit faster now that it's fallen, and this spattering of infantry is going to go ahead and go down. So a little bit of a lax control.
Looked like DarkenedFantasies might have been in trouble there, but all the infantry moved forward and got themselves killed. So
yeah, no, there's only 2 Cyprians.
This treasury still cannot land.
Yep. There's a vestry being made, so looking to maybe use Goliaths, one of which is now in the anchor that is lifting off now.
Yep, double Fulcrum coming.
He's returning to his roots. Besides the Hierophant, it's all Drakenedans. And honestly, that might be all he needs to just charge forward, snipe some of the Masons, fall back, let Flash Shielding do its work, and then pick apart the anchor. Sort of rinse and repeat.
Even if he can't break this down, he can hold the map, and Benno is obviously accustomed to a little bit more passive of an intro, especially after that last game.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to really put him off key, because it looks like DarkenedFantasies is going to try to take his natural here in a moment.
Yep. He's got the money for it, so as soon as he tabs back over there, he'll drop the Nexus, staying relatively on top of his play. Does have the Witness coming out from the Embassy. By the way, he can also make Envoys from that. That's the transport, our name for the shuttle. See what he wants to queue up there. It's just going to be another Witness right now. So keeping his gas low, and there's the Nexus
that
as well.
Benno doesn't go for drops, I think, is the main thing, is what this Witness is going to be for, is checking his tech.
Well, this is a little bit of a better position here for the anchors, but the Drakenedans are interested in giving it a little look in anyway. Obviously, that treasury still has not yet been repaired. Single Legionnaire is not going to do too much by itself, but, you know, just maybe draw some of the shots. If you can wrap around the anchors and your melee units are still alive and intact, one of them does end up getting killed. But what you could kind of see there is if the Zealot chose to just walk past the anchor, you would be able to see a decent amount, actually, of the firing from the Cyprians chasing down something else. He can't actually build that quarry without getting picked apart, so, you know, just wiggle your units a little bit more forward there, and they're going to take out that quarry. Doesn't end up getting canceled, so that's 100 minerals and 50 gas now. Witness spotting for DF, now in both spots, main and natural. All eyes on.
And he's fully aware of what tech he's going to get. Likes to have that early vision. Did that in the 2 versus 2 with me, Alex, and Londier. So it definitely likes to have an early Witness out, but he is constantly getting tickled here as Benno's trying to reclaim this, but Benno is not really respecting the damage that comes out of these, and he's going to take a shit ton from this.
Yeah, look at that, and the 2 Hierophants were both targeting the Goliaths independently. I think this is going to be it. This is going to be the crack. Now, the anchor down there with just the Goliaths in it was actually focused down first, and then, because of the Clerics trying to heal that wounded Goliath, the Masons couldn't get in to repair the top anchor either, so all of them have been popped. Clerics are being focused down, but I think there might be enough to fight back after all of this.
Yeah, he kind of like overcommitted his damage onto the Clerics, so the Goliaths were able to get a lot of free damage onto him. Even if DF's attack kind of folds here, it still did a lot, but I don't think it's going to fold too easily because he's got some reinforcements coming in. The Zealots have arrived, trying to rebuild another anchor. Some units... no, there's 2 Witnesses inside of 3 Witnesses now.
Oh, there you go.
That's 3.
That is 3. He's got full coverage.
A lot of Masons coming down to harvest, but he may end up losing them if he's not careful.
The anchor is being rebuilt, but yeah, at this point, even though Benno has the worker advantage, there's much more unmitigated harvesting happening at DF's natural, and he has a 3rd nearly finished as well that he can transfer over to, so... Still in the game, Benno, but definitely at a bit of a disadvantage.
A 4th Witness. DarkenedFantasies wants to know the circumference of every hair on Benno's feet. 4 Witnesses. Literally every corner of his base is going to be under vision. And he'll never be able to do anything without Big Brother knowing. These Drakenedans here could get picked off, though.
Yeah, there's only 3 of them, and a couple of them are... Oh, all of them are battered. So one of them will stay alive, and this next force of reinforcements is going to get tickled and fall back. So yeah, at this point, I think the contain has been broken. but at the same time, DF can indeed set up his third, can go for some more tech. And this could be where we see, I mean, look at his main. He's got almost nothing harvesting from his main. And see you, Kian. You didn't update. That's my guess. Classic. I can't drop him either, so I don't know if
I can't drop him either.
There you go. He's
Bye.
out. See ya.
So maybe he was the one who didn't update.
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense to me,
Because I haven't desynced on my end watching yours, so. DarkenedFantasies has got some rally kerfluffling going on here.
He does, yeah. Also, in his base are idle scribes, which makes me think maybe that's a lie. So there might... He's got 2 in each base. I don't think that makes any sense to me, so that might be something. Is that true for you on your end?
Yeah, I see them. He's starting to move them now, though. He moved the ones in his nat.
Oh, he did? Okay, so maybe it's just...
I think he was trying to keep the rest of his units from killing themselves.
Yeah. Well, he has some in the top in his main for a while for
Yeah.
me. I don't know if that's true for you, too.
Yeah, I see 2 of them there.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, hey, we're still in the game, boys. It was just Kian. Fuck you, Kian.
Yeah, I think DarkenedFantasies was trying to move his units around and checking his observers. He's constantly looking inside of Benno's base, but it's not inside of Benno's base he should be worried about. It's all the units in front that he's running into. He loses 3 Draconins for 1 medic. This is a very strong front line. Goliath Cleric is very, very durable and quite hard to deal with as Protoss. But we can see he's getting an analog, and those are really quite funny. In my experience, actually, analogs prior to their current changes actually had struggles with this specific combination of units, actually, because the Clerics were able to out-heal the reflect damage, and Goliaths are beefy enough to take their burst.
Yes.
So now analogs have been nerfed since then, and I don't think they will be as effective.
Well, the big problem is, even though obviously there was all that aggression in the early stages, DF wasn't able to resume the contain at any point, and now doesn't have a great army, nor does he have insane production. Like normally in classic StarCraft, you would see 8 gateways off of 2 bases or something like that in this matchup specifically, and we don't have that, but we do have analogs, and obviously we do have DF at least seeing what's happening, seeing what's coming.
Now, Benno is floating a lot of money. He could absolutely have a force about twice his size right now.
Yes.
And
that would be lethal, for sure.
This is still looking to be very scary for a DF at the moment. If Benno waits, then he's going to lose out on this opportunity that he has. And we all know he does like to wait.
He does, yes.
All he really has to do is just kind of move forward right now. He can probably close the game, I think. But every moment he pauses is another moment that Darkened Feet gets to... Oh, he's actually going to go back.
Is he? I wonder what he's thinking.
Back.
Second guessing himself way too much here. He's got so many. He has more Goliaths than there are Draconins right now. And that's saying something because his opponent is DF.
I mean, he can even afford to lose this attacking force and just be rebuilding while it's happening because he can just spend his 2,000 minerals.
Yeah.
He can go straight to tier 2 as well.
I think that's what he's going to be doing.
Stockades. My God, man, is he going to make Mavericks?
He's going to drop the Atlas. So there goes all of his gas. It's obviously within.
There's a sequestered icon coming out for DarkenedFantasies, though. So if he does decide to go to the Holy Maverick mantra, DarkenedFantasies knows how to deal with that.
Well, this is the point in the game, in the matchup, where you would see drop play being explored, because the containment's broke, so Benno doesn't need to do it necessarily. He can use a frontal army.
Goliath is going to spot DarkenedFantasies' top base, but there are some wardens here.
Yeah, he'll be warded off there, quite literally.
Now, he is starting to spam
he's moving his
Cyprians and
units
Mavericks,
over, too.
so he has so many Goliaths, so he doesn't really need them at this point. This is a very, very scary force.
Yeah, the Witness did spot that army rotation to the top base, and I think now that is going to be under fire, DF is going to rotate some units around to try to defend, and the other ones might try to sandwich.
Benno's army is going to get kind of cut off a little bit here, but the medics are so strong.
Well, he's doing a lot of splash damage, or split damage to all of the Goliaths there, but it wasn't quite enough. And yeah, considering the Goliaths are single target, I think maybe DF was expecting Cyprian, some sort of uncontrollable splash that he could reflect back. But the analog itself is not going to reflect any damage unless you target it specifically if you have something like single target. And that's so many Goliaths. So at this point, the Architect is on the way, but you probably need a good number of them to really start dealing, maybe trying to one-shot or burst down a lot of the Goliaths, splitting to deal a lot of damage to the Clerics. At this point, I don't even know if it's the clerics that are a significant
The
swing
clerics
force.
basically are making the Goliaths immortal. You need a lot of Darkenedans to deal with them. Meanwhile, the Goliaths are just destroying them with their focus fire. But Benno likes to be absolutely positively sure before he goes in, so he's not going to take the main. He is going to go for that expansion. You see this wall of cannons being built around this one pylon and that. DF is expecting a killing blow to come up there, but it's actually looking like it wants to kind of like pitch a tent down here south. You do need a lot of architects to deal with that many clerics, because they just heal each other too. You can't really... They have 80 health. It takes like 3 shots to kill them because they have...
They don't have any armor pen, and they deal 40
damage. They have 1 armor, yeah. So 3 shots. And it's a very slow amount, so of course they're going to be healing during that period. So you really need to have like 3 or 4 architects to really start breaking this. And then you can start dealing a massive amount of damage, especially down this ramp. If Benno allows him to get that, then this could turn around. But as it is, I think DF is in a very difficult situation now.
Well, there's a single structure that would help him out quite a bit here. You were very familiar with it from the FFA we played.
Nope.
So that would
the engram would be very nice.
Oh, the architect is starting to get...
on this ramp.
Yeah, it's starting to get dealt some damage.
Instantly intimidated. He doesn't want to take that ramp.
No, he doesn't.
He absolutely could, but he doesn't want to.
No, he doesn't.
Take any of the losses.
If the Darkenedans also, set themselves up in such a spot that they could body block, that would just make it all the harder for his units to path up there too. So I think he's cognizant of that. He's going to go ahead and try to take some bases. There is a Darkenedan in the bottom right that was wounded. That was from the original contain. That will stop Benno from taking a 4th base.
It is going to very possibly take out this worker. This is revenge for Kian and that lone Cyprian.
Yeah.
It's going to kill 1, maybe even 2 Masons here.
Yeah,
There's many Goliaths.
He tasked the Mason to the mid-right here to try to take another base on top of it, and neither one of them ended up working out. So he's got some Mavericks. He's going to waypoint over there.
He's definitely got some Mavericks. You can see kind of like transitioning away from Goliaths mostly into Mavericks, which are the tier 2 unit of choice for Benno here.
Apparently.
God, he's got so many of them, though.
Yeah, he's up to 100 units, 100 military.
There's not enough architects to deal with this.
No, there is a witness.
Crucible would be very nice in this natural, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Benno sees one look at that wall of wardens, and it's like, nope, I don't want to really deal with that right now.
Well, the rotation's already in, too. Yeah, the units from the top left base have come down. So this is, a lot of the concentrated power.
Here now.
Yeah. There's a lot of concentrated power in this area for DF, and a lot of units just got split up there from Benno.
Yeah.
So.
He got really cucked by that ramp. Now his units are slowly getting... This is precisely what DF needs to happen, is the control gets a little sloppy and he starts chewing away. And I just froze.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
it's just internet. Just Canada.
Yeah, that was Canada moment.
There is an engram being built in the natural, so we will actually see that structure. It's a bit far to have too much impact, like you'd want it on the cliff or something, but still.
Well, at the very least, it's going to stop Benno from forcibly moving his way in to try to spread more damage onto the cannons, because they're going to be able to catch them as they come through that choke.
Well, the top left base is getting 2 engrams as well, and they are also on the cliff, so you park a witness over there, you have permanent vision of that whole area.
DF's main is very vulnerable, though.
Yes.
There's nothing there at all. And if Benno just decides to make some... he's going straight to the Daedala.
Well, that makes sense at this point. Maybe he's not familiar with much else that can pop this. So,
is he going to start dropping Pythians full of Mavericks onto DarkenedFantasies now? Someone stop this man.
I know. Yeah, that might be a repeat. It might be a repeat movement. I thought DF was going to be able to close it in the early stages. Benno's surprising me with his ability to hold out using the anchors and using the Goliaths. He was
a little off kilter, but he managed to level himself out with the Goliaths and pull back, and now he's back into quite a commanding position again.
And the other thing, too, is that there have been no envoys, no drops at all attempted by DF. He is planning on some kind of structure down here in his main. But right now, just moving army in the top left. And another
I'm going to leave the game if this keeps happening.
Absolutely Canadian.
I'll just watch your stream.
Gotcha. Well, right now we're watching some Hierophants dealing with some Mavericks, and the analog taking some fire to return the fire. So that'll interrupt this base. There is an army moving on the way, so at least the Mason will die. Not sure if they'll be able to completely finish the blow here, but there's so many witnesses all over the map, and another push happening at the same time in the upper middle that I think at this point DF can at least start to incur, make Benno incur some losses with his military.
Yeah, there's not too many medics with that left side army, so splitting it up is very good. The two architects can deal a lot of damage in this case because there's a chunk of infantry there that are going to get melted. The analogs charge forward. Now, they're not going to take any aggro very easily because they don't have an attack now. But unfortunately, the architects are going to get destroyed.
Yeah, there was the clerics have caught up now, and at this point, there's not much there. So that will be
a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough.
Yeah.
It was still a good trade for DF considering how far behind he was.
Yes.
And it is going to slow down Benno's aggression a little bit, but losing the architects at this point really hurts.
Fleet Beacon on the way. We'll be seeing some...
I'm not sure if Fleet Beacon is really the best choice at this stage, but like Solarians aren't going to find too much success when he's building nothing but Mavericks and Goliaths. And Empyreans I don't think have the range to deal with it either, but he might have some kind of plan here.
Yeah, I think they have 8 range, I believe, so it's a little bit more than the Goliath anti-air. If you can fight over the very ridge-oriented terrain of Boskevine, you can find all these different spots where there's these little outcrops of unwalkable terrain. That will give Benno a very distinct disadvantage using a ground-based army. He does have the ability to build Valkyries, but he only has 1 starport, and even though he's got his data up, I'm not yet seeing anything that is actually of tier 3. So he's just going to go ahead and continue trying to take bases, which is kind of his style, shall we say.
Just take the map, choke it out, That's how I do it. Not quite in this way, but same idea.
I do think it's interesting, too, that, I don't think DF is, super familiar with what to do in this matchup or after the early stages, right? And then the fact that we have, an Empyrean indeed being warped in. There's an army movement, but at this point, I think Benno's kind of split. Like, this map is not as wide as Repulsion, so it's a little bit more compact. The lanes of engagement a bit better defined, you could say, in terms of that. And while Phalanxes are here and have arrived, remember, if they splash down onto the analogs, they will respond in kind. So that's a little bit spooky. Blanketing all the Mavericks with damage as well every time they hit him with a salvo.
Just not enough units for DF to make an impact on that.
Yeah, dealing with a number of the Goliaths, thinning out the clerics as well. I mean, he has plenty of stockades, but only one of them has a vestry. So, and the Parthenons are out, so the Pythians are going to be the choice here. Now
that he's back in control of the game. He's going to dive right away back to the the Maverick Pythian build.
Yeah.
I wonder where this initially came from. Like, how did he come into this?
Yes, I wonder how he decided.
That's got to be a story.
Yeah, he'll have to tell us.
It's so... Like, when you build the Pythians, you think, oh, heavy transport. It's trying to transport lots of heavy units, like bigger magical drops. Maybe like some tier 3. But no, it's just to fill them up with Mavericks.
DF has such great witness coverage of the whole map. But that kind of can work against you if you see your enemy taking all the bases, right? Yeah. Might, psychologically speaking, make you feel like there's not much. But at the same time, DF knows how slow this guy is to close games after watching the previous match in the tournament. So, the
worst thing that can happen for DF at the point is Benno decides to switch and go straight to mass diadems.
Right.
And pressures him, and he can't reach out and go into his base. Like, he doesn't even need to use Phalanxes for this. He can just proxy diadem and end this game within like 5 minutes.
Oh, look at that. That's clever play coming out of the analog positioning there just to force it to respond to the Phalanxes. So we're getting to see a little bit of the value of that unit. And plenty of engrams, plenty of units here to respond. I don't think this push is going to be too... Oh, look at that. Nice reflection as well.
Analog just deflected onto the Phalanxes and killed them.
That's what you got to watch out for in this context. It only takes 3 shots from the analog to... respond in kind to the Phalanx, right? So as soon as it regenerates its energy enough to do that, it will indeed be pretty solid. We have a Crucible out here, but it's for the lattices, which are building vassals. And the first Pythian already dropping. This is a surprising pace. 13 Mavericks and 4 Phalanxes, but the Phalanxes have not been unloaded first, so only one of them is going to get out, and they kill a single Warden for their troubles. Maybe a second one. No, not going to happen. Some Zealots sort of idly hanging out. What's up, guys? Clerics repairing the tank. You love to see that.
DF has a lot of minerals. Now, I don't really quite remember what makes a good mineral dump for Protoss, but in his circumstance, pariahs would be very nice to have. And Archons as well. Archons, unfortunately, the structure for them is very, very gas expensive. So because he went Imperials, it's not really...
This is the ultimate what the hell's going on. He's regenerating his energy and shields, and then the cleric's healing the phalanx. This is the eternal struggle, except obviously DF's using APM.
If he has 3 analogs on top of each other, will they all reflect a shot?
Yes, yeah. So that's how you can do
that's
that.
how you would get past
That's how you would just insta-gib the phalanx.
You would invest 300 gas into a non-attacking unit to reflect shots on one phalanx until that is being healed.
Hi.
So
We got some...
Benno is looking definitely to be a little bit more aggressive in this game.
Yes. I think he's realized he took too long in the last one. He has to go to bed at some point, so... Bed no. Perhaps no bed in
This could be a fairly fatal attack, but it kind of depends how he's able to deal with the stack of Empyreans here, if he's going to just bail on the attack or commit to it. Vassals are, of course, very terrifying, and a fair match for Mavericks.
Yes. That's true.
I believe he made them a little bit more durable.
Yeah, they like Mavericks, they have plus 5 HP.
CTF can also make Mavericks.
Yes. You know, they're keeping their money lower than I thought. I mean, Benno has almost 2,000 gas, which is shocking. Pythians maybe looking to drop again. This slow drop rate, though, is obviously huge for counterplay. Phalanxes are out. They're going to start aggroing this force here, I think, and just die to the engram.
You know, DF didn't really respect this that much because it already happened once. He knows what this guy does. I think it's pretty telegraphed what he's going to continue to do, and that nothing will ever deter him.
Yeah.
And there was nothing up here waiting for these transports. He didn't even bother to rebuild any defenses here. I think it's going to thwart this, but it's going to be a lot more costly than it really could have been.
Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, the Warden is dying. A lot of units have fallen. He's going to start thinking about how to do this tactically, and this opens up room for, you know, maybe the main to be aggressed upon with more phalanxes or something of that nature. But as long as he keeps mostly losing gateway units, this isn't too bad, right? The Empyreans are starting to mass up a critical mass in terms of the numbers, and... You know, Benno has the capacity to win this. He obviously has the data out with the Atelier, so he has a bunch of tech.
There's an Anon assembly.
Where do you see that?
In his main.
In his main. Oh, yes, okay, and he's building the Hadron, so... Yeah, as that drop gets cleaned up, you know, there's a little bit of a ticking time here. At the same time, with the Empyrean fleet being amassed off of the one fleet beacon, there is also the whole idea of, you know, yes, okay, I can have a lot of drops. Yes, okay, I can have a lot of units, but... If this, you know, Air Force of his own gets set up with the Hadron being built on a second nanite assembly, suddenly we can start to see those hippogriffs, or maybe even phoboses in this particular situation, since you want maybe more single target damage.
I think Magnetars would be great in this, too.
Yeah, and then for that, you don't even need the add-ons, so that's another thing he can think about.
Okay, now he's going to start building on his main, because he knows, okay, it's just going to keep dropping here, so let's build some units and... structure is around this one.
I love the matrices because obviously the multi-target deals with the Mavericks quite well. So he's like, well, yeah, that'll be... And the engrams will deal with the
sticking a Crucible there would really help seal the deal, too.
Yeah, of course.
You know, may as well. So, I mean, I don't really think that Empyreans are the best choice here, but that's assuming that my opponent's really going to do like a tech switch when he sees the heavy error. I don't think Benno is really that kind of guy. I think that Benno has his one holy dream. It's written in the holy word of God, and he's going to follow it down to the bitter end. And in this case, I think Empyreans are great, because Empyreans can really abuse this map, and it's just Mavericks for the most part, now that a lot of the Goliaths have actually died. And he doesn't really have the production capacity to replace those Goliaths like he does the Mavericks. He's been investing very heavily in the stockades.
He only has the two, and he's using them for
witnesses will tell him that, right? Because he has them everywhere. He's building phalanxes and not Goliaths. So the Empyreans actually can be very, very deadly in this specific matchup.
Yeah,
how will Benno respond to
down.
this?
Yeah.
Does he have? He has to like drop all of his shit into them if he really wants to navigate quickly. But then the Empyrean splash could kill them.
Yep. They do intercept airborne targets specifically, so you could body block with the Pythian, which is a kind of an interesting mechanic, but something that I'm not sure that
he's
going to
dive right into the main, right where he's been waiting, and there's so many defenses here. Oh.
Yeah, the Architects as well.
There's even the two Architects.
Oh, that was like 13 Mavericks. Oh, there's going to be way more if this one goes down too.
I can't believe he committed to it, even though there was so much stuff waiting for him this time.
Oh my god! What a massacre! Oh, what a bloodbath! Oh, and that one gets killed too.
Oh, it's Jover. The Empyreans are just carving through the map now, going down to the next base. Nothing is trying to stop them at the moment. He is actually making some Phoboses. Now, they're pretty durable.
Oh, they're coming on down.
Yeah. There is enough Empyreans that he might be able to hold these off if he could just...
Well, he sees them with a witness, too. The vassals are going to be on the way to try to maybe die around the Empyreans, which will give them the opportunity to escape faster, if that's what he wants to do. He's going to go ahead and pick off the last couple structures here. Oh, he's actually.
He saw that they moved away. He's got witnesses on them, so.
Yeah.
DF is definitely in the position to make the most of the plays at the moment. Now Benno actually has to start respecting that. And if DF plays his cards right, he can even use his Gronians to take out that expansion that's been cheekily placed right in front of him, and even put pressure on the left side of the map. Now this is where having a vision literally everywhere can really help him, because he can just play, cat and mouse with that heavy air until he feels like he really wants to actually engage it. He just thwarted that huge drop without really any losses at all, and he just took out several expansions. Now Benno has actually depleted his resources.
Yep.
So DF actually is in a good spot right now.
I think he's on track to win this. Yeah, it's just Mavericks, and he doesn't have any minerals to make more, which is kind of his spirit animal and support stone,
They're all dying, absolutely disgusting. Soon it will just be the Phoboses.
Yes.
And the odd Gorgon and tank here and there.
The vassals are picking up Masons. Almost killed the Phalanx as well.
He really doesn't want to fight these Phoboses up front if he can avoid it. He's stronger defensively. Let them come to him, but no, he's going to go for it. There is lots of splash, though.
There is, yeah, but I think the fact that he has that passive going for him, the Phobos will use its passive. Oh, he used the analog. That wasn't a bad idea, but it just got melted so heavily. There's an extreme synergy with the analog and Clarion that I was hoping to see maybe would have been used, but...
DF here trying to pick some of these off, but he is going to be taking Phobos power in the process. Just being a little careful.
We got
this
more
is
on
where
the way,
Solarians
too.
could actually be useful.
Yes.
To try to tickle those down. He's getting quite a stack of them now. So while Benno is definitely looking a lot more frail than he was, those Phoboses definitely have to be respected as they are bunching up and becoming quite numerous.
Yes, yeah, I think there's even... There might be more Phoboses compared to the Empyrean count.
I think there is, yeah.
Yeah. And even with like 4 to 6, that still is a favorable trade for the Phobos. So 4 to 8 is maybe even at that point. So you can kind of tell the Empyrean is not meant to be, it's not the Star Sovereign, right? We have a second Ardent Authority. He's going to go for the
he
analogs.
wants more analogs.
Yeah. But no other tech. I'm not seeing anything else come out from him. Not interested in the Strident Stratum,
He's got
which
2,000
is what trains
gas.
the
He
Clarions.
really could go.
Yeah.
What would be great actually is an Enthelion.
Could we?
Because if he has eyes where the Phoboses are, it's not like the Mavericks are going to easily kill an Enthelion.
Oh, no,
Enthelions can teleport into those resource lines and just kill all the Masons, as long as he avoids things like Watchdogs. There's not really too many Watchdogs at the moment.
And also on top of it all, the Monument of Sin would give him access to Star Sovereigns, another unit which could conceivably defeat the Phobos if given an opportunity to attack it. But of course, it requires a huge amount of resources.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources just to build it and a lot of time. Whereas maybe just continuing to stack Empyreans is probably very safe right now. Once he gets an amount of them that their splash becomes super relevant, then the Phoboses can be fought up front.
Yeah, this is really good movement on the vassals because I think Benno just ended up attack moving and they caught all of the Goliath fire initially. So not a single Empyrean has fallen. And some of these Watchdogs are going to get sniped before they can even respond.
Oh, the army has assembled.
Yeah, Phoboses are on the march as well. And of course, DF has vision all over the place. More vassals on the way to, safeguard the very vulnerable Empyreans from the Maverick shots. Meanwhile... here comes the discharge there. So while they're losing energy...
so many Phoboses now.
Yeah, while they're, draining energy like that, there's a bit of an audio read where they kind of blink and play an audio sound as well. Their attack rate becomes much faster. So you want to catch them while they're regenerating more than anything because that depletes regardless of whether they're attacking or not.
So I think DF is kind of looking to just thin out as much of the non-Phobos units as he can.
Yeah.
And then, when he actually fights the Phoboses, he's going to bring in the analogs. That's my guess.
Yeah, he's got him on the way now. hoping to maybe draw their fire, but instead the Empyreans are the ones getting chewed up here, so... And yeah,
I just don't think
was...
they're going to do enough damage because they don't
Yeah.
sustain through that kind of firepower.
No, yeah, that's where you need the Clarions for sure, and he's spending so much gas on the analogs themselves without the Clarions to split their damage.
Well, he's got gas to spare.
He does, he does. Not so much on the minerals, but he shut down several bases, you know, prevented this one from getting back up, you know, obviously shut down this one, which has a well bore, a very, very vulnerable, you know, valuable resource here.
You know, Benno just refuses to try to pressure him out with diadems. Right now,
yeah,
it's very obvious that DF is trying to do a hit and run to whittle him down. You got to get the Empyreans to be in the spot that you can force them to fight. And that would be by putting diadems down and starting to destroy some of these defenses that are preventing him from getting into DF's base. And he's not really doing that. He's like very, very resistant to doing that. All of his money is going elsewhere. Like, just instead of Mavericks, like one diadem would do him so much good right now.
Well, the Phoboses are on the march, and I think this might have come at the worst possible time for DF. He has no response to this. This is more than a control group of Phoboses on the field right now. And at this point, that might just be the straw that breaks the DF's back.
There's so many of them.
Yeah, there's
he
really
didn't have anything to tank for the engrams, and that would have really helped out.
Yeah, the splash would have been great. What kills that? Well,
a lot more than what you have. I mean, he's got a lot of them very low, but he was so outnumbered. Oh, the last final push.
I like the idea that the Mavericks could kill themselves just by attacking the analogs, but Benno even having the wherewithal to siege as the main is getting carved up. Nothing more in the production queue at this point for DF. Nothing of substance as he gets tickled to death. Just trying to... I mean, he has vision everywhere. He's just doing one last mad dash to see maybe evaluate combat performance.
The Mavericks. My God.
Well, they're rallying, so they're not even on attack move. Meanwhile, the Phobos. Look at that. 1 damage each. GG. And Benno goes up 2-0 bright and early. It'll be 3 Crow himself to challenge for that.
All right, so we gotta figure out why everything.
I think you were just Canadian, and 3 Crow was using pre-release. He confirmed that Maverick still had 45 HP, so he was using the wrong version of the game.
Okay.
All right, and speaking of none other than 3 Crow, he gets to pick the next map. Repulsion and Boskevine are out of the question, so he gets to decide where we go next.
Anal O-log, or anal O-glue.
It's going to be Equilibrium for our 3rd game here.
I know this as the Nebline map.
It's been updated since then. So
we played a lot on this. Yeah, I didn't think it was updated when we were playing. I'll notice right away because we were just living on that map. I don't know. He said he wasn't like super confident about some of the other maps because he figured that this map was just really biased to Terran because of the single ramp and stuff like that. The Cyprians could very easily hold. So we'll see how it goes in this mirror match.
all right,
Again,
3 Crow is going to go ahead and
AFK
confirm.
at any point, so
Okay. I'll be ready to jump in. No
I'll
worries
just
there.
silently disappear if that's the case.
Okay. Yeah, if you have the ability to DM me at the time or whatever. I'll keep an eye out for that.
Again, if it starts lagging, I'll just leave
Yeah, I got the stream still rolling.
Canada.
All
It's
right,
frustrating.
folks.
You pay $140 for internet, and that's the performance you get.
Well, these players are paying no money at all, and they get to show us their performance. So I think they should be. Yeah. Well, I guess that's not true. 3Crow does send some money in, so that's not even true. But Benno.
Yep, there are some things at stake in this tournament.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit of cash.
Mm-hmm. So it's Terran versus Terran on this map. Again, like I said, I played this map a lot with Sublime last night, but that was Protoss versus Terran. This has been updated since then. That map that we were playing on, the resource nodes were all mixed amounts, and I don't think there was as many of them. So it's a little low on minerals. This map has a deceptively large distance on it to travel, but the choke points and stuff are very, very easily guarded with Cyprians. That said, the natural and main are both very vulnerable to drops in this map. They're both quite open and exposed. You'll see sneaky expansions off to those corners because they're kind of off the beaten path. And one thing that is kind of also about this is that you can really run out of space while building this. So it's more of an issue I had with Protoss than I think he had with Terran, since really he didn't need to build too much in the way of production structures for a long time. But with Benno in this case, if he decides to build like a dozen different stockades and build nothing but Mavericks again, he's actually probably going to have to spread them out a little bit, or he's going to have some traffic jams. Actually, Kian is going straight for Fulcrum this time, so this will be kind of interesting. He might be looking for some early vulture, maybe like to put pressure on Benno before it gets to the point where he's really dug in.
Yeah, something I've observed based on those two openers, if you can survive the early game versus DF, you have a pretty good chance at the very least, drawing it into a real game that you have, you know, the ability to be, you know, able to win. But he is going to be adept at the contain, and he knows the sort of play patterns from that just from playing StarCraft 1. So obviously the Draconian spam in the early stages of the game is going to really help him out there. However, in the same case, Benno has not ever done anything in the early game besides just try to expand. He's never been aggressive. He's never done an early attack. Like, I think honestly the earliest attack I ever saw was probably like 8 minutes in or something, you know, which is pretty late. So at this stage, you know, 3Crow with the opener of the Fulcrums, he's going for Cyclops, which, you know, you've already mentioned maybe not the best choice for a head-on fight with
Cyprians.
Even after the penetration changes, they will not have any problem piercing the Cyclops, which only has 1 armor. So this unit is much more adept at potentially harassing the, you know, surrounding units. You can see it doesn't deal terribly.
They deal friendly fire as well.
Yes.
Like as you just saw, as the Mason passed by, it did 3 damage with the splash. It doesn't usually come into play. Sometimes you see people diving into a mineral line with them attacking, but it's very rarely actually going to friendly fire your own workers. In my experience, the splash damage doesn't really help you a lot, especially against Cyprians because the fights are so fast. Yeah. They are somewhat cheap, though. It is still a gas investment, just like Cyprians are, but once you actually have the Fulcrums and stuff down, you can get out a fair number of Cyclops. The problem is that the Cyclops are larger, so the Cyprians have an easier time splashing them, and you can't bundle them up to get as much damage into one spot. And the first is already died, confirming the existence of that fast expansion.
Yes, yeah. So he's gonna need to respond to that. Looks like he's going for a fast Fulcrum more than anything.
So something I've kind of like noticed through these games and my games with Sublime is both Benno and Sublime are from the No Hunters community, right?
Yes.
So they both have very, very similar play styles early on where they fortify for their fast expansion. And I think that's like a habit that may have been developed from those kinds of games. They probably are more defensive early on because I think those are primarily like FFAs.
Yes.
Where early aggression can really see you punished a lot. And I think there's like a muscle memory to them that sees them get punished quite a bit. Now, curiously enough, Keen actually has some feet that's hidden in the corner here.
I wonder what's going on with this. I think he's planning a drop, but he's going to go all the way around the world. Yeah.
Yeah. So this could be quite dangerous because, unlike Sublime, Benno is not inclined to get early medics. Sublime had a very specific build he would always go until he started. I mean, he could build some Goliaths, but it's still effectively the same thing. He likes to get early and seal early clerics. Benno's not really like that. He really likes to just go straight for mass Cyprians. They don't have any mitigation in that case, and there's no feat directly in his main. If Keen is able to pull this off in a timely manner, it could deal a lot of damage.
Certainly could, yeah. I mean, the biggest thing that I'm noticing here is that he's going to be garrisoning them with Cyclops. He has enough to get both of them in. And this is sort of a continuation from a point that I made previously, which is if you are able to do something to Benno in the early game, his macro will not be as much of an overpowering force. That's sort of my thought process looking at this. Because
yeah, you have to keep in mind, in these last 2 games, he's winning off of mass Mavericks in Tier 3.
Yeah.
You have to be in a very, very safe spot to be able to win a lot of these fights with nothing but Mavericks in Tier 3.
Yeah.
He's getting into that position by taking over the map largely uncontested in these last games. Like, really just not really being contested. Once he breaks out of the initial hold, he just continues to expand and not much is really slowing him down. And then he can afford to do things incredibly inefficiently.
Yeah.
So if you can stop him from getting that kind of an advantage, which you can already see him going straight to the third,
yes.
right? So if Keen's going to stop him from getting that advantage, this might be just the way to do it. But if it doesn't work, then I feel like it's going to be more of the same.
Well, this could be a very fast win for 3Crow if Benno is not careful, because the anchors coming in at the same time as the rallies are been adjusted, and all the Cyprians are on the other side with, 2 anchors, a third one on the way, being constructed, right? And this is coming in not at the perfect time, but enough of a time where it will distract Benno. I guess it's going to force him to start to withdraw, so he might stand a chance at sieging. But notoriously, the Cyclops splash is going to mean that Benno is not going to have the ability to attack it with Masons.
Now, Benno was selecting his workers here, so he knew this was coming as he saw them came in, but he tried to block it with his Masons. They're engaging, but he's going to lose them all.
He's going to lose them all.
Process.
Yeah.
He'll destroy 1 anchor for his efforts, but it's still going to be a bit of a blow here.
Yeah, a little bit of lack of micro there could have saved the second Cyclops, but instead, 1 Cyclops down, 3 more to go.
Additional Masons have arrived, but the feet ended up lifting off a little too early. If the feet had just stayed down, they would have killed probably quite a number of them when they were all bunched up, but unfortunately, the timing not quite in order.
And even after all of that, Benno has more workers. So that's pretty obviously, powerful in his favor, his third base setup. Plenty of Cyprians. Yeah, they won't pierce the Goliaths anymore, and the Goliaths are on the field. All the anchors have been unloaded, besides the one in the back that has a single Goliath for 3Crow. He's going to go ahead and try to march along the map, the middle of which has been changed, but this base over here is not in his sights, and depending on how his workers, or his units rather, take the paths, it doesn't look like Benno will spot this, or at the very least his units are not going to automatically start engaging.
He can end up killing a lot of his army, though, so...
Yeah, he can just charge on forward here, but if he's not careful, he's going to walk straight into this.
He's going to see that Mason. The Mason's going to give away the location of that expansion if he was paying attention.
Yeah, well, the Cyprian presence in the mid-right there is also going to tell him quite a bit, but he's doing really good at hunting, using the mobility of mech versus this bio to offer plenty of opportunities here. And you can see already the Cyprians are not doing nearly as well versus the Goliaths as Benno might be used to.
Yeah, the penetration changes make a huge difference in this matchup now.
Well, there's a little bit of split focus here. That anchor getting quite a bit of damage dealt. A lot of the Cyclops nearly dead. Now, there you go. Losing quite a few of them, but still 2 Goliaths left. 1 Cyprian in that anchor is going to stop this from being a total loss, but that's still a huge amount of a military swing, and now they're both down to 10 units, but the army quality of 3Crow is much higher with having mech.
Keen's going to end up losing one of his Goliaths here if he doesn't move out of range of this anchor that's attacking them.
Yeah, he's not paying attention. I don't think he's back at home trying to spend his money, and he will be taking a third base. That's going to be in the top left corner, so that might not be spotted. Since we see, of course, that, as we're looking at this, Benno doesn't really do much scouting. We've criticized that play before, I kind of harped on it saying, hey, this is something you really got to do. But also, he doesn't really build star pads, right? So he's not going to know that there's a base in the top left until maybe the mid-tier of the game if we get there. Much stronger showing so far from 3Crow.
Yeah, Keen came into this with a plan at this point, and it's starting to bear fruit for sure. He knows that those buildings lifted off as well. Not quite sure where they went. The treasure didn't go anywhere, but he's checking that bottom right at the very least, just to make sure there's no hidden shenanigans going on there. Now, Benno is starting to float a copious amount of money, whereas Goliath's being quite pricey, and a third fulcrum just about to complete. will keep Kian from floating too much money, at least for a little while here. This is also going to delay the Tier 2, and ultimately one of Benno's favorite units, the Pythian. So it's not going to, however, discourage him from building nothing besides Mavericks and Cyprians. We do see a Fulcrum coming that may be just intending for the Phalanx eventually, though. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to actually go back to Goliaths himself.
Yeah, it will be interesting for sure. I mean, the main thing here is that, like you said, the tech is being delayed.
No, it's definitely putting him in an uncomfortable spot for the first time for this, is that he's been reduced down to 2 bases. This treasury is not even attempting to take it back at the moment. He's finally sending a lone Cyprian off to scout. It's somewhat of an unnecessarily expensive scout. A single one of his Masons would have been sufficient, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, he's got a lot of idle Masons lying around. Plenty of Cyprians, plenty of infantry. Still loads of minerals as well, but not really able to spend it just yet. So clearly off kilter, and there are more anchors being deployed. I don't know if Kian's expecting a storm the gate situation, or if he plans to do yet more anchor maneuvers. Because you imagine that force that he brought with him with the Goliaths. If he had some anchors, even if they had nothing in them, and they could land on the ridge after taking care of this base, he could have started really laying in the hurt with his surviving units.
Yeah, so I think Benno is actually saving up for Tier 2 at this moment. We actually see a Vulture coming up for him. He has so many idle workers. I think he has been put off-key by this. There's a lot of cracks showing up in his play. If Kian continues to put the pressure on him, and if he ends up killing, even if he is not able to break this base, but if he's able to destroy the standing army, it will give him complete dominance over the map. We can see a 4th base is now coming online for Kian as well. And right now, at the moment, he's just holding this. He probably figures there's just going to be a million Cyprians there. He maybe doesn't really want to commit right away. Meanwhile, Benno looks like he might want to move forward a little bit here and see what the center map is looking like. That treasury is finally heading towards the bottom right now that he's destroyed the Goliath that was protecting it. Keen will be aware of its movement.
Yeah, he's still got the force in the middle, and it's definitely more able to deal with... I mean, he's got more units, in fact, in the middle of the map than Benno does, who's now going to start moving to protect his... upper left base, their mid-left base. The 2 anchors over here, though, just have Cyprians in it. The Goliaths could shoulder that with the clerics behind them. And they are going to go ahead and try. A little bit stuck here, some congestion.
Here to block some of those shots, but nonetheless, he's doing quite a bit of damage.
Oh, look at the split damage, though. He could have killed both of those anchors, and instead he's allowed his units to sort of target them both. One of them will fall. Some of the loose infantry and a vulture being picked off, and Masons, I mean, a lot of them are being pulled, but... at this point, it's a little bit hazardous. A lot of Cyprians coming down. The Goliaths could chip them up.
Wall of Cyprians is approaching.
Yeah, especially if the clerics remain sort of stuck behind them here. Unfortunately, now the concave is established, and it's a little bit different there as the clerics, they are definitely going to fall. The Goliaths will re-scout up here, so that's a pretty,
some reinforcements are coming, yeah.
Yeah, very even, actually, in terms of economy. Despite all of the changes here. Well, actually, I suppose...
He wasn't able to take any major structures, but I think he comes out on top of that because at this moment, in terms of the economies, the army is more valuable for Benno than it is for Kian.
Yep.
That said, Benno is going to continue to build stockades and mass Mavericks.
He is, but he also has the Atlas, so he will be syncing up phalanxes with this army now that a Palladium is finished, a second Fulcrum being added. It's going to be a pretty big deal.
Now, he is amassing stuff into his feet. His Cyclops 4 feet have lifted off.
There we go.
Kian. Kian does not have Tier 2, however, so if this is not successful...
One of his anchors is empty, too. I'm not sure if you noticed that, the one in the top right.
Oh, yes. One of those missing units.
An interesting game between our 2 players. Again, neither of them really notorious for being decisive. But Kian has looked better in this matchup for sure. He maybe needed to get warmed up after the first game.
Has another... Kian does have an Atlas on the way. He's going to need it because once those phalanxes come out, it's going to be a lot harder for him to make something on the map. That said, he spotted the workers coming to the expansion. Again, when you're transferring workers, you always have to be mindful. And Benno was aware that there was stuff over there, and... again, the Cyclops getting ahead of the Goliaths in this case.
Yeah, they are a little bit more mobile for sure. But this infantry group in the mid-right is just 3 units at this point. It will be taken down. The clerics in a good position to stabilize and heal the Goliaths. Big army coming down.
If he holds this ramp, he could deal so much damage to this army. You just got to watch over those phalanxes.
Yeah, he does dodge the first shot. He's kind of moving into the Masons, which are now starting to lock his army up. And this is a lot of APM he's spending on this instead of macroing. So at this point, he's just going to look for the damage. Clerics sustaining as long as they can, picking off all the Cyprians first for the most part. And yeah, I think he's actually going to take pretty much all of them, which is very good in terms of cost efficiency in you know, picking off the high-value targets. Meanwhile, the feet have been spotted in the mid-top left there. There's a single watchdog that's going to start to lay up some damage. And with phalanxes in the production queue, this isn't really the end of the world. One of the anchors obviously doesn't have any units in it, and the landing has started. So that fourth anchor that's empty can be, of course, a redundancy. And this is forcing all of the infantry to sort of move around and see what they can do.
Going to tie up for a little while. There could be some more macro and key inside, but I think the whole point of this attack was just to be a distraction and just to be a nuisance.
He does have his own Atlas, so he's building some Sentinels at his fourth base and getting that one operational. Meanwhile, still no Tier 2 production, but of course has the capacity to, you know, go for something else if he wants it.
A million Mavericks. Mavericks not exactly very good against Goliaths, which Keen is still amassing in a very large amount. You know, Kean starts making madrigals. This is going to be a massacre.
It is. The other thing I could see him doing is just getting a single one of an extra stockade and going for Eidolons with a nuke.
There's also Sentinels coming up, which are also quite effective against Mavericks and Cyprians due to their Lion Splash. Little party going up to the top right that is going to get shot by those Sentinels and find a number of Goliaths.
Yeah, just a 4 Maverick-filled anchor here as some army is starting to move down. So these Goliaths can 100%, I mean, they can even outrange this. That's how, you know, set up this matchup is. But it requires a little bit of micro to do that. So there goes the anchor. No repairs coming out. There's a couple of phalanxes, 3 in fact, over here. But with good micro, 3-Crow can certainly just dive bomb onto this. His first couple shots are going to be painful. He's still setting up his base over there and not really minding his units whatsoever. The front line is still super, super weak at this point, and now that it's taken out, as soon as Kian looks back at this army, he can go ahead and charge forward.
Now he's seeing what's going on. He just sees an ocean of blood. I wonder what happened over here.
Yeah, he's going to try to, you know, there's good blocks coming out from the Masons themselves, certainly making it harder for him to close the distance. Yeah, I think at least one of these phalanxes will go down, but unfortunately for 3-Crow, he wasn't able to make that more expensive. Still killing a decent amount of Masons and a ton of Mavericks, which at this point might be more helpful for Benno than a pain problem. But
so Keenan has had his Atlas for a while. I think looking to make some machine shops, getting some madrigals. If he can drop some madrigals, that would really swing the game around. There is no defenses in these expansions. Like the bottom right is completely undefended.
Yep.
Madrigals could decimate that natural, and the main has been carried out by the feet now as well. So that said, he's not in a position to do drops at the moment. I'm not actually really sure what Kean's going to be doing at the moment. I don't think
he has 4 starports, and the Fountainhead means he can get the Tier 2 air. So that could be Seraphs and Azazels. That could be Sundogs, and of course the Salamander, the legendary Salamander. So this base is in the top left is still going to be the target of Benno, but he only has a single phalanx, and it's quite difficult for it to outrange the Sentinel. In fact, it's impossible for it to outrange the Sentinel as long as it's on the low ground disadvantage. The +2 range will give it the Sentinel even range with the sieged phalanx.
Now, there is some Gorgons coming out for Benno, but it's just like a small handful of them, not very committed. I don't think they're going to be super useful against a large number of Goliaths, but Kean doesn't have any watchdogs in those expansions, so hypothetically, they can cause at least some headaches trying to deal with him if he decides to try to backdoor.
Yeah.
The Fountainhead is up.
He's got the gas. He's capped his geysers in his main and his natural, as well as his third. Oh, you know what? He's capped he's got 5 capped geysers right now. At Tier 2, of course. That's going to afford him 4 rotaries. He's going to look to either spam Sundogs or Salamanders here, maybe a little bit of mix of both. There's not really great anti-air defense anywhere for Benno. You know, most he's got is the anchors in his natural and the, you know, sort of miscellaneous units strewn about. He's retaken the area where his cheeky third was, but he never rebuilt the treasury or built a new one there, so kind of funny.
Yeah, he's just holding that quarry, the Holy Relic.
Yeah.
Making sure it is well guarded. It is indeed going to be Salamanders.
All right. Well, this is obviously really good for crowd control versus all the Mavericks. You know, create the fire fields on the ground. We'll be able to see a showcase of that. They can also eviscerate worker lines if given the opportunity.
Keen is seeing that for us. at his left. So he's going to go straight down to the main, where he's going to encounter the unexpected surprise of additional Mavericks. Oh, yeah, and some feet. There's nothing in those feet. He might be baited into trying to focus fire on them.
Well, the first one on the top, which is facing the Goliaths mostly, has 2 Cyprians, but you're right. The other ones have nothing, so this is a little bit spooky. You know, the stim pack coming in, those slightly beefed up
Decides
Mavericks.
to pull back. Those Mavericks are going to just get destroyed by the Sentinels if they try to take that ramp.
You know what's so funny is that if Benno decides to land the feet in Kian's main, he also has nothing to do with that. So, you know, he could just do it backwards, but of course the Salamander's coming out now. A stack of 4 of them have already started, and they will be going in to tickle the
They just fly into that. Yeah, you don't want to fly into them. You gotta be a little wary about that. This is why I figured Magicals might have been a better choice, because they just straight up outrange the Mavericks. Well, the Salamanders are a little vulnerable.
Look at that. He's drawing them into the fire fields after he makes them. Those do stack, so got to be a little bit careful about that. Just being picked apart here. The very slow tickling on the top left is pretty much the only action Benno's got in his favor right now. And as soon as any air units, like the Gorgons that are just about to pop here for 3 Crow, as soon as those pop out, they can just walk on over. I mean, there's one Watchdog lifted to provide vision and one Watchdog not lifted so that it can, you know, deal with that. So, I mean, that's really not that much anti-air at this point. I'm expecting this fight to be very one-sided in 3 Crow's favor. And at that point, yeah, he can do all sorts of stuff. The air splash.
He's got a lot of money in the bank. He could go straight to tier 3 if he wanted.
Yeah. There it goes. Focusing down the Phalanx over the Watchdog, so it's allowed to get a lot of damage done. And I think those Gorgons must have left. They went somewhere else, and now they're going to start, you know, getting focus fired or drawn into the Watchdogs, the static defense here. Meanwhile, the Salamanders and Gorgons are coming up, desperately trying to build Watchdogs as Benno, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. And those Gorgons are already wounded, a bunch of them going down at once. I think that might be enough for Benno to call GG. He's getting tickled on multiple spots. He never landed the only anchor that had units in it, so that ends up getting kaput, and the bottom right base being attacked at the same time. A bunch of units just ambiently straying across the map. Benno has been split.
It's going to be very hard for Benno to control, because other than his phalanxes, he doesn't have an army that's really great against any of the forces that are attacking him at the moment. He did manage to finally secure and put things inside those 3 feet.
Yeah.
But that base is not terribly valuable to him at the moment.
No, and at the same time...
Sun Dogs have appeared.
Yeah.
All of his tanks went to the exact army they did not want to be fighting against. So he's going to lose them all for literally nothing. He's not even going to save that base anyway.
No, and the Masons in the bottom right are getting chewed up by the Vultures and Bio Army. So, yeah, definitely superior army movements here coming out from 3 Crow, limiting Benno to just 3 bases now, and we say 3.
There's one Valkyrie about to come out, but he can pick that off if he really want to do. He's much more interested in everything else that's going on.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, certainly. A lot of Mavericks here.
He's found more Mavericks. Surprise, surprise.
Well, some Cyprians wouldn't be too bad here, but of course the 2 armor does mean that the Gorgons and Salamanders will not be pierced by that. The Sundogs, on the other hand, will, but I think they've all fallen already. That Watchdog does get finished, so a little bit of sloppy targeting coming out of here from 3 Crow, but I think it's going to be more than enough. Single file Mavericks trying to, you know, move through as Masons are struggling to get out of the base. And
there's
nothing
so
coming
many
out.
Mavericks.
So many.
How does one kill that which cannot die?
Well, they can die. The problem is they die too fast, too frequently.
Yes.
In too great numbers.
So there's additional stuff, and Kian's trying to rally up his stuff to squash this base here that was defeated.
Yeah. Definitely in the lead at this point. I think it's only a matter of time before Benno feels the wrath. A couple of phalanxes out. The Daedala was done, so if he could get diadems out, he could deal with the ground, but that doesn't really help him against the air. He needs more Valkyries for that, and they're just kind of coming in one at a time piecemeal. This base is shut down. All the Masons pretty much dead. Watchdogs are getting interrupted before they can be built. One of them does complete, but the rest of them do not. And yeah, I mean, the ground force gets mopped up, but it was enough of a, you know, simultaneous attack for Kian to really do a lot of damage. He might even pick off this treasury with all the stacked damage fields. Yep, there it goes. It's going to go ahead and burn down. He'll even go for the quarry.
Destroy the huge army yet, but he has depleted all of Benno's money, which is the more important thing.
Well, he stole it. Look at the minerals for 3 Crow.
Yeah.
12,000.
He's got a lot of money of his own. This is where a whole bunch of mantles, or maybe dropping 1 million fulcrums, meet each Maverick with a vulture. Could be quite viable. More importantly is that all these other bases for Key and Eros are very well defended, and I was just talking about that natural a while ago and how unprotected it is. How magicals would have been nice for it. Well, you know, Salamanders also work pretty well.
Yeah. No kidding. So many workers dead. Only 20 to his name. 100 more workers for 3Crow. Advantage firmly in his grasp. Despite some of the small
figured out the
arms
solution to the Maverick problem.
Yes, clearly.
And Benno's unwillingness to divert from that, even now when he's on the ropes, is really, really biting him.
He doesn't realize how far behind he is, just like, I guess, 3Crow in the first match. So.
Yeah, he's like he's not even building healing or whatever to try to heal them like he would a normal Brood War. I'm not really sure where the dedication to Mavericks come from, but now there were so many Salamanders and Vultures flying towards him.
Yeah, he has no mineral harvesting, really. He's got, like, depleted ones in the main, nothing in his natural at all, and a couple of them on the third that he's trying to desperately set up. Yeah, there's a lot of watchdogs here, but there are so many Salamanders. They can and will chew through that and kind of be the
even
sort of
those vultures alone are going to be a menace to deal with. If he would just drop some mines here and there, it can cause even more headaches for Benno just trying to navigate the map.
Yeah, no splash damage to deal with all the stacked Salamanders, so these watchdogs are going to get popped, and the damage field's going to stop the Masons from repairing much. So, yeah, at this point, the Salamander is going to go ahead and claim victory over the Valkyrie because there's about 12 more.
There was a massive battle between the Vultures and the Mavericks.
I see all the corpses
on both sides, but
yeah, popping the Ministry here is just going to be insult to injury.
Yeah, not the most valuable of targets at the moment, but it's just yet another blow. Mavericks are assembling. Now, depending on how he plays around the Sim City, he can get the Mavericks to all bunch up and just destroy them.
Yeah, he wants to layer in all that damage onto the starport. You can see how devastating the shots are for the damage fields versus buildings specifically. And look at this. He's just creating all this terrain that you have to avoid if you even want to have a chance at staying alive. And there he uses the starport. Is going to go ahead and burn down.
You can find out that now he's found the tech. This is the juicy part.
Yeah. I mean, if the Daedala goes down, surely the penny drops, so to speak. But even without that, he doesn't have any money to use all of his stockades. None of them are blinking. The GG is called, and 3Crow will get on the board.
Kian Peck's back with over 450 kills in that game.
You know what? I don't doubt it one bit.
Maybe not the earliest bird to get the worm, but nonetheless got the worm this time overall.
12, by the way, workers. Yep. Exactly. Well, Benno, despite being in the lead in the group, has now suffered his first loss and will have to sit out. Meanwhile, DF will take center stage with a map selection of, drum roll please, Terminus. I was able to update Terminus a little bit, so it has some of the improvements that I wanted it to have. I think maybe it's probably like one or two things that didn't get changed that I was originally had, but obviously there was some map issues there. And I'm going to take a water break, so I shall return momentarily.
Me too. I will also beer beat.
I'm back. Man, I hope everybody at home is enjoying the games. That first one was really silly, and even that third one that we just had was a little silly. But overall, some interesting things happening. The players becoming more familiar with the tech trees with each passing game. And you know what? This is actually, maybe not in terms of the apex level of play, but like objectively or whatever, but relative to each other, this is one of the most competitive groups. Probably the most competitive group that we've had, where every member so far, well, I say that DF technically has only played one match and lost one match, but the fact that, it's not obvious, like nobody can actually say that they went 4-0. That's the big thing. Everybody's lost a match so far. So we could be on task for some interesting tiebreaker matches. That could be neat. Alexander saying that he's interested in joining the tournament for next time, which is always nice. We're not even done with this tournament, and we're already talking about Ascension number 3. And of course, there will be. I think, we had some scuffles with the update. Obviously, we had some like awkward issues and whatever. A lot of that is because the what do you call it? The fact that we had such a prolonged period of time where pre-release was unusable because it was a tournament patch. Like now, release will be the tournament patch for stuff like the playoffs. And it doesn't matter how long it takes for us to finish that. Whereas pre-release can be let's build the next stuff and all that. And that'll just be easier to actually test everything. So that'll be good. That'll be nice.
All right, so it'll be Kian versus Darkened Feet.
That is true. We are waiting on, well, I guess we don't actually need Benno because he's not playing this one. So we'll say ready, check again, get our players ready to go. All right. Oh, I thought you were fucking 3-Crow. So.
Maybe I am.
Maybe you are. Well, hopefully he's ready. We have Terminus as the map selected by DF. He will be the Bedazzled Blue Protoss against the Asparagus 3-Crow Terran.
So it's this map. This map I know so quite well from our myriad games against each other. It hasn't changed too much since then. You've got the... Oh, did you remove the structures from middle, or are they just...
They're not revealed on the minimap. That's something we have to work on. I mean, they're not revealed through the fog, the quasi-fog, but...
So this map has some similarities to the last map, with the exception being that there is a difference in how you handle the natural expansions. But it's still similar in the sense there's those expansions now even further off the beaten path. We did talk about this map in the second ramp that someone got punked by in the last sets, and how that second ramp can impose challenges, especially for Terran, because you probably want to stick your Cyprians on the one ramp. Well, I remember Niblime telling me that maps with multiple ramps would probably be a difficulty, at least for him.
Yes.
Now, most curious is immediately Darkened Feet goes straight to double saturation on his geyser.
Yes. This could mean that he's just saving for extra Drakenins, but I think it's more likely he wants an Ecclesiast early on. Or perhaps a Cenotaph to mix with Zealots. There could be a number of options here. He will scout the Stockade opener as well as the Quarry. So he knows that 3-Crow isn't actually planning on too much. That's a very committed opener as far as economics go. So he can't have too many other things, in the wings. He's not got a cheeky star pad like in the first game, for example.
Yeah. So my experience with Niblime playing against him a whole bunch is that when you have the Terrans who are not going to be inclined to like proxy feeding you over and over like certain bee or beaver related individuals, you can absolutely go one gateway Drakenid and then take a tier 2 tech structure. very, very easily. Now, in this map, that's a little harder because there's the 2 ramps. Normally, what would happen is Nibelheim always went that fast ant seal, and it always ended up ultimately scouting by tech. Well, sometimes I'd have the tech up before it really could make a difference, and he could really do anything about it anyways. I mean, he was always going to do the same thing at that point if he was choosing to go Goliaths or Cyprians. But in this map, you don't need that. There's 2 ramps. It's a lot harder to deny them with the Drakenid anyways. But you still could do that, absolutely. You could stick it somewhere like where that natural expansion is. And there's actually a fast Ahmed out for...
I can only
here.
imagine what he's trying.
And it's going to scout, describe nonetheless scouts to Starpat. Is he going to go for an Ahmed drop?
I wonder if that's what he's thinking. Now, meanwhile, we do have the Mason getting picked off by the Ecclesias Drakenid combo in the base, so there's no more scouting for 3 Crow without him investing into something like a Wraith. He has another Hurakan out.
It is an Anseal.
It's an Anseal.
So maybe he's like going to try some kind of really early timing push with Anseal Ahmed. Or it's also possible he ended up diverting it because it got scouted.
Yes.
So
he's starting to get
whatever
some
the case is, the
now,
Anseal's very safe nonetheless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very effective at, dodging the burst fire of the Drakenins, sort of like, especially considering Drakenins have low shields, they kind of want to do this sort of walk back and forth kite, take the damage, fall back, let flash shielding heal you. If you can kind of buffer the engagements in the same way with your Anseal, that can help you a lot, but it is a lot more positional dependent. Meanwhile, the Scribe is still scouting stuff, and it'll see the star pad still blinking. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a Trojan, but it means that it could be.
It is a Trojan.
Yes, for his perspective, it certainly could be. A lattice on the way to add a little bit more.
Anseal may really throw him off.
Yeah.
He might think, oh, it's going to be another Anseal or a Wraith to scout, but actually he's going to keep his Scribe there very wise and see what actually does come out of it next, because the second unit, I think Kian realized, oh, he is just going to keep him spying, but no.
Oh, it's I don't know if he saw it exactly, but he can certainly suspect. He might actually have then moved up and saw the star pad not blinking and thought it's a Wraith because I didn't see anything. So you never know. But 3 stockades, 2 more being added. That is only one of them actually active right now, and a second gateway behind the lattice for DF as he is going to drop a pylon behind his geyser in the main, as well as a warden to the front side. So he's going to try to cover his resources from being hit by Wraiths. And, that will also help respond to drops.
Yeah, they'll ward off the Ahmeds, too. Yeah. So, well, Kian does have the Trojan. He is not doing anything with it at the moment. He's making another Anseal. I think, maybe DF does smell the possibility of a push here, and he's spacing all of his units out, covering everything, being very wary of a possible drop. Now, I figure, he's going to get Sims. I think that's in direct response to the presence of Ahmed, because Sims can try to disengage from them and split, and I think you did buff them a little bit in this patch as well. Yeah,
they're a bit more expensive, but they're also, more durable as a result of the changes to them. So there's a bit of a move out. Double Anseal, Maverick Hurakan, no Cyprians.
Nope.
And the Trojan is still just there.
For DarkenedFantasies.
Yeah.
It's Mavericks. And no Cyprians. It's not the right time in the game for Mavericks.
Yes, that's true. It should have been way later at tier 3.
So it's a massive amount of Ecclesias and then some Simulacrums. So Shambler's actually done this to me too, massing nothing but Ecclesias. I think I might have been Zerg for that. And so they kind of just kept shielding themselves. And that'll be definitely the case with Ahmed here too, being in close range. So maybe that's his logic behind that as well. 3 Simulacrums now. That's 3.
Well, that can easily become 6 if you're not careful. Ahmed will bravely charge forward. Anseal's doing their best to protect. Well, but they're all stuck onto the one Drakenid instead of splitting their damage, and then the attack move comes in. There's just so many Protoss, and one of the Anseals is even going to pop. Not a single unit. Not a single unit died for DF, so he's definitely going to know he has the advantage now, and he's only got Hurakans back at home. Is he sandbagging? What's going on here?
He's got some Hurakan. Benno likes Mavericks. Kian's making a statement by saying, I like Ahmed. And, he pulled his attention right off that Drakenid as it was about to die, so he didn't even get that. The battle is waged. Ecclesias versus...
Oh, he's still not focusing anything down. Oh, I think he'll kill a single Ecclesiast. Okay. Well, this fight is not going too hot.
Yes.
He kills the Drakenid. That's good. He also splits some more.
The Simulacrums are multiplying. Oh, it's a disaster.
Cyprians were started to be trained, but too late, and the Trojans also take all the shots. He could maybe start an anchor in the back if DF isn't careful. That can allow the Terran to stay alive. He's trying to intercept with Masons, but GG is called.
I thought he was going to try to make more simulacrums with the
Yeah, I don't know
Masons
what was going on there exactly. But all right. Well, that was a very strange match, but it was over quickly. So
I think a lot of what happened kind of got thrown off by the star pad getting scouted. And
yeah, he was
Trojan
clearly planning a
never got
drop.
used.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, the Trojan never got used. I think if you're going to build a star pad or do something on that map, you have to like stick it on the ledge or something. Like some really, really weird place.
We'll be Crossguard for our second map. Going bio-heavy without relying on Cyprians is always a bit of a gamble against Protoss.
Lagging. What's happening here?
Is it lagging?
Oh, okay. I joined the game and it just like froze for a really long time. The window went gray and then I was getting the Windows spinner. Always encouraging. Oh, it's doing it again.
I think
it's only
doing
Starcraft that does this, by the way. I never have this problem with anything else.
It is weird.
I mean, my internet gives in and out every now and then, but nothing like straight up freezes on me. Especially in the lobby. That's a weird one.
Yeah, that is interesting. That's an omen of things to come. Well, we are waiting on whether 3Crow wants to hop into the lobby or whether he wants to wait out. It looks like he's just going to... Oh, no, there he is. And then, of course, DF, when he's ready, will jump straight into the Force, as he is, of course, still playing. I don't know what to make of this group now. Like, 3Crow looked pretty solid in the Equilibrium match. Clearly, like, you know, better army choices in terms of composition and also in terms of rotation. And then he's experimenting. He's learning. Yeah. And on top of that, you know, DF now, I guess he can be confident that if he doesn't see Cyprians and anchors, he can, you know, be a little bit more aggressive with his army movement.
Yep.
Since he was much more passive in that matchup, maybe not, again, not knowing what to expect from the fast star pad and the Huracan-centric army.
I think it's hard to make Ahmed work against Protoss.
Yes.
Especially when they don't have any melee at all, because it's quite easy for them to escape. And the simulacrums were a great choice too, because even if, say, DF had taken a ton of damage and lost a lot of his Ecclesiasts, every single time Huracans came in to engage, they would splash the simulacrums, and then he'd move them back, and they would start splitting. So while their damage is not very high, he was just slowly trickling in more and more of them as it went on. And if he was able to continue to do that as the fight progressed, he would end up having rather a substantial number of simulacrums at the end of it. So it was just one of those little things I took notice of, is that he saw Huracans, he's going to go try to make some simulacrums. It's not really the unit you really would think to go against that, because they are kind of tanky, and you know, he's got some Anseals too. But with the composition he had, it was looking like it could have swung a battle around if he was starting to lose that. Unfortunately, some of the target priorities and the positioning for Kian, and maybe pulling the trigger a little too early. I think that maybe when the starport got scouted, or star pads, he should have maybe scouted DF to see what DF was building, to see if he really wanted to pull the trigger on that kind of an engagement right away, because I think it was a little too hasty to go, and when he did, he maybe got a little impatient or something. And as a result, DF was well prepared for him in either event.
Yes. Yeah, and playing passively when you're not sure what's going on can bite you in the ass, but in this particular case, it ended up working out okay. We do have Benno in the top left of Crossguard, a map he has selected, versus DF. And they're actually kind of similar colors. We got Aquamarine versus Maya Blue. So.
This should be a familiar map for Benno, as he faced Alexander on this in an extremely silly turn versus Zerg, which saw the classic combination seen throughout this of Cyprian Diadem, and then some Hippogriffs, and some Phoboses. So not really too much has changed for Benno in that regard. This is a longer map distance, so if DF is going to go for a contain in this map, it's going to be a lot harder because it's so much more open. So we might actually see him play somewhat more passively early on, although this pylon placement is kind of peculiar.
Yeah, I think he can fit a gateway on the low ground to the right of where the pylon is, and he can also start to maybe drop a warden on the ridge perhaps, but it's a little early to be doing something like that. So curious that he wants to potentially go that route.
course, the Stockade coming
Oh, it's
out for
gonna be a
Benno. If I
lattice,
saw
perhaps?
anything else, I'd question if it was Benno at all. And it is going to be a lattice, yes. So, is it going to be mass vassals? I don't think that's really a wise idea against somebody who shows a penchant for spamming nothing but Cyprians and Mavericks, but
First one is going to be a Cyprian.
it could also be manifolds.
Yeah, they do indeed have a very different look associated with them.
Yes, they look like my router actually.
There you go.
When I built those in the 2v2, I was like, "What is that? Oh, that's the manifold."
Yeah, doesn't have feet, so you can't.
Yeah,
criticize
they don't
its
have
walk
the really
cycle.
jank walk cycle anymore. Although it was a little hard to tell when they were attacking, is what I recall.
But yeah, certainly.
They
could be
didn't feel
that.
as strong as they used to be. Like that was a unit that I felt like took a hit from the rebalancing. Is I was fighting Drakenedans with them and they were not doing too well. Oh,
Saved.
and the scribe escapes.
Well, confirmed Cyprians. Pretty much all it needed. We'll get hunted down.
DarkenedFantasies had no idea what he was going to build, so the Cyprian confirmation is very critical. Indeed, it will be a manifold after that initial vassal.
And interestingly enough, the scribe actually sneaks back in for a
Yes, the
rescout.
scribe has given him the slip.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You know, if it wasn't so expensive now, or maybe you should do it anyways, a manor aquifer would be brilliant. Not really
it
gonna
would take
do
so
too much
long to
them.
kill too.
Yeah,
Yeah, quite the investment there.
you never know. I might yet do that to somebody. So, the manifold is out. Yeah, I think that their attack animation could be a little more bright,
Notorious.
perhaps, a little more noticeable. So they do have 1 armor penetration. They are fairly fast. I believe they are faster than Drakenedans, or they're about
Yes,
similar in speed.
yeah, they are.
So they can be. They do believe their damage has taken a hit since they're rebalancing, but they are still quite reasonable in damage. They just don't have the armor that the Drakenedan has.
Yes.
So against Cyprians, I do not believe they are a very good choice. He may just be taking them for defensive purposes, though. We see a Cenotaph coming up next, so I don't know. You know, DF might go for some kind of early push here. Double Cenotaph, in fact.
I think if he continues to saturate his mineral line here, he can start to slam out quite a few Legionnaires. To the point where, would it overwhelm the Cyprians? I'm not sure, but we don't have any anchors. We do have the base coming out for Benno. This scribe still alive will rescout and see, yeah, there's no defenses that he can see. So at this stage, it's very possible for a very fast set of units to overwhelm. The first one will be a Hierophant, though.
Yeah, if you want to make Legionnaires work, you need a big open map, and this is about as big an open as you're going to get. Not going to work on any of the ramps at all. I've already experienced the horrors of that myself. But absolutely, when you're out in the open, if you can get any quick surrounds or distract the Cyprians, then they're never going to get away from the Legionnaires, and the Legionnaires will kill them.
Well, the Vassal will go ahead and tickle this Mason. And again, that might provoke unnecessary resources spent on, you know, watchdogs or some kind of anti-air defense.
And there's an anchor coming there.
Okay, well, not
Just
at
safe,
least it's
you know.
multi-purpose and will indeed cover the, you know, both the. If you throw 2 Cyprians in there, that covers the mineral line, and it also helps to cover the entrance.
Yep. So you got 2 Hierophants. You got a number of manifolds coming out. I think DF still wants to be aggressive early on in this, but he has banked up a fair bit of money here. So like almost this one scribe's coming out to his Hierophant, so I'm not sure if he wants to build. Okay, no, never mind. He wanted the expansion. The scribe was just in the wrong place. It is going to be Legionnaires. Now, a couple of vassals would go nice with his army, too, for the speed boost.
Yes, especially considering Cyprians will likely penetrate a decent amount of the army anyway. I mean, the Hierophants don't have 2 armor, so they can't block it. This one, scouting Cyprian, once again, is going to go ahead and...
Very interesting to scout with the Cyprians.
Well, it's all he's got. He's not building any other units. He's got Cyprians and Masons.
I mean, a Mason would be preferable and faster.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like sending a statement like, yes, I have Cyprians. Yes, I have Cyprians. Yeah, that is a Cyprian.
Yeah, that sure is.
He's checking all these bases. You know, this isn't something I see often enough as people checking these hidden expansions.
Yes. Well, they don't take them often enough either, Mesk. So
yeah,
one of them will come before the other, right?
Cheeky.
Yeah.
He's obviously had to deal with this somewhere.
Yep.
So it's...
Well, that's exactly what happens in NHFFA or any sort of FFA, is that you'll get a player who down for the count, they cockroach back to victory by rebuilding, you know. Not over.
Yeah, see, like, it's weird, too, though, right? Like, he does this. He scouts early on, all the time. And then, after this point, he stops scouting, right? Like, he starts operating just off of, what I presume to be assumptions of what people are doing, whatever. In the previous games, he really would not scout too much at all later on, like, especially in that infamous first game, where he was just, you know, not even cognizant of the fact that Kian was literally already dead. Just need to be, like, swept up and brushed under the rug or something. And he had this massive amount of units, and he never actually scouted. He never checked to see what the actual status of his opponent really was. So it's interesting to see him scout with such a methodical amount, except he hasn't checked the bottom left.
Yeah.
The bottom left very easily could be taken, and he isn't checking that. And I bet you he won't take it either. So it's a little, like, single file, almost like lockstep of really what he wants to do here. Now, I did kind of expect DarkenedFantasies to go for pressure with his unit composition is very pressure oriented.
It is.
But he's not. Maybe because of the game that they had earlier where Benno was able to pull out of a very, you know, what seemed like a very solid contain. Maybe DarkenedFantasies doubts that he can hold a contain with this and is just kind of like deciding to bulk up a little bit first. But all this does is just allow Benno to start growing everywhere. Like a tumor. Now there's a third base coming out for him.
Yes, it's going to have an anchor for defense as well. And when you lock up this position on Crossguard, you can't really engage to the back because you have to go through that area, right? So that's a key point to make about just the way that the map layout is going to be. And meanwhile, there is an embassy, so could see drops or maybe more likely just vision. There is a significant amount of forces being amassed here for DF. He's just, again, like you're saying, he's not being very aggressive. There's an anchor that's unmanned on that cliff that's going to deny anything as he starts to garrison it, coming in through the choke there for the natural, the low ground natural. But, you know, he's got a little bit of a better opportunity to go through and hit that high ground base as soon as he ends up, you know, confirming that it exists and actually going for it.
The Atlas is coming up for Benno and a little top nook up there.
Interesting.
And indeed, it will be a witness. The mass vision comes a little late for DF in this game, but now that he started to kind of like probe out and sees that nothing's really going on, he's going to come over here and kill this one Cyprian that's huddled in this one base. You can see Cyprians do a lot of damage. It's just one Cyprian, but it almost took all the shields off the Legionnaires. So if he's going to engage them, he has to be really precise.
Yes.
And I think maybe he feels that, and he's just like keeping them really just as a deterrence. If that's the case, then I have to wonder what his long-term game plan is, because he has to know by experience at this point that the longer he waits, the more Cyprians and Mavericks he's going to face. And his army is not really an army that scales like Mass Cyprians do. Mass Cyprians just turns into a wall of death. His army is very much about singling out targets, punishing things, and then isolating them, surrounding them, and chasing. Well, the Massive Cyprians is just going to sit there and become just a firing squad. So the longer that time goes on, the more difficult any engagement is going to be for DF. So I have to wonder, like, he's not really harvesting too much gas at the moment. What is he planning?
It's interesting because as more stockades get done, the Atlas is finished, 2 Palladiums on the way. We know there's going to be phalanxes. Those will be quite effective at riposting attacks, but if DF commits to them decisively with Legionnaires, they can obviously really quickly collapse upon any sort of siege line. It's just that the anchors are coming out on this ramp now in the sort of mid-left area. I feel like Benno is going to get real stuck in here, and I don't know what DF is going to plan for. Some Grand Libraries dropping in his main, so maybe going for Cantavis drop could be done with the embassy. Has more witnesses available to sort of scout around, and he's moving around just keeping track of what's happening. He sees the Palladium, so that's going to be good info for him, but doesn't see any starports or any other sort of air yet, so that's going to be very useful for him as he tries to figure out what's happening, what his next move is going to be.
Yeah, the Cantavises will be great defensively. Offensively, when we look at Benno's bases, they are not very, very well defended. The bulk of his army is always kind of just sitting out in the open, just, you know, for waiting for whatever need should arise. We aren't really seeing tanks sieged up inside those expansions or anything like that. So it's quite possible. But kind of like the situation where Kian was in, is that once, if that's what he chooses to do, once it comes into play, Benno's going to have such a huge presence and so much money that you're going to need a constant, widespread amount of storming to really put a dent in his economy. Like, again, my games with Nablime, he was just incessantly dropping madrigals in massive quantities, wiping out expansions every couple minutes, and it still would take him a long time to actually secure the end of the game because I had like 3 or 4 bases that he had to deal with. And doing it with madrigals is substantially faster and more reliable than doing it with storms. So, but it is actually going to be Atreus's that he goes for, which...
That's going to be pretty good, actually. They do rapid-fire attacks now, and their attacks do still splash. So as long as the Cyprians aren't moving much, which they don't do very well anyway, the Atreus's can whittle them down quite effectively.
He is just going to have to worry about the phalanx line, though, because Atreus's are both fat and slow. They're going to be taking tons of tank fire. He's going to want some way to get up to those tanks, and I don't think the Legionnaires will survive long enough against the mass Maverick Cyprians to really do that, unless Benno gets really careless with his grouping. But, you know, to be fair, most of his groupings have been fairly reliable. It was more like his priority of where stuff would go, like sending the phalanx to defend the expansion that was being harassed by salamanders wasn't really the best choice. But, you know, it's... Benno has no inclination to attack right now. No, again, there's no scouting going on.
Yeah.
He's not checking those corners anymore or anything. He's just going to keep growing. And DarkenedFantasies is allowing him to keep growing and not taking advantage of those expansions.
He doesn't have great gas saturation here. He's not harvesting from his ridge and his main. He is capping the one in his third. He's not taking the ridge and gas micro base here that he's got right above his
Neither
main
player
either,
is, for that matter.
Yeah. And meanwhile, there are already reservoirs out. At least one reservoir for Benno.
There are some Amaranths coming. Those will help with the front line.
Yeah, they've got enough armor, more than enough to shrug off the Cyprian shots. So, excellent material there for what might be necessary. There you go. Treasury completes in the mid-left.
Quite happy to just turtle up here. No tier 3 yet. His gas is not at that stage, but it will get to that stage as long as he is ignored. And I think DarkenedFantasies is starting to get that itch. He's starting to wiggle his units around. He's starting to get a little impatient. He's scouted these expansions here, and he's probably thinking, I need to put a stop to this before it gets out of control again. But this isn't his entire army, so I'm not really sure what it is he's going to do here.
He should spot the Valkyrie as well, which is coming out just to cover the skies. He's learned from that match against 3 Crow on Equilibrium. So there will be another base in response.
DarkenedFantasies might actually be... He's taking that right base. I thought he might have been going for that corner one, but I guess not. I think that maybe these units were moved to the middle as a deterrence because he sees the amount of units that are sitting here. But they're also kind of just chilling out. Benno is very content just to wait to tier 3 and get out his Pythians and start doing the whole thing. So I don't know. He might attack here, but I don't think it's going to be super committed.
Yeah, we've seen him move units around and then just get tickled and fall away. So that is the trend. But DF still has to respect the power within these forces. And his Atreuses and Amaranths are a little bit split up from the Cenotaph units that are towards the bottom. He's going to try to lure him into that Warden. And that alone is going to cause some annoying troubles here as his units decide, hey, I'm going to fight that. So, Phalanxes will take a moment here to get set up. Plenty of Wardens being set up as well in response.
The Warden is definitely paying for itself. It's getting lots of free kills. Benno's definitely got some control weaknesses for sure.
Yeah.
And I think if you can find the way to really force it to the point where he has to do stuff in multiple fronts, where he has to really police his units, you can really pick him apart a lot. I mean, we saw that with the key end game. Again, he wasn't sure how to respond to the 2 fronts, and it was kind of a losing game at that point anyways, but it was certainly a very, very convincing swing around for Kian, and a part of that was just due to Benno wasn't really able to control his stuff in precisely the way he needed to. Now, he can spot for these, but he might lose some Gorgons in the process. Again, it's quite a happy trade. It's quite expensive to lose stuff to just cannons just sitting around. But DarkenedFantasies might make a mistake if he actually tries to go in and engage. It looks like he wants to just go around it.
The problem is there's still so many Mavericks and Phalanxes lying around, right? So
this is a 57 versus 164 units.
Yeah. There's a lot
quite a
more
difference.
individual unit quality concentrated in, and the engagement is going to be taken. The
There is a
Legionnaires.
pincer attack going on.
Yeah.
These phalanxes
yeah,
are going
look
to
at
get
that.
surrounded.
Yep.
But man, there are so many Mavericks.
The Cyprians are all out of position, but that also means they're safe from the Atriuses, which are being picked apart mostly by the Mavericks, funnily enough, as well as some Phalanx fire. And yeah, okay, he can continue to tickle them with some of the Lattice units, but he's down to only 17 military units. It's going to be less than that when that Simulacrum falls, and I'm just not sure what he's got compared to the 151. The macro play coming out of Benno is giving him an economic advantage and now obviously a military advantage. It's just that he can't translate it.
Smothers.
Yeah. A single
Meanwhile,
I'm glad I caught that.
now Benno knows what it's like to be smothered.
Smothered in scribes. Well, he's moving his army down to the bottom left just to confirm that that position hasn't been taken. And meanwhile, an engram along with a bunch of matrices. This fort, behind DF's high ground base, it's definitely reinforced, shall we say.
Yeah. This one side of the map is just going to become a death trap. Now, DarkenedFantasies has some money here. He has a choice of how to proceed. It's very, very clear, I think, that what he has right now is really not going to work. The splash with the Atrius is not enough to deal with the sheer volume of units. What he really wants is Optectons. Those would do very, very well against this army in general, especially since he's on a high ground position at the moment. That is quite an investment, but at this point, he could drop down 2 Templar archives very comfortably, and by the time they come up, he'd have money to start putting out Optectons. And there's nothing that Benno currently has that would deal with those. And he hasn't shown a desire to do proxy diadems unless it's absolutely forced to at this point. So I think that Optectons would be a good idea. But the data is coming, and I just feel like that maybe, like DarkenedFantasies said after the other game, he wasn't really sure how to deal with the Phoboses. Now, there is a Monument of Sin coming.
Okay.
But I don't know, man. We might see something like that Shambler key in game with the hordes of Quasis against a couple of Star Sovereigns here. That said, there's already Valkyries out. So the Valkyries already are out, not in a huge number, but in a substantial number, kind of scattered across the map, that they will threaten, like, Anthelians certainly could do some proxying at this moment, but it's quite an investment to do it at this stage in the game, where the differential in economies is much larger. We're talking over double the worker count and well over quadruple the army count. He wants to destroy this army and try to detooth it. So I think that Optectons are the best way to do that.
It definitely would be, a good option in this context. Phalanxes are still firing around. They haven't actually claimed any building kills, but that'll change pretty soon here. Mavericks giving their lives just to reveal the enemy threat. So
yeah, they're all getting dragged in by the engram that's shooting stuff. And some Valkyries are actually taking damage from it as well.
That's pretty fortuitous, considering what's being planned. Yeah, this is not the cost-efficient trade we would like to see from Benno, but it's exactly what we would expect. And meanwhile, there's even
the
more.
vassal drags them into certain death.
That is heartbreaking. But meanwhile, in the middle, we have
additional vassals have arrived. Crab versus man. A little bit of cutting going on here, trying to maximize this. An additional crab joins the front.
Hey, this base is completely undefended from DF as soon as those Atriuses go down, but he actually does manage to somehow save, keep them alive.
DF surely spotted those Masons hanging to the top right, as it has also been claimed neither player taking that gas expansion inside their main area yet.
No, but DF did finally cap the geysers that he does have available to him, so he has at least that covered, and a Star Sovereign is just about done with 4 Crucibles soon to be operational to speed it up. So, pretty significant.
In addition, the Daedala is finished.
Okay. He's about to go for Atelier. You can tell that he was selecting it and thinking about it. But what does he want to do for real? He's got Masons in the middle of the map, I think. We have diadems. There are diadems in the middle of the map, yeah.
He's cutting straight to the chase. It's a good choice, especially since his army is not going to do too well offensively against this one part of the map that's so heavily fortified. He hasn't checked around to see if there's other avenues he could attack, is the thing, though.
Yes.
I think he could have ended this game a long time ago at this point if he wanted to. But, in his position, whatever. But there is a witness right there that assuredly sees this. This is going to force a response in all likelihood from the Star Stormers, and he is getting an Anthelian. Again, not a bad choice. not a great choice when you don't have any other units to really help it in the very likely case you're going to need it to actually do some fighting before you're able to use it offensively.
I mean, I would love
Cheesing
to
with it
see.
would be funny, but
Yeah, I would love to see this big stack of phalanxes and Mavericks. If you could somehow occupy the Mavericks with like a fleet of vassals or something, and then the Anthelian just bursts them all down eventually. Like, meanwhile, speaking of,
Shambler, but
there's about 9 lattices coming online in just a moment.
oh my goodness, this is the holy way.
This is the way. He's going to be doing vassal spam with his 3K
no, the crabs.
Oh, yeah, they've been caught by the diadem there. Hey, it's one of its feet.
It's okay. The Mavericks will die, so at least somebody has to die.
Oh, look.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, got him. Well, some watchdogs being deployed, so that's not too bad. Star Sovereign is out. Can get into a position where it can start glassing things. And there is only one diadem. I'm not seeing any others. You don't see the layers of them to potentially deal with, anti-ground movement. And certainly no more forward ones. It is possible to fit more than that.
Can't afford spamming diadems. He's got more important things to spam at the moment. God, he's up to 315 units.
There are 12 stockades, by the way.
There are so many ways you can deal with mass Mavericks in this, and yet, he just will not be deterred. And this is definitely a situation where it can work, but, if DF was to invest in like 30 different engrams and he just forgot to ever build any more diadems, I think he might have a hard time.
Well, he's catching the initial set of Mavericks.
Once more.
Yeah, oh, got him.
The Ions make this absolutely impossible to win. I don't know if he's going to...
He just leaves him. He doesn't mind.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to notice the difference. Just make more. It's less APM for him at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, he has a horde of vassals here, DF. Can occupy the forces while he moves in to glass the diadem. If he can pick off the, Valkyries in particular, even better. Because obviously, while channeling, the Star Sovereign cannot fire its main weapon. So the Valkyries themselves will be able to attack it since they do not take damage.
The Anthelian has moved. It begins.
Okay. It is going to start sucking in the Masons.
Are dying.
But it's not been tasked to move away. So he's actually going to lose it to just that one Watchdog and a couple of Cyprians there. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, the grief is going to occur. The Valkyries are off to the side somewhere. Not sure exactly where they went. There they are on the top right.
Ages.
And if this doesn't scream Cosmonarchy Brood War to you, I don't know what does. The diadem has been burned down. The other one even just so slightly.
The Valkyries run away from the vassals, the most terrifying opponent in all the world. There was another diadem being built, and it was destroyed by the glassing.
Oh no, they're charging in just
into the fields.
And after that, the Star Sovereign's channel is over, so it can contribute to the fight versus 2 of the 5 Valkyries, which would have definitely picked it off, and will start slowly regenerating its shield. So there goes the diadems, and wow, we have.
You gotta watch out, though, DF. You're gonna run right through a mass, a mass of Mavericks. The rest of the Valkyries have arrived, but he'll be in protection soon enough. Valkyries are going to end up dying for their efforts. You should see Benno start spamming Valkyries at this point, maybe dropping a couple extra starports.
Yeah.
But no, he has more important things to do. This expansion is still quite undefended.
He's going for the mid-right, yeah. It's a good move, but he's not really very organized about it.
Not committed, no. Star Sovereign's just going to start racking up its kills even more. 7 armor on this thing.
Yeah,
Mavericks will kill it in an amount of time. Meanwhile, that phalanx with its armor, making those Hierophants work for their kill.
Yep. Well, the Star Sovereign is in play, still chipping away at this force of Mavericks.
Again, Benno's control, lack thereof, is giving DF so much mileage out of this.
Yeah, it's worth noting.
Taking him down to 82 military units now.
Yeah. Wow. That's a low number for Benno. He doesn't know what to do. He's looking at his
coming in single file, right? He's picking them off so they never reach a dangerous... Oh, I think it ran away. Yeah, it ran away. Okay. He needs the Valkyries to get to a critical mass so he can just dive this thing, but he's not keeping them together, so when they do go in, it's...
Well, at this point, if he doesn't focus down the
Valkyrie...
Yeah, okay, one of them does end up going down, and there's yet another one going down. This one only has 180 health, but there's 2 more where that came from. And the Anthelian is also in place somewhere. I'm not sure if it's moved from its... No, it's still spinning alongside the other one. So there are 2 Anthelians in play whenever DF remembers to use them. That can definitely deal with quite a few of these. There's even a grief for good measure. Well, that does coincide with a Valkyrie coming in, so that could be bad.
And the tanks and the Mavericks march into certain death.
Oh no! No! Look at the bill. No. He used his whole control group. He griefed his own buildings.
Oh no!
Well, the Anthelian has lifted somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where.
Those cannons. SMH. They died for a good cause, though.
Ah, look in the top right. That's where the Anthelian is, and it has completely
two
taken
Anthelians
care.
are over there now. Those are Wellbores. That's going to be a little bit of a costly loss. There are some Minotaurs coming in, which not going to do as well against the Star Sovereigns as some of the other choices he has.
Yes, that's the key thing here, is if he could have gotten Centaurs instead, try to close the gap, that would have been dealing some pretty good damage there, but you know, even just spamming out the Valkyries would have definitely helped. At this point, though, I think it's very
This
clear.
is getting out of control now. Like,
yeah.
This is becoming difficult to manage. If Benno can't get a grip on this situation, additional Star Sovereigns will continue, and those Anthelians can start picking him apart because there is still vision all over the map. His production could get hit by these Anthelians, and then he's really in trouble.
Well, then he's got no more Mavericks. Huh?
Then you have no more Mavericks, and at that point, why live?
Well, the Minotaurs are in. There's no more splash damage for the Star Sovereign. It hasn't been for a long time, so those main guns don't do any extra stack damage, but there's still just so much there, and the target selection wasn't all in either. So...
And this is where you're going to want those Phoboses that he had so much success with against DarkenedFantasies before, or Hippogriffs, especially when you can drag them across defenses from a long distance. Star Sovereigns can really struggle against those.
Yes, yeah. They
Vassals
don't. They
have arrived.
Yeah. Sort of walking around, just seeing what's going on. They find the Masons constructing the nanite assemblies to the right, so that could be a good pickup.
Trying to figure out where those Anthelians went. Did they die? Oh, I think they might have died to the Minotaurs.
That could have been the case, yeah, because I don't see them in play anymore. There's so many watchdogs here. I don't know it's going to matter too much, but Valkyries are also rallying over.
Vassals arrive.
Yeah, just to occupy them. They cover the escape. Star Sovereign's not turning around to deal with that. Try to burst down those units, and he's getting the most out of
the expansion is probably worth it.
He's also getting the most out of the intervention passive, where the missiles sort of fire off.
Oh, the nanite assembly is destroying these. It's going to be major. They're starting to build Phoboses, but they're not going to finish in time at all.
No, not even close.
There's nothing that Benno can do about this at this point unless he really starts plopping down Starports.
Anthelians.
Meanwhile, the Anthelians,
yeah.
There are the two Anthelians. They're at the left expansion. They just killed every single worker. Sucking in the tanks.
I didn't even know you could do that, so that's cool. Even I learned something every day. First nanite assembly is fallen. Other one probably not even canceled, and that's almost certainly got to be GG.
An additional Anthelian has joined the left, saving the one that was about to die from the Watchdog. That expansion is going to go down. The nanite assembly is going to go down.
Yeah.
They should take the main. Going for the main would be a great choice now, but he's actually just systematically going to each expansion. Now, there are two Cyprians in that bunker.
Yeah, that's one of the
Anthelians, but at this stage, it's just more of a consolidation as now the tech is being threatened.
Oh yeah, Star Sovereign's going to pick off the Atelier, and at that point, I mean, even before that point, when you lose the nanite assemblies, that's kind of the last hope for the game gone, and Vassals are chewing up Mavericks in the middle, which is a classic move, considering all of the different lattices that are being built here. And there are 6 Crucibles powering this monument.
It takes Vassals a little time to kill Phalanxes, mind you.
Yes, yeah, a little bit. A little bit of time. But
Dela's down, the Atelier is down. The Anthelian went to the main and annihilated all the Masons in the main. Although Benno has some money left, the window to do anything with Valkyries has evaporated at this point. DF played the long game.
Yeah.
And while he had a lot of difficulties early on, he followed the holy path of the Vassal to salvation. Valkyries are attempting to stop the Anthelian, and they're just pushing it around and getting sucked into it.
Oh, it's gone.
And it just disengages, yep.
Well, the Star Sovereigns are here to finish the job. As far as the starports are concerned, they should be the primary target, considering they're the only things blinking. Watchdogs being built here, but it's certainly not going to be enough. There's a large force of them in the bottom left, but, I mean, any ground army will take care of that now, too. And you could also just throw Anthelians at the problem and let them deal all the damage.
Here it begins. But he doesn't have anything to kill the Valkyries except for Vassals.
They'll do it eventually.
It doesn't matter. His whole main is gone at this point.
Yeah.
The vassals lay the smackdown on the Valkyries, and the Star Sovereign is protecting the vassal. It's just getting splashed to death.
Oh, goodness. And that's it.
That's it, man.
GG is called.
He accepts
DF.
defeat as a handful of Amaranths charge to the bottom left.
DF has taken yet another.
706 kills for DF in that game.
What a legend. Honestly.
This time, a very large chunk of those were Masons. Now that people have seen Benno's one-trick pony, color pony,
yeah,
they're figuring out ways of dealing with it. I think there's still struggle a little bit in the early, but you know, calm and comfortable as Benno likes it. When you know how to deal with this, calm and comfortable is going to help you out. He was, however, starting to put the pressure on with those diadems. If he was able to build several of them, that could have been a real hassle. But now that they no longer target air units properly, Star Sovereigns, I still think, would have had the end of results anyways by the time they were coming out.
Well, if you can believe it, we are now in a strange situation with our Group A. Benno sits at 2-2. 3 Crow, 1-2, and DF, 2-1.
That's 3.
Infinite Velocity will be selected. So
DarkenedFantasies says sometimes when you order as 2 Anthelians at the same time, only one of them moves.
Yeah, I'll have to investigate that. It's quite possible that something went down. Go ahead and update our stream title.
Now, I believe if DF takes this game, he wins the set, doesn't he?
We are on game number 6. He will be at 3 wins if he takes this game. And
Right, so he needs 4 wins?
He needs 4 wins to confirm, or if, for example, at this stage, Benno could then win the next game versus 3 Crow, assuming 3 Crow... Or, well, sorry. Benno could win the next game and force a tiebreaker, essentially. Potentially, anyway. It would really depend on whether 3 Crow plays spoiler at that point.
So this actually became quite a tight set at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right, let's get it rolling, folks. The Cawnadians is our name for this group, by the way, because we've got 3 Crow, DF, and then Benno is just... He's German, so I don't know if he counts.
I mean, Germans are basically just better Canadians anyways.
There you go.
Same for Swedes.
You'll notice here that Infinite Velocity is still using the old resources. And, as a result, that will certainly change some of the strategies that are available to you. Much more important to expand in such a situation. But you do have double geyser.
Infamous for Ahmed.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
I wonder if, again, we will make it even more infamous for Ahmed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's going to be a quarry first, and I think at this stage, you know, 3 Crow is going to go ahead and scout. He's trying to get to the Nidus. No, he remembers now there's blockers there, so. I'm not sure if DF watched the Infinite Velocity game. I think he did, because he said he was watching all the games. But looking at it from this stage, it definitely seems to me like neither player is really heavily pivoting towards trying to use the Niduses just yet. So we'll see how that works out.
Wow, a standard game on this map. It feels like the last time we saw that it was the early games with me, where I was just like, I didn't really want to reveal the Nidus until I knew 100% what the consequences of doing it were, because I knew that the moment I used it, everybody else was going to start using it, and then I was going to have a lot of problems because I was going to open Pandora's box.
Yes.
And now suddenly we've come full circle, and now it's semi-standard again.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's just the choice made by these players. Still just going to be a Fulcrum first here for 3 Crow. Maybe learning from the bio attempt against Protoss.
I feel like Fulcrum might be more comfortable for him, even if Cyclopses are not really up to spec at the moment. I don't think you'd normally want to build Cyclopses against Protoss too much anyways.
Well, you know, 3 Crow has already fallen behind in terms of workers, which is quite shocking considering he has the quarry. That is a little bit surprising.
Yeah. It's in part because the Fulcrum is really expensive, too.
Yeah.
So, and it's more cost investment than the Gateway, plus it ties up one of your workers in the process.
Yep, and you delayed your worker production by building the quarry to begin with. So if you're going to do that and pairing it with a Fulcrum first, it's quite, you know, difficult.
It's kind of a little bit like Zerg, really. Just not quite as investment heavy.
Well, the future stations are nearly about to burn down, which will open up the path. And maybe that's what 3 Crow was thinking of as he's got a Goliath up. We heard the sound. We've seen the sights. Players must now either destroy the Nidus or be subsumed.
Oh, there's actually creep there. Does that block buildings?
No, it's neutral creep. It's neutral cable.
Okay, so you can still just, like, pop in and start building cannons inside your enemy's base there.
Yes.
I thought that might have been what he was doing for a moment, because he sent a scribe down there, but I guess he decided he wanted to scout one last time.
Yeah, just confirming the first unit. That's always pretty good. Drakenid's going to stand guard. Not at the Nidus, crucially. They're going to allow the Goliath to come in and take some damage for its troubles. The second gateway as well. So this could get really volatile. Instead, 3 Crow doesn't even want it. Yeah, he doesn't even want to deal with it. So
Kian has bad experiences with Nidus.
Yeah. Well, we get to see
doesn't want to relive the horrors.
We do get to see something that's not going to matter in this matchup.
Oh, you know, these Drakenids might pop through before he destroys it. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, you don't get to see the. It's not like the health is shared between the two units, so you don't actually have any.
He has no idea. It would be so shameful if he tries to run right up to it at the last second and just dies right in front of him.
Yeah, it's not going to happen there.
No.
There you go.
Now we get to play the game. How long is he going to stand there waiting until he realizes it's gone?
Well, it should be obvious considering it's just destroyed on the ground there, and the Kager is receding. So
he's got 4 Drakenids waiting there for Ahmeds that will never come.
A stockade is being built, so you could see Ahmed. He just needs to get there a different way.
Mm-hmm. Interesting choice, but I think he's going for clerics actually.
Yes, to synergize those with the Goliaths is one of the greatest ways to contend with Drakenids in the early game. So
yeah, success with it dealing with Benno. So, you know, it is still a strong combination. I think it's more endurant than Mass Cyprians. Mass Cyprians is really only going to be relevant all the way up until you start seeing Tier 2. Meanwhile, Goliaths, being as strong as they are and as durable as they are with 2 armor and fairly good anti-air as well, clerics will make them quite durable even in Tier 2.
This Vulture's just going to get immediately picked off, but yeah, I will confirm the Gateway a heavy army. And now a Witness being rallied into the base. It's interesting.
It is Ecclesius again.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that, you know, maybe that's like an anti-Huracan measure. He only has a single Zealot.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's kind of neat that neither of the Terran players have ever gone for like a star pad against DF specifically to build ant seals to patrol for witnesses. We kind of saw that a little bit incidentally in the match on Terminus, but you know, over here I'm thinking, man, there's a lot of opportunity.
I think it's honestly very easy to forget about witnesses because early detection is not really a thing in this unless you're going explicitly for the ant seal.
Yeah.
And the embassy is kind of out of the way unless you're going for a Cantors, which we're also not seeing.
Yes, we haven't seen any envoys at all being trained from that embassy. In fact, I think the only thing he's ever built from it is the Witness, which is funny because it's also a scribe queue. Like, you can build scribes from it. So that's kind of interesting to think about because DF could have padded his worker count a lot using that feature.
And, you know, it's something that's easy to forget about even normally because, I mean, the whole thing is different. You start thinking about, what would the Protoss build? Oh, he might go for, like, you know, you might see, like, Bargas was more common. So if you ever see that, then you start seeing all the detection coming out. But it's a really subtle thing in many ways when many things that you have in front of you are very bombastic. So it easily slips under the radar quite a lot. And I know I forget about it too until I see the little shimmer in the air and I'm like, oh, I know what that is. It's time to get detection. By then it's kind of already too late. They've already served their purpose. But of course, in Benno, I mean, for example, the Anthelians in that game is some mixed success, but still destroying pretty much all of his workers. All that success is owed to the fact he has permanent vision across the whole map. He knows where the army is at all times, right? Like, if Benno's control was better, if he was being more adaptive to what was going on, well, now the observers know all this, because they had, like, almost all the map under detection. Plus, I think, especially when you're playing as Terran, if you're coming in from Brood War, you're kind of hardwired, like, oh, missile turrets detect.
Yes.
So I don't really need to worry because they've already got me covered. But then you're not really seeing them build watchdogs all over the place either anyways. There's a lot of disrespect for airdrops and stuff in these games.
Well, and you can get a lot more value out of them when you know where the enemy actually is, right? So using the witnesses in that way actually empowers the airdrops.
Now, Keenan might have spotted the shimmer in his main because he is building a star pad, and the witness was moving around quite a bit to get a glimpse of everything, so he might be aware of that.
And the other thing that's important about the witness spot is it tells you there's an embassy in play, which tells you could see envoys. It's just 4
and
witnesses.
that may even be
so
why
far,
he's
15
building
minutes.
a couple watchdogs in the back here, right?
Yeah.
And it's the thing is now with the recent economy changes is it's much easier to get these early witnesses than it used to be because gas was so precious, especially for Protoss where you really needed to have those extra production structures whenever you did want to get tech. So the NBC was kind of like off the beaten path because it cost gas itself, and then the witnesses was an extra 75 gas. And if they do happen to get early seals, which a lot of Terrans were doing against me at least, it was like, well, another witness died. So I tend to be really passive with my witnesses because of that. And indeed,
Yep, and
the
Ansel
first
does pop
dies.
out. Well, this witness will start to fall back a little bit, just so that it doesn't immediately get caught by any Anseal movements. There's actually a lot of them around. I'm not sure how many of them Kian is aware of. He has set up a natural, but no workers there yet. And that's in stark contrast to DF, who has even worker count with him just about, but obviously has much better spread with a second base.
And next, he's doing a little sweep now. He's got the second one. Thirds making the escape. They are a little faster now, I noticed, than before. Before they were quite slow to move around.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
So they're more or less normal now. In DF's position, though, I'm still not really sure if Atreus are really that great against Goliath clerics because they're quite large, so the splash isn't really going to do too much, and they can out-heal the damage. But I feel like if he gets some Amaranths into that, with those Ecclesiasts and the Zealots, then that will be quite a formidable force. This is actually a case where I think Legionnaires would be really good, too. It's just to tie them up so the clerics can't really get away from you.
Yeah. They also surround the units to prevent as much surface area, right? Because they teleport right on. But that would be yet another tech structure that he currently doesn't have. He's going to go ahead and set some Wardens up now that he knows that their Anseal's out. That could be a drop. There could be Wraiths. So just covering his bases, but both players on even bases right now.
Destroying the one mine in the middle there. Really going out of his way to send this one Draken in across the map to destroy the one Lobster.
Well, the thing is, when I think of it like, it feels like the map becomes a lot more intimidating when there's just no vision on the other side of the map, when the only thing you have is what you see in your base. And that's the opposite of what we see for DF, where he does still have witnesses around the area and can pretty confidently say that he knows when there's going to be a big attack moving around because mech units take up more space than Trojans. Very unlikely Kian committed so heavily into those after having so many mech units. So a big deal there.
He's
as the
also
move out.
covering the draw paths too,
Yes.
right? Like the down left, the top, and then the middle there.
He gets a
Kind
little
of
bit of
all the
eyes on
paths
the
you'd
choke
expect
as
to go.
well. Yeah, the one that's leaving the low ground base, right?
Now, Kian's invested so heavily into this Goliath mix that there is no tier 2 on the way at the moment.
Yep.
So DF, on the other hand, however, still is only making Atriuses. Now, as he starts amassing a large number of Atriuses, they can be quite formidable just by the fact that they're reasonably beefy. And eventually he will outscale this Goliath army, but I feel like he could be going for attack because he's got 1,000 gas in the bank. Again, Optectons are so amazingly strong against these ground-dominant armies, especially on maps like this, where you've got all these ledges you can hide behind, all these ledges you can stand on, that expansion right to the left of Kian's natural. There's so many great places you can abuse them on this map. They're just really strong units. But it is gas intensive. Well, when you've already got 1,000 gas, you could go for that for sure. Or you could go for error. You know, once the Terran hits tier 2, you might start seeing phalanxes, which could be a real pain in the ass to deal with when you're just using crabs. But if you already have air, then they won't be inclined to go phalanxes. They might be inclined to go magicals. Well, magicals are a little bit easier for the Atriuses to deal with, so it's almost like a cross bait. But DF at the moment, not doing any real outlandish things. Just maybe thinking about moving out or at least securing this natural. Quite a slow game from both players.
I am a little surprised about that, and I'm also very surprised to see, as you said, 1,000 gas in the bank. Like, what's he planning with that? Surely something. He's already capped his aquifer in the top there, and has taken a third base, so... Very interesting. Still no tech for Kian, on the other hand. Like you were saying earlier, he's invested a lot.
I think he was expecting more aggression based on the games that they had earlier, and it didn't come. And now he's kind of in a position where he needs to kind of play catch up because he doesn't really know what the Protoss is doing. Again, using the Ancials to scout, you can very easily scout a lot of DF space with an Ancial. Yeah. You go straight down. I mean, you can just dive through the cannons. They're not going to kill it. And you can get a lot of intelligence on what was going on. And I feel like Kian, if he attacked right now, and he caught one of these armies out, he can put himself in a super strong position. And he might even be inclined to do that if he didn't catch the second army. But now that he catches the second army, he's going to know that there's a lot of units on the map still.
Yeah, it's awkward what you do as Kian. He should drop an Atlas ASAP, but he's got a lot of idle workers, and he's moving his army around trying to figure out what to do with them. A lot of them just sort of...
He still is probably expecting aggression because all those units were out in front, right? There's a lot of them. Yeah. It seems like it's a good opportunity for DF to at least probe. But I feel like Kian maybe... Okay, he is getting the Atlas now.
Yes, he did drop one a little bit ago, so...
There is just witnesses all over the place, making a little net, covering all the extremities.
Yeah, pretty soon he can even do that below the low ground expansion to cover, again, all of the drop paths. So he just needs like 2 more, and he'll cover that pretty well. There's not that many.
Keeping in mind, he has all these witnesses, and he's still sitting on almost 1,400 gas. He's got a lot of minerals and a lot of gas. Yeah. You know, at this stage, just go Star Star.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Well. Monument of Sin. There'll be a couple Crucibles to boost it up. With 6 Crucibles boosting the Monument of Sin in the last game, he was able to very steadily afford a lot of units out of the Monument. So getting to showcase the Grief of All Gods, getting to showcase all of that stuff. Now, the thing is, with the Atlas finishing, at the time scale we're looking at here, this should almost certainly be possible for Kian to prepare for if he can confirm it's happening. Or maybe suspects that it's happening. He can drop some starports. He can get ready with some Gorgons and Valkyries. He can try to contend with this, it's very slow to amass armada that's very expensive, and see what he can do. He can even bring the Ancials because they can protect against the Star Sovereign shots. So he's better equipped than Benno was. It's just he needs to know that it's happening, and he's really refusing to move out of his own side of the map.
I think Kian will know and respond accordingly once he sees them. But he has not made any attempt to scout this at all. Again, he is actually getting starports, though. So whether or not he suspects it or not, I think that maybe he might even be thinking of going like Salamanders or something again or whatever, just because he had success with them. But he will have the tools necessary to deal with this. And DF, on the other hand, is not going to be able to... He's only attempting to probe this after the initial batch of witnesses were destroyed. So as long as Kian avoids showing his hand too early... and does actually get Valkyries, or at least some manner of dealing with this. If DF invests super heavily into Star Sovereigns and then proceeds to lose them all really easily, that would be really devastating.
Well, the thing is, his investment is also based on his building placement. He's got a lot of resources in the Crucibles, and really the primary thing they're powering is this Monument of Sin. He doesn't have a crazy amount of build space he can use to operate the other, structures if he decides to, slap them around or whatever. So.
He could put some Templar archives there. Yeah. And 1 or 2 other buildings, but the really big, really important ones to build, like if you wanted demiurges or if you wanted pariahs or anything else. Those are pretty large structures, so he doesn't really have a lot of space. And the space that they're in right now is really vulnerable. Like, if he does go mass salamanders, there is not much room to even spam cannons and engrams in the spot to actually protect them. And those buildings are pretty vulnerable. Like, I think I would have preferred them to stick him down... maybe even in the lower left where you can at least surround them in defenses. Or maybe in the upper area, right?
Yeah. No,
yeah, the Fountainhead. So he is going to do something similar to what he was doing against Benno.
Well, the thing is, it's actually it's an Anthelian first coming out of DF. He's not interested in the Star Sovereign. He's just going to use his witnesses to spot for his Anthelian.
You know, I wonder if he's looking for some kind of timing push here, where he goes in. It's kind of like what I wanted to do against Shambler on the one time. You engage, and then you drop the Anthelian just behind them,
just to hang them up, and Yeah,
it stops them from running away from you. Then they have to engage you. Particularly useful, I figured, with Archons.
Yes.
So then they can't escape the Archons. Of course, he doesn't have Archons. He has a bunch of crabs. But his units are kind of like split up right now. Like he's got some sting in the middle just in case. He's taking this bottom left area here. And he's got the top there. He's actually got an additional embassy dumping scribes in that spot, and he didn't queue up any of the one on his main. Kind of funny, but. He is spotting this expansion Nikian took on the bottom right, so
I think this is the target of the
slowly
Anthelian.
creeping out.
Yeah,
they were both timid.
Yeah,
like I think they both expected aggression from one another, and it never came.
Well, a third Anthelian in the queue, and a second one is already out, so they can indeed be tasked onto this back base and absolutely obliterate the economy here. At least for that particular base. You know, he's setting up a fourth. It's going to be a while. He can't transfer the workers because the Anthelians are going to pull them. So we'll keep an eye out on where these things are
maybe
going.
he's looking for some hit and run. I mean, he's got the vision to do so, but he's not intimately aware. It's actually going to be Sundogs coming out of these.
Those can deal with the Anthelian. I mean, they have a lot of armor,
yeah.
but they just don't have a lot of, damage per second. Their DPS is not very high, so it's just all Anthelians here from DF. He's queued yet another one there. So he's clearly looking to divide and conquer, clearly looking to see what he can do to spot his opponent's movement. And
what's kind of interesting about this is he kind of like just stopped making ground units entirely.
Yeah.
So this is a super high investment for him at this point. Meanwhile, Kian is just absolutely filthy rich.
Yeah, he's taken the very rich gas base in the bottom right. It is spotted, so that might be a target for one of the witnesses. More crucibles. Monuments of Sin continuing, a single Monument of Sin really, continuing to produce. And
is that top left crucible, is that close enough to influence the Monument of Sin?
It should be. If it's ever idle, we can check the stacks, but
maybe he's just going to make like 30 Anthelians and just try to overlap them and kill his army that way. I've never seen it. Do they stack?
The damage will. And the pull will be influencing quite a bit as well. So, yeah, this is definitely the most Anthelians I've seen at any one time. So
it could work.
He would have to have so many that he can kill, 200 damage or 200 HP Goliaths with 2 armor. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Oh, there goes one into the expansions. The workers are dancing.
That's going to be the conclusion of that one. The Sundogs, meanwhile,
have arrived.
Yeah, as well as some Salamanders. They're getting yanked all over the place.
They're spinning. They're tasked onto the one, and they're not attacking the other one. They're just getting shoved away.
Okay, well, they have evacuated, and now they're going to start
what Diev could have done in that case is killed them with the other 2, but he actually went to this other expansion instead.
Well, his other ones are dealing with the gas.
Oh yeah, they're wiping out the gas.
So. Yeah, he hasn't. He has tasked them away, and they will indeed escape. That must be so frustrating for Kian.
These undefended expansions are all going to be tickled to death.
I mean, the thing is, like his army could easily take DF's ground army, but he doesn't have enough of a force, and he doesn't even have any shamans to like mass heal his air units after being wounded. So eventually, the Anthelians will, pick them apart here. They relocate to the top
what
middle.
Is your next plan? You've got the money. My God, have you got the money? Kian, at this point, decides it's time to attack.
Yeah, it's going to be spotted, of course, by
witnesses. I don't want to be tickled to death. It will be spotted thoroughly, yes. Meanwhile, this witness, moving over towards the other natural, no defenses here of any kind. Remember, he lost some Anthelians, just a handful of Watchdogs in the game against Benno. They are not enough high damage to easily destroy Watchdogs. And there's no defenses being built.
This could turn into an awkward base trade because, again, the Anthelians can never face the attacking units, right? And they are going to teleport into the main. There are Watchdogs here. So while the damage is good, and they are going to try to escape now, and it will just barely be enough, I think. No, one of them will fall down. So The attack force is coming in as a response. 3 Crow clearly committed. Gorgons all the way around on the side.
His air army took a lot of damage flying over that center. Has to turn around to go and fight it. He's going to lose Salamanders.
Oh, he's focusing them down, though. The Anthelians are falling meanwhile. They were used as a bit of a last-ditch defense, but if this army gets picked apart and it doesn't find any success, I mean, now all the Valkyries he made are kind of bunk, and I think there's going to be enough Atriuses and Drakeneds.
He has to watch out for the Atriuses. If he stacks up, this could still go really badly.
Well, he's able to focus them down, and remember that the Gorgon's slow on hit, so that's all the splash taken out. There is a Star Sovereign. The Valkyries actually can be useful, but they're not here in the fight. So as much as it would be useful, he is going to try to focus it down. He's all stacked up. He might think that they're dealing splash. They're not. He's going to fall back instead, and that will be the conclusion of the fight. But look at where we're at. 30 workers. He's slowly rebuilding, and there's still the opportunity for more Anthelians to come out and add more punishment. A second Monument of Sin being added right now because that's how rich he is.
This is the point where DF's in a super strong spot, because as long as he holds on to his resources and production, he can replace these heavy air units quite quickly. Which means that his standing army at this point is going to be stronger and will remain stronger because he lost his ground army, but it did its job. It protected his resources, including all the idle workers.
Well, the Vultures could come in and start picking apart these base defenses, but I don't even know if it's going to be enough. Like, you're hearing structures burn down and just the base in total disarray.
Now, this Anthelian, he just finished it. It could absolutely strike this Nat. He's got a witness there, keeping an eye on it. And that would be that's the last active base that Kian has at this point.
Yeah, it's a question of where he wants to target the Anthelian. Right now, it's not going anywhere. He's just
the Vultures
keeping an eye on.
Will at least, make funny faces at the Anthelian, but they can't actually stop it.
Well, there's a whole host of Valkyries, so there are going to be needed some sort of ground army is going to be necessary for this.
If he can use this Anthelians wisely, he can protect.
Yes, he's going for the natural while the Star Sovereigns are distracting the Valkyries, but they actually haven't pulled the trigger yet, so...
Yeah, there we are. The natural is gone.
Yeah.
It's absolutely devastating.
He's still got...
Where are the Valkyries going to go? Chasing the Anthelians at this point is a lost cause. He's got to go for the Star Sovereigns. They can't get away from you. But he has to be careful, though. The Anthelians could kill him. If the Valkyries get caught up, that the Anthelians show up behind them while they're fighting the Star Sovereigns, I feel like they might be able to finish them off.
Yeah, the problem is at this point he has nothing to target any ground units, and he is going to go ahead and swing up to deal with these Star Sovereigns. They'll die in short order. Not really a whole lot that can be done about that. They're too slow to move. The interception missile's doing a fair bit of damage there to the Valkyries, but there's still plenty more where that came from. And yeah, the Anthelian simply cannot close the game for DF, but there's nothing on the ground anymore. He's got 10 workers, Kian does, so death by all of those Mason kills. It's just going to have to be all she wrote for Kian for 3 Crow here in just a moment. There's 3 Anthelians. And I don't know if that would be enough.
I still feel like the Anthelians could be used to snipe the Valkyries, but
yeah,
he's going to need at least one other Star Sovereign to deal the initial damage necessary to get them low enough.
Well, he's moved off to the top right here, and they are spinning, so that was good. Clearly very functional units.
This is going to be really enraging for Kian. I just imagine him tilting really hard right now because... I don't know why he's refusing to build any watchdogs at all to deal with those.
Yeah, even the 2 watchdogs were enough to kill the Anthelians in exchange for losing all his workers. And he had the production queues to get back if he would stop the bleeding. But he didn't scout, so he didn't know they were coming. He didn't protect his base from the witness spotting. And at this point, yeah, I think he is probably just sort of foaming at the mouth most likely. He's got the Valkyries. He can deal with them if they give him a fair fight, but...
Now, DF could just plop down like 20 lattices, throw in some vassals.
It's going to be the low ground base here.
Vassal battle, yeah.
He moved his Valkyries up there to the top to try to, deal with that. And look at that. They're already tasked away. See ya.
You need something to... Yeah, I mean, at least keep the Valkyries on the base. He has to know that those things take vision to go there. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, he's brought the Anseals out, so... He does have to be somewhat
careful. There's only 30 more where those came from.
Yeah.
This one even right next to where that one was.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. That's why you got to drop down a bunch of watchdogs to just put an Anseal on patrol. Just through all your bases and they'll just kill everything.
Oh, he found the one in his main, yeah.
Yeah, another one down.
And that's good for anti-Didact play as well, because obviously they can cloak each other. So there's like a lot of reasons to do that versus Protoss that I think because of lack of familiarity and lack of game time, a lot of players are just not going to be super aware. There's a single Gorgon in production.
Sizable number of Star Sovereigns now. This should really be it. And I think their overlapping splash can, especially if he brings in the Anthelians to assist. Yeah, should be enough to deal with this.
The only splash they have is from their missiles, but it can be enough depending on how that works out. And the Witness now being tickled here will be taken out by the Valkyrie. Yeah, I think it's setting in. It's setting in now at this point. That's for the Cesian is from the Nidus regressing. Neutral ones.
Oh, I didn't know those regress into
you build them from the Kagran colony now. So.
Oh.
And then only the exit is actually destroyed. The other one is a regression.
Does that mean you can take over it with a Demiurge and turn it into something?
You could, yeah. I think it works for neutral units. I'm not sure. Oh, look at that.
It wasn't working for me before, but
I don't actually know. Does he even have any Anthelians there? Oh, never mind.
He had it detected, but there was nothing there to destroy it.
I think he should be able to pick at least one of these off. Yeah, look at that. Look at how fast they fall, too. He lost 2 out of 3, but that did some damage to the Valkyries, and there's so many Star Sovereigns now. The Antseals can try to help with a single target, but they will get bursted down themselves.
It's mostly emotional support at that point.
Yeah. He just has no money.
It's going to stop, what, like 2 shots? Maybe 2.5.
Reduced to nothing but a couple of smoldering structures, 1 starport at a time, occasionally training a unit. Like, he's been picked apart.
DF never bothered to replace this ground. Oh, never mind. He's making some zealots now. I have all these minerals. I may as well queue up some amaranths and zealots. But he can deal with those. He's got some vultures.
I think he might need to save some money for therapy for after the game, honestly. I don't know.
Oh, there's so many witnesses are dying. Kian's caught onto it now. Now,
it's just
he
too
was
late,
a little intimidated, but he's finally mustered the courage to send forth his massive armada. Try to deal with those Valkyries once and for all that are all very wounded.
There's a plan here. There's going to be a grief on the tech, I think, or maybe the starports
But
themselves.
there's going to be some grief if he gets separated. Those Valkyries might actually be able to pick them off one at a time very easily.
Oh, yeah, the one that was channeling there instantly gets picked off. This could be a way for DF to make the game a little bit longer. One of them will go off, and that will take out some of the starports. I think the Fountainhead might go kaput as well.
All right, now he wants to stand and fight.
Yeah, I think.
There you go.
I'm not sure. I still think the Valkyries will take care of it. Yeah, the stacking splash is going to be great. One of them's not going to disable the weapon because he's that confident, apparently. And there it is.
Just barely squeaking out that last grief.
It was close. It was that particular Valkyrie set was close. The whole game, though, is clearly just 3Crow being very surprised by a significant number of that, you know? So he had no idea it was coming. And you could see DF sort of improve his play using Anthelians for a little while there. So all right, we'll get Benno in for what will probably be the decider game, unless Benno can take it. Actually, DF's too tired. He can't go on. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he was so timid. I'll let Benno decide. What maps are still available? We have. Let's check it out.
That's 3.
Let me take a look here, because if Benno loses this, he will also have 3. I haven't updated the scores yet. If Benno loses,
3.
Yeah, if Benno loses this, it'll also be 3. If DF wins, Benno will be tied for second place with you. So we will have DF playing himself into a heart condition, perhaps. what's going on over there. Yeah, we'll take a short break.
Okay.
If Benno,
I'll be back in a few minutes then.
All right, let me update the scores as I was saying. We have, yeah, DF is now 3-1. Benno is still 2-2, and 3Crow is 1-3. So let's check it out. Oh wait, no, don't do that. Well, actually, technically, it doesn't. Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. I was gonna say maybe it doesn't matter, but of course it does. Yeah, I have a mock-up screenshot that I use for seeing the game during that, and the text is white and the background is translucent, so I can hardly see a thing. But obviously, it looks fine in the actual overlay. Oh, there you go. I will also take a moment of BRBing and see if I can grab some food or something, and use the bathroom and all that. So see you guys very shortly as we continue Group A, which has proven to be quite memorable thus far.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
So
My time is going to become more interruption heavy as we go through, because this is proving to be a little... Oh, why am I in Shambler's game? It's proving to be a little longer than expected.
yeah, no kidding. I mean, the very
have
first
to
game
jump
was kind of
AFK
a
at some point.
yeah, it was kind of a sign for that.
So this is Dark Feet versus Benno. Do you
Yes.
think Benno is going to approach this game with a different strategy?
I don't know if it's been enough time for for either one of our players to really have changed their strategy. But we did see DF make some interesting adjustments with a more Anthelian-heavy presence. He always really liked the witness spread, so that's a big deal, and that is something that's clearly indicative of his playstyle. And maybe, you know, depending on how intently Benno is watching and listening to the commentary, he might himself have seen, oh yeah, there's you know, detection that I need versus those witnesses. But he hasn't yet felt the wrath of the Anthelian moves. So. We'll see what happens there. All right, Darkened Fantasies versus Benno. We are setting ourselves up for the move here. See if DF is actually ready. Ah!
You guys like ASMR, right?
Absolutely slapped.
You like that ear licking?
Feet licking.
Licking.
Licking, yeah, got him. It just reminds me, that's like the level of stupid that reminds me of when I made a birthday map for Necron, which is every day, by the way. Happy birthday, Necron. I was running out of ideas to name his race because it's just like N and then whatever. Like, one was like Necron's mom was like the queen or something.
I think he's dizzy after watching the Anthelian spin for so long.
Yeah, that could be the
And
case.
the Monument of Sand. It's like a carousel. Also, it's Maim Street.
It is Maim Street. This is his map. DF made this map.
Well, we're going to see if he has the ability to control the autism on Maim Street, because it gets to be pretty goofy.
Yeah, I mean, Benno wasn't the one to instigate stupid on Maim Street before, though. He was just spamming Mavericks. And Nablime
Go figure.
was the Nablime was the one who did what do you call it? He did the anchor move in the early game. So.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of astonished he never tried to do that against me. I was really expecting it a lot of the time.
Okay, we are starting our matchup here. DF beleaguered, wounded perhaps after spinning on Kian's face so many times, but that is not going to be enough for him to qualify just yet in first place. He's sealed the deal. He will 100% be in the playoffs. This is to determine if he's going to be in the upper seed or the lower seed for the playoffs.
So you're basically saying we're going to find out if he's a dom or a sub.
Pretty much. Now, Benno has, not yet clinched the playoff berth either, because if he ends up dropping this game, he has to face none other than 3Crow himself for the decider spot. So that's kind of interesting. Well, it's a little bit different than that. Basically, Benno has to then face 3Crow, and if 3Crow wins that game, they play a tiebreaker. So we actually have a maximum number of 3 games that we might play here.
Oh man, that is 3.
That is.
There's a lot of 3 in that.
Yeah.
I think Kian's kind of like, his first game was really rough, but he kind of like picked up after that.
Yep.
And then like, I think DF more or less just like caught him off guard because he kind of like adapted to dealing with Benno at that point.
Yeah.
And then DF was like, oh, by the way, I'm just going to rush mass Anthelians. And Kian was like, oh.
Well, that's the kind of strategies
okay.
that are afforded by that gas-heavy map of infinite velocity, right? So we come to Maim Street, home territory for DF, but maybe not recent games on it. So by feel and by recency, you might say Benno is advantaged. There's going to be a lattice as the opener, though. So we might see vassals. We might see, you know, just
This isn't the best map for navigating 300 Mavericks around.
Yes. You may have noticed
if he
that.
decides to commit to the tried and true, and I don't see why. What is? Oh, DF. Oh, DF.
Perfect.
Are you doing what I think you're doing?
You know what I think he's doing is I think he's saying, I really need to finish this game quick or else I'm going to throw up or something. So here's some... Oh, it's going to be Sims.
It's Sims. It's not vassals. I'm sorry, Kian. Don't look.
Interestingly enough, I mean, for one, this Cyprian's chasing the scribe all the way to the top. Interestingly enough... Oh, into the wall. That's exactly where you should go, Brood War. Good job. Anyway.
Main Street claims another.
Yeah, the Sims are actually not a bad choice versus Cyprians in the early game because you can get, you know, splits on all of them and then, you know, dance all day. But the problem is eventually they do become weakened enough that the splash will take care of them. So it really only matters in the early stages when there's maybe like one Sim for every Cyprian or something like that. You could conceivably see that happen. These Sims will indeed be tickling this Mason to death. No reaction there. Not interested. See ya. He's gone.
He was going to make vassals, but he quickly canceled them back into Sims.
Okay. He has an idea.
Looking for some Sim City, I suppose.
I suppose.
The Wounded Scribe is actually in the perfect position to make a very cheeky expansion.
He wants the double gas, perhaps.
Double gas really helps mass Sim builds.
Well, there's a quarry coming in.
I mean, he is diving. He is fully saturated his gas.
Yeah.
You might see a tech switch at some point straight into the Anthelians.
There's no gas cost for the Sim, so he's starting to bank a little bit of gas right now. It's still super early days, obviously, but doesn't much matter.
There is some feet. And there are some Cyprians. I don't see the Sims accomplishing really much of anything here.
Yeah, they're a little too slow to be able to walk past it without too much damage, and obviously they can't really do a crazy amount of damage themselves. So it's more about like taking up the fights on their own, obviously dealing with workers quite well. Scribe will actually scout in first to see that, so that's good. That's good info.
And so it begins.
Oh my god.
So it begins.
Oh, he accidentally split that one. That was 2 for the price of 1.
DF is very much about his stonks at the moment.
Losing a little bit too much damage on the Sim there. All right, he thinks he can do it now. I don't think he can.
I don't think he can.
He's going to need more than that.
He did, however, increase his stonks even more. Holy shit.
They are multiplying. The problem is the Cyprians can just laugh at them no matter how many there are. So.
Yeah.
He doesn't... I mean, he could, like, wrap these free ones around and attack the bottom.
Yes, so many of them.
Yeah. Suddenly, we see Benno with the army disadvantage. That's crazy. Never saw that before.
Yeah. the inverse Maverick dynamic.
Yeah.
I think they're going to go all the way out.
He really is. He's taking a left on Main Street.
Just take the long way around. He's got a single manifold in there, too.
A couple, yeah. He's got a pair. Grand Library back at home. I mean, his base is so vulnerable. He's got no defenses.
I don't know. He might be going for Cantavis.
Yeah.
That's my guess, actually.
I mean, that's the... Again, he's not spent a little... Besides the manifolds, he hasn't spent any gas. The Grand Library is 400 minerals. So...
I think I will see an embassy at some point here. And he might go straight to Storm. That would be quite effective. I don't know if it'll close the game, because by the time this is actually up and running, I think Benno's going to already have a third base at some point, but...
Well, check this out. He's got a star pad out, and so I think that might be the first time we've seen Benno actually do that. Crucially, I think it's because he's realized, oh yeah, there's probably going to be witnesses in my base. But this is the game where that's not the case.
Yeah.
However, there is a horde of simulacra charging down from the south, and all of the Cyprians are predictably in the wrong spot. No reaction time on the minimap. There it is, starting to figure it out.
Oh no, the star pad is denied. Workers are getting massacred left and right. One Cyprian succumbs. But now the actual fighting comes, and Sims aren't going to do as well in this.
Yeah, again, this is where you're maybe struggling to close the game out, but back at home, there's not really anything in the tank here. He is going to charge on forward, using the Sims. He's got a nice little line.
This Manifold, if it stays alive, it could get some damage in. 2 Vassals have arrived, and they secure victory. God bless Vassals.
I think that might actually have done it. He could have brought the anchor down, but he will GG and concede. That will be DF exiting in first place with Benno just ever so slightly, you know, not able to hit the mark.
Yeah, Maim Street claims another. That was a Maim Street victory. He literally took the longest goddamn route around the map he could have with the slowest units he had access to, and it still won out because of LMAO Maim Street.
Well, I say last map, actually. Let me confirm that this is the last map. Because like I was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure we have more maps than that. So we have... I might just be completely wrong. And I would say that's quite likely, actually. Give me one sec. These games have started to become very silly.
Yes, they have. I don't know, man. I didn't think the mass Sims was going to work out against the Cyprians, but it turns out DF had figured out the strategy to getting his own Maverick equivalent.
Very much. Very much.
I think a core part of that was the fact that it was Sims that were dying and not the Manifold, and the Manifold was dealing a significant amount of damage over time and was able to help them close kills. So Kian is got a little bit of an uphill battle, but he's shown he can take those battles. We'll see if Benno learns from his experience the wrath of the random estranged aviaries.
Got him.
And Kian going straight to gas there. So probably just be Corey, I imagine. Oh, it's this map. This is also a map known for goofy shenanigans.
I think when you learn it, it's a little bit more standard, but this will be the first time Benno's ever played on it. So not a great advantage for him. We could actually see 3-Co clinching us out, taking us to a tiebreaker, which will be played on Repulsion, which is where we started this, which is probably going to be another several hour TVT epic. So.
This is a map that really favors drops for anything like a Cantors and Phalanx because of that sunken ledge there. You can just land on and be absolutely untouchable to anything close range. But they're both Terran, so I somehow don't really think we're going to see that. However, we do have some island bases, and those are always a vortex for Tism.
Oh, yes.
All the ledges on this map are extremely punishing. A lot of these expansions are really, really hard to hold because things can access them from all over the place across those central ledges, and then those ones on the sides have upper ledges on them. You have to spread out your defenses super, super far. Well, thankfully for Benno, it's all wide access all over the place, except for those narrow ones going into the back of the mains, which means if he really wants to make 1,000 Mavericks, it's a lot easier to navigate this map than it is a lot of the other ones.
It's going to be a Cyprian first as stock standard. No quarry yet for either player. Fulcrum first instead for 3-Co, maybe learning from that infinite velocity match where he was very slow to have much commitment there. Fulcrum's just about to finish, as the Cyprian does itself, and the Mason will scout the presence of the Fulcrum, which again, based on timings, hopefully 3-Co will not seem like he's hiding anything, because he's certainly not right now. However, he is pathing a Mason off to the side, and I think that's going to be a star pad.
I think this is going to be... Oh, I was expecting a Goliath first, but no.
He wants to save the gas. He's not quite able to afford the...
corner.
Oh, a
It's
treasury.
treasury.
He's going to float it.
He's going to take that island base.
Okay. And you know what? It's far enough away that it's unlikely that Benno will scout that. At the same time, Benno's going to be taking a natural expansion of his own, so...
Yeah, Benno, again, very unlikely to do anything early aggressive here. I think, honestly, when you're playing against him like this, you could afford to have a very, very greedy opener.
Yes.
You could go, like, triple expansion against him, and I don't think he's going to be really inclined to punish you. He does not seem to be the kind of player to look at your timings and be like, I'm going to attack now because it looks like I have an opening. I think you very, very easily could do something really greedy. And I think you can do the same against Nablime for a similar reason. Although Nablime did try to do timing pushes against me. That didn't really work out for him. And he says, this is why I really don't want to try to do it. And I think it's both of these players taking these experiences from their past experiences with the game or early aggression tends to be much more heavily punished. It's very possibly that the players in their community tend to be universally more defensive as a result. And that's kind of like the meta they have. So then you come into our community where, well, the games that they're playing against right now, DF has shown some early aggression, and Kian has shown a little bit, but nothing kind of like Shambler or you, where you are both very, 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 very early aggressive. And I think that, you know, especially when you saw Shambler versus Nablime, it just turns into a mess for them, just because they just don't really expect. I mean, that's the same reason I had a lot of problems when I started too. Is most games that I played, I lost in under 3 minutes.
Now, this is kind of cheeky, right? Because of the way that the map is laid out, this quarry has to be built down here in the bottom. And that's an interesting way, actually. I don't know if it was intentional, but it's interesting to balance conceptually the fast island base if you go for a treasury instead of a ministry, right? Then you have less mineral efficiency on the harvest. But at some point when he's got enough workers here, he can lift the treasury up.
With the bottom right, that isn't the case.
Yeah, so it must probably be not intentional, I'm guessing. Getting absolutely
Fulcrum,
smacked.
and there is indeed going to be a little bit of early aggression here, or maybe he's looking just to, like, soft contain.
Well, the anchors are up, right? So
yeah, it's not going to really accomplish too much. He's kind of like looking around here, so I don't know. Maybe he's going back. He seems uncertain. He's intimidated by crows. They're cawing at him incessantly. He can hear them, but he can't see them. I'm not really sure what that was, but he's going to end up moving back home. Maybe checking to see if there was any early aggression heading towards him, seeing if there was anything.
Yeah, that could have been it. Just checking the army rotations, getting a little bit more vision on the map.
He hasn't, and this is something I noticed now, he hasn't checked any of those side bases at all in this game. In the other map, he did. The moment he hasn't here. Now, Kian's checking these. And we I see you typing.
No, I set it to send a message to only DF, but it just says to oof.
Oh yeah.
On the chat. So
I thought that was him sending you those messages.
Yeah.
So a couple mines out here. Again, he's moving up, but I just feel like he's not gonna do. I wonder if he suspects something really cheesy is going on. It's been another early Goliath pressure or stuff like that he's come to expect, probably. But there is Goliath coming. Nothing really cheesy at the moment. Kian is substantially behind on workers, though.
Yeah, he's got the army advantage for sure, so I don't think there will be any end of the game here. That Vulture is going to get popped off, but it will confirm the presence of some Cyprians. This is probably going to be a site for confused eyes. What? Benno? Having units on the map? That's crazy.
He's probably getting confused, too, because this is a slightly non-standard Kian play from him.
Yeah.
But Kian is indeed looking to go. In fact, we see here Watchdog in the Nat, and I thought there was going to be a Watchdog in the main, too. But not yet. He's got a worker there.
Yeah.
It looks like he wanted to go to the island, and now he realizes it is an island. And that may reveal to him the secret of what Kian's been doing all this whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think really Benno doesn't... He shouldn't be, like, falling back with all of his units when he has so many at home. It's very unlikely that there could be, like, a Doom Drop or something, but I guess he's worried about that.
I mean, he is the Doom Dropper, so
Yeah.
I'm sure he's very conscious of the possibility that there could be a large number of Pythians filled with Mavericks flying towards space at the moment. He's going to add in an additional stockade. Oh, no, that's a star path.
Yes, that is.
Do you think he's going to try to drop that island? I wonder if he tries to do that.
He could. He could also just be interested in, you know, throwing a worker down there himself, so...
Yeah. I mean, he could just lift a building, so I'm not really sure.
Well, it will be a ministry for Kian to expand in the top right. Economically, not doing so hot by comparison. I think a big part of that is probably that he was expecting the quarry to be put down with no concern there.
Instead, benno has amassed a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
It's not taking a third yet. He's, I think he's just really going to hold out for that. Oh, invalid hash.
Oh, you got something, huh? I didn't get anything.
Struct index 2, hash type 1. Strange. I wonder why I got that.
Yeah, I didn't get it, that. So that's interesting. Apparently 3Crow got it, so...
That's weird.
We'll see if that continues.
Oh.
It's 1. Yeah, that's going to be one of the players, unfortunately. So that's either 3Crow or Benno. So we do have to...
Someone did not run the appropriate...
That's what I'm thinking.
Now I got an invalid player flag, active nation 0.
Yeah, so in this particular case, the second player, which is hard to identify, is the one who is... no, I don't think I can actually confirm that in the console right now. But basically, one of the players has the wrong thing, yeah. I wonder if it's because... I wonder if somebody trained a unit that had modified stats, and that's what kicked in.
Was there a Maverick that was made?
Yeah, I'm thinking that that could have been it, but I don't see a Maverick anywhere. So. Oh, it could have been an ant seal being requisitioned. I think that might be what's happened, because the star pad's idle, and it could have been that he's using the version that has 75 gas instead of 100 gas, and he didn't have enough for, like, the actual money that for us, for him to spend. You know what I mean? Like, that could have been it, so...
yeah. So he's not running... He's running on pre-release instead of release, basically.
That's what it sounds like, yeah. I'll just, I'll ask him to train that.
Okay, no error.
No, it's already out, so... I'm pretty sure he ran the wrong one. Oh, he does have that.
No, he is on the right version.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what else it could have been. Well, the problem is the play is so passive that you know,
you couldn't tell if it was desynced anyways, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's not really an abnormal number of idle workers, so maybe it's not, but I'm pretty sure.
I mean, look on the bottom right and tell me what you see.
Yeah, well, they're turning to return now, so.
He's got some tism.
Yeah, they returned. Now they're harvesting for me. He's building some starports and fulcrums. Are they still spinning for you?
The, what? Oh, the SCV? No, they came back.
Okay.
The cat came back.
We'll see what happens.
The game looks perfectly normal.
Yeah, actually, there doesn't seem any problems. So. There's a fountainhead being built by none other than 3Crow himself. Getting some starports. Yeah,
he's gonna get... He knows. Like, this is what worked for him before.
Yeah.
There's no reason to assume it's not going to work. You know, just
what
keep doing it, I guess.
Mask, what have I started? I asked him to build...
Oh, well, I mean, it's his natural... Look at the workers.
Where?
Oh, never mind. Those were intentionally going over there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's transferring them over to his base in the middle.
I thought that was a secret case of the tisms.
No.
I mean, he was going to build Mavericks anyways.
Yeah, let's be real. Let's be real here.
He was going to do it, you know. Like, he's building additional stockades. Now, what is interesting is he's got 2 starports there. I have to wonder if he's going to preemptively consider that he's going to be going to... Yeah, I feel like it, because he's making Valkyries. He's just suspecting that that's where this is going to go. He knows he's getting countered at this point. That said, these vultures have found some very undefended masons here.
They seem to ignore the Mavericks in the middle of the map, which is a bit suspicious to me, but... Oh, they're responding to those ones.
Okay, he's got 1,000 Cyprians coming down to deal with these 4 vultures. They will be stamped out. All in due time, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good with the harassment, but obviously he's floating a ton of money back at home. And his starports aren't doing anything just yet, so...
It's okay. He pulled every single Cyprian.
They're still not actually finishing this job. He's still busy, you know, ordering units back at home. There we go. Back to work, boys. Crisis averted.
2 rotaries coming, additional starports en route.
Yeah, this is the kind of similar move here. So there is already Valkyries out on the field in the middle of the map. 2 more just popped. So yeah, I think he's already learning from that, and he is going to try his best to take this game. If he does, remember, if Benno is able to claim this match, what we will end up seeing is 3 Crow exiting in last place and Benno qualifying to semifinals.
Now, what is interesting is that Keenan's also going for the double mantle.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're going to see cataphracts. And I think this will be a little unexpected for Benno because in the game where there were cataphracts, it was a lot more one-sided of a game, and they weren't really that pivotal. I mean, there was like the massive Battle of the Alamo, but I think it probably gets a little forgotten about amidst all the other things that are going on here, right? So I think this might come as a surprise. That said, he does have phalanxes, which will help against those. And he's still hunting for the okay. No, it doesn't seem to have desynced yet. At least not. And now we have a spinning mason next to those starports. The old classic.
That is the classic.
Absolutely beautiful. So Benno here, just being.
This is the normal move, dude. Phalanxes with Mavericks. He's just adding the Valkyries for preemptive scouting in that top mid left there. Neither player seems too interested in.
There is a lot of stuff in the bottom left that's just chilling out at the moment, but that's also not particularly abnormal. The Valkyries have scouted.
Yes.
The expansion on the left side being built, and that means they've shown themselves, and now Keen will be aware that he has preemptively amassed an amount of Valkyries. Also, there is a Mason from Keen harassing the middle.
What the hell?
Yeah, fuck this quarry.
Dude, what did I just watch? Yeah, Benno still hasn't actually moved
was.
his camera over to that bottom left base, so I have no idea if this is a problem or if that's just Benno being Benno. So.
I don't know. He had something much more impressing to worry about. That Mason was out for blood.
Yeah, could have gotten him. There you go. Oh, there we go. Well, he pathed some of them. Yeah, not desynced. Fuck you. Got him. Well, he is going to resaturate his gas at least. Not the ridge. Fuck that ridge.
So his mantles aren't doing anything yet. They are rally pointed to the minerals on the top left, which I'm sure will have no dire consequence, as a single Mason and a Cyprian charged through the bottom of the map.
I don't know what that's all about, but...
I don't know, he might just be scouting it again just to see how well defended it is.
What a strange game. If this isn't... if this is actually live and normal, this is a real weird one.
Yeah, I don't know. This is, Kian checking out the middle here.
He's trying to fall back from the phalanxes, and Salamanders have angered the wrath of
all the
Valkyries.
Valkyries.
Yeah.
Just melted everything he had instantly.
Yeah, phalanxes were not able to
Goliaths
pick up.
died miserably.
Now the thing is, you know, Kian can afford tier 3, so if he drops that somewhere...
There was a lot of shit in the middle. He
Yeah,
kind of like walked around it, so I think it's quite an easy mistake to make in his case. Meanwhile, Maverick dies at his doorstep. It's okay, he's got like another 50 where those came from.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing Valkyries trained in response to Valkyries.
Oh. Oh, goodness.
Could this be like
Well,
Vikings?
It's the best way to deal with Valkyries, is just to make additional Valkyries. Those mantles haven't done anything yet. Their rally points are just all over the place.
Well, he's going to scout out with this Valkyrie a little bit. His star parts are not active right now, and
I'm starting to feel like this is desync, to be honest. Like, Kian's got a lot of idle workers and shit.
I think he's the one who might be out of sync, but he had the same resource count. Now he's got ridiculous amounts, but even then, that's not exactly abnormal, so... He's still sort of like staring into the void. I think for sure it's kaput, so... I really wonder...
Yeah, I feel like the mantles would have been doing something by now. He's got 8,500 minerals, 2,200 gas.
So that's an unfortunate one. Well, the thing about this is it's really confusing to me how it happened exactly. Like... Or what would have caused it to begin with. I mean, clearly... Well, maybe it still was the thing... that I was thinking, like, maybe Three Crow's the one on the wrong patch. Like, hey, Kian, can you train a maverick? Yeah. Yeah, let's see what he has to say. Because that would be one way to do it. I mean, I think there's probably something, or just tell me how much.
Meanwhile, Benno's
got Valkyries.
Benno has also been training Mavericks.
Yes, you
told him to train Mavericks. He took it to heart. He's got some Masons spinning around in the middle, unable to get past the Mavericks.
I don't even know where his Mavericks
More Mavericks are coming.
Yeah.
So many more.
He's harassing the base in the bottom left.
Yeah.
In his game. Absolutely got him. I feel like he's just accidentally went for the pre-release build again. That was what happened previously when he was dropping as a witness. So, dude, where did his Maverick go? It vanished. No, he's got the latest update too then. I wonder what happened then.
Meanwhile, Kian is dying to a single phalanx.
Yeah.
It is the most brutal, disgusting, untimely of deaths. As all of the Mavericks in the middle of the map spin.
Yeah, that's not
They're
decent.
Spinning.
That's not decent. There's a diadem out, but that's not decent.
There is spinning.
Well, at least he's getting hit in the face with a ministry, so.
There is spinning. They're just... This is like when the AI amasses for an attack force. And they, like, spin ridiculously in the tight spot, just jittering around back and forth. I'll restart, too, just as a show of faith.
Classic.
No, the stream has ended.
Yeah, I'll have to restart myself.
What a shame. What's a man to do?
I don't know what could have caused that one, though. That's really confusing to me. Because they were just training units. So. All right, I am on release. And it was Kian specifically who did it, like who was desynced from the rest of us. So I wonder... I want, you know, maybe it would be useful to get some changes for that. Wait for DF to send me the latest version of Wellington so that top left thing is... Alright, about to get the map copy here.
Automatism.
Indeed.
Again, as a forewarning, I'll probably have to go AFK at some point during these matches. Because I think we are going to be going straight into the...
Yeah, as soon as we are available, we're going into the the grand finals of the Ascension #1, which is going to be on
Meanwhile,
pre-release.
Meat and Shambler are practicing their little hearts out, sharpening their knives for the ultimate perfect cheese. It will be very telling if those matches end in like under 5 minutes each, kind of like some of the Maim versus Shenmue.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Well, that's okay. I know what to do.
Do you know what to do?
Yeah, it's easy.
It's okay. They'll have a fixed map for this. Now they cannot claim Imba in this mirror matchup.
It's true.
So true.
All I have to do is select the whole map and then paste
What have
it.
you learned from this series?
From this group?
Yeah. What do you walk away with from these matches?
Some players don't know how to scout or harass, and most players don't seem to... Wait, nobody's re-downloading. That's spooky. Wait, no, it's correct. Oh, I replaced the one in the repo and not in my local directory. It's fine. It's fine, guys. We got
Punked by GitHub again.
Got him. It's all
Beautiful.
good. We're here.
I love it.
All right, for real this time. Hopefully everybody... we didn't do an update after the first game, so the fact that 3Crow was able to play games and not be desynced, and he was on the latest update, it's really suspicious to me, but hopefully he's in. Let's do it.
Really sussy backup.
I did like that I saw Benno go for something a little bit more aggressive, and he tried to take the middle of the map as opposed to all the satellite bases. So obviously unfortunate that we had that, but better now anyway since it's on the new version of the map. So
We took this opportunity to fix some mistakes.
indeed. Yeah. Well, see what happens here. Benno on the top now, so there is going to be a difference in that context.
All right.
We do have the top left of the map being different in terms of layout, so you do have the ability to land your treasury there and build a quarry if that so chooses to be your destiny. We'll see if that's what 3Crow wants to do. He's sending out a very fast scout. I don't know if this is going to be... You know, the real danger would be a proxy, but scouting this fast is usually not advised because it's before you can... You arrive before you can really see if your opponent's doing anything. So... With this level of gas investment...
It could be the vaunted proxy star pad that I introduced you to, where you spent a while trying to figure out where the star pad actually was. And it turned out it was on an inaccessible ledge because I lifted it off before I did anything with it.
Yeah. Star pads should have feet.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, quarry
then
first.
They would just be starports.
That's true. Can't have that. Feet ports.
Kian is going to confirm the startling revelation that there is, in fact, a stockade.
He's got enough gas
No Mavericks
immediately
yet.
to... Oh, look, he's tickling him.
The tickling begins.
Maybe you should repair him afterwards.
This will be a
repair.
case where I have to go AFK, by the way.
Gotcha.
I'll let you take it from here.
Well, we do have the double quarry, or the double worker production queue out here, so 3Crow will be able to catch up a little bit, but obviously he's spending more minerals and not dropping a fulcrum. Instead, he's going to go for a stockade with 100 gas in the bank, so you might feel pressured just because you have the resources. You might as well spend it. He might feel pressured to go for a star pad to follow this up, since obviously that's less minerals than a fulcrum. That's something that he's going to think about. We're seeing the players here. You know, Mesk was asking me earlier, what do I take away from the series? I take away that the players are still definitely finding their footing and getting a little bit more familiar. 3Crow has never played in a tournament before for CMBW, or maybe ever for any RTS game, so it's not really that much of a surprise to me that maybe he's got a little bit of nerves, or maybe he's still got to try to figure out what he's doing. He hasn't played recently. And when, obviously, in practice, he was able to occasionally, you know, take games off of some of the better players, like the Shambler, who now finds himself in the grand finals of the previous tournament. So I do feel like there's definitely something there where 3Crow should be able to show off a better showing than what he has thus far. And I think the second game that he played on Equilibrium, Match 3, was kind of indicative of that. He was able to defeat Benno quite handily, I would say. He was in the lead for pretty much the entirety of that game. So I think that's significant. Benno will, meanwhile, scout the bottom left-hand position. And remember, if 3Crow does take this, he will then be sat himself on Repulsion. Does finally execute that worker. Second stockade. Anchor. So he's going to try to do the same sort of thing, I think, as before when he was playing on Equilibrium. One of the ways that he set Benno, sort of off guard was he was able to float anchors full of units into his base. If he can throw Cyprians in them, they'll become very, very difficult to deal with for the Cyprians themselves, but of course Masons can kind of block them. However, if this arrives at the right time, it can start taking down the treasury quite significantly. Now 3 Crow is going to go ahead and scout. His first move seems to be, he's just confirming there's no bases in the middle, it looks like. And then he's going to scout the front door. That's going to be where the Cyprians are, of course. A second anchor being built, more Cyprians there to staff it. Actually, nothing at home other than this. So, again, I think it's because Benno really just doesn't do too much in terms of, aggression or early action. The star pad could belie maybe a drop, which would be quite significant. Third anchor now on the way, so there's definitely going to be some flying feet in the future, as well as one that's placed a little bit more defensively. Now, this Mason is here. It will walk right into range of the Cyprians, and I highly doubt with the low HP, it's not going to be responded to whatsoever. So, not pulling it away and not confirming the star pad, nor confirming even the presence of an expansion, but he could probably guess that because that's just how Benno has been. He's got lots of anchors. Got lots of Cyprians as well. Yeah, I think at this point, it really does depend on the execution. The transport here in the early game means that unless this anchor is, relocated or another one is left by the ministry, we're going to be seeing a situation where that drop could be quite lethal. And it really depends on how long it waits, right? So welcome back, Misk. We do have a star pad for Benno.
What is going on here?
Yeah, he's actually going to go for some sort of early action with a 4 Cyprian drop. We did see him do this on Maim Street versus Nablime not so long ago.
Okay, but what is Kian doing?
Kian has feet.
He does have feet. He's got a row of feet. And they just so happen to be in the most useless location for dealing with his impending drop.
Yeah, he's not interested in that. He wants to use them specifically to attack this expansion here. I'm almost certain that it's an attempt in that sense. But if they lift off, which they are going to do, the dropship, the Trojan, is also returning home for some reason.
He got cold feet again.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have any feet on the Trojan, so. I mean, I guess if they're still alive, like the thing is, if this lands here, it could really set him behind. Building an anchor of his own at home, second stockade, fairly simple stuff. Loads of feet, loads of anchors. So I think at this point what? How did he do that? How does he know? How does he know, Winston?
No, the chase is on.
Well, they're gonna land. If he can start to, whittle them down to get to the point where they are burning, maybe, that can definitely help. Well, he sees the move. He should be able to start protecting his base, but problem is he's just not sure what to build exactly as a result. And all of his Cyprians died in the Trojan, so that was not successful either.
He's trying to build a watchdog.
Not in time.
It might just be too late.
His forces aren't even over here either, so he's probably going to have to concede this base, depending on how swift Kian is. Like, it's within vision. He's still not pulling his workers. Kian's now starting to land the anchor, and yeah, these Cyprians are still just idle.
He hasn't had enough feet applied to him yet to know how to respond to the sight of flying feet on the map, but it's okay. We learn all of our best examples through misery.
Yeah, I think that, one of the anchors did, in fact, start to burn down, and the Masons are now moving over to try to soak up the shots, but again, that's just allowing them to get pierced quite a bit. And they will go down to this one as well. There's a lot of workers being killed, but the quarry is still alive, so maybe there's some hope for reclaiming that. And again, remember that just having any base harvesting happening whatsoever at this natural does put Benno ahead economically. The feet are just such a sight to behold. But I'm not sure that there'll be enough this time. There's no fulcrums behind this.
Meanwhile,
yeah.
Kian's also making a Trojan.
Yeah, he's got to deal with it. He's got to use his Hurricanes somehow. So he's probably just going to redrop that base. Or maybe go for the main because he's...
Benno's got his own Trojan rebuilt.
The quarry, Benno. There you go. You got it.
Additional stockade for... Oh my god, what is Kian doing?
He's going to go ahead and build a ministry and...
The holy Ahmed. He has heard the clarion call of the Ahmed.
He's also queued up an Anseal as well, and with going up to 6 stockades, Probably he's going to need another star pad to produce enough Trojans to quickly, continuously do this. That's 8 Harakans in that Trojan. A very silly sight. No Wraiths for either player to scout either.
Is he going to go for that expansion? Benno never bothered to reinforce it with defenses.
Right.
So it's still very, very vulnerable to feet, or I don't know, a Trojan full of Harakans, for example. It's quite naked still.
Well, another.
You know, there is a treasury being built in the middle of the map.
Yeah, he wants to take that base. He's going to guard it with his Cyprians, but again, like you said, nothing guarding the treasury to the right. Cyprian's still very slow. Yeah, there's just not that much production here. This is despite Benno now having caught up in workers. He doesn't have full saturation on his mineral line and his main, nor does he have full saturation on his expansion, but still has more money for sure. Now, 16 Harakans, Mesk. That's what are in these Trojans.
This is fighting fire with grease.
Now, the thing is...
They're going to go straight to the main, and everything is moved out of it with the exception of the 1 feet.
Well, that one set of feet can certainly do some damage. Oh, now we're going to get some reinforcements here at this base, but it's obviously not at the main. I'm not sure Benno's even considering that right now. He's going to...
You have to consider, once you see flying feet...
I think he likes this low ground position for an Atlas. That's what it looks like is going to happen, because he does have the money, but he's about to get dropped by Ahmed, so...
there's the Atlas, and Ahmed appears. Surprise! Again, it's Ahmed!
It is Ahmed. Dude, that's 16 Ahmeds. That's a lot of Ahmeds. And they're just going to target down the Ministry. Remember, the armor is completely gone.
Lift it?
He's not going to... Oh, there it is. He figured it out. The counter to Ahmed is being on the clouds.
Oh, the quarry is down. That's got to count for something.
Yeah, he's going to let the stockades burn.
Stockade is down. He's just ignoring this anchor at the moment, just focusing down the production because he refuses to lift it. Now he's going for the anchor. Star pad is going to go down. Wow.
He lost a lot to that. And unnecessarily
it was way more devastating than I figured. I thought he might have to lift off a vac and then pull back. So now he's marching towards Kian's main, but Kian is well prepared.
No, there's no shot this one is going to be victorious. Oh, my goodness.
No.
Oh, goodness gracious. GG
This is why, it's kind of what I expected when early aggression hits Benno, is he has, some control issues, right? And then, some lack of response. And in this case, it had why am I in a Shambler game again?
You keep doing that.
Yeah, I can't. I just see Shambler and Londier in there, and I'm like, oh. So, I see a Kian in here. Hello, Kian. How do you feel about Ahmed? And what Ahmed can do for you? Ahmed and Ahmed accessories.
He'll be able to answer that question on the field of battle, because we are called to decide this once and for all. And by once and for all, I technically mean that either one of our players can do something here. Actually, yeah, this is the tiebreaker. So this will be the final match, because at the end of this, Benno will either be 2-5 or he'll be 3-4, while 3Crow will be 2-4. Basically it's first one who gets 3 wins here, because 3 is the all-important
number. That's 3.
All right.
I am not surprised it turned into some goofy things, but it was nice to see Benno try out some different stuff. Yeah. But I think really his biggest struggles was that he is not respecting the danger of certain things in the game. Just like in general, not like specific units or whatever, but more like, the threat of drops. I don't know if he actually knew that there was a star pad up for Kian or not. I wasn't here for a chunk of that. But when his Trojan flew in and exploded, for example, it's just be mindful that your opponent's trying to drop you and doing cheesy stuff. You should probably expect that to continue.
Continue it shall. On to Repulsion, where it all started. The very long and silly game. An illustrious history. And something that I'm sure Benno will take to heart as 3Crow immediately starts to harvest the gas in the bottom left. Benno will take to the top right, and this will once again be a repeat in terms of positions from the first game, but will it end the same way?
Well, we began with Mavericks, and perhaps we will end with Mavericks. And we also continued with Mavericks, too. There was actually a third step in this, all of this. Earliest scout once again.
Yeah, it's interesting that, I mean, maybe on this map it might make a little bit more sense because of the distance, but it's interesting to me that Three Crows opting to do that.
It is an early quarry for Kian. I'm assuming just because of the larger map distance. They'll probably assume go a slightly more economic opening.
That's exactly what he did actually on the last map, too. He seems to like this build order. The question is if he's going to follow it up with a Fulcrum. That's going to obviously be very expensive. And he is still harvesting gas. He floated a lot of extra gas at the beginning, and now he's realized that. He has enough for a star pad, and he's just going to tunnel straight in on Mason production for the rest of this. That's what it looks like to me anyway.
Yeah, very possibly. He intentionally harvested up in a fair amount of gas here, so you could just see another Achmed drop.
Hey, he might be able to do that to get all the way to playoffs here, so...
Never know. It was a little bit of a kerfluffle in the main, but benno wasn't willing to entertain him for too long and finally sends off his worker to go scout. Now, I don't know. Kian might be thinking of going for that star pad. He was going to send that Mason up, but decided against it because he didn't have the minerals. So it's very possibly you're going to see a star pad. I think he's going to need to work a little bit harder to hide it, though. I mean, we're sticking like that.
Look at where he's pathed his Mason at the scout, though. He's maybe thinking, I can try to sneak by. Obviously, the Cyprian's there to stop it, but so he thinks second thoughts about that.
It's still very possible to proxy feed on this. He could drop feet in that area right below the main. It's very unlikely for a worker to scout there, for example, and then path up units into there from his main as they're being built. But it seems more like he's going for something a little bit more standard at this point, though.
Yeah, he's banked the gas, but not really using it for anything. He's going to go ahead and greet the scout of Benno with one of his own. In fact, the one that was
Immediate
used to
treasury
scout
out for Benno before the quarry.
Right, of course. He's got interesting rallies for his ministry being rallied to his stockade for some reason.
Yeah.
Neat. Oh, that scout is going to get killed, so.
Murdered. Absolutely destroyed.
Eviscerated, yeah.
It's going to be Cyprian on Cyprian action soon. Provided they actually attack one another. The Cyprians have to really march across this map.
I'm going to be honest, Mask. This group has been pretty silly.
It's been a lot more silly than I expected, that's for sure.
At the same time, some of the games are really interesting, seeing the Protoss strategies DF was able to put together. And yeah, maybe this time if we do all get to Diadems, get settled in for a nice TVT macro game on a map like this, you know, we could see a repeat of the first map minus all the silly bugs.
Yeah, I might say, like, I think if Benno ends up in that situation again, he's going to try to do something slightly different, perhaps. Like, he obviously had success with Mass Phobos, so you might see him try to do that again.
Yeah. That worked out quite well against DF's Protoss on Boskevine.
It's interesting how no one's ever made captaincies. It's a real far cry from when I was playing regularly.
I know.
It's basically every game had to have captaincies. Always.
One of my favorite structures to build is Terran. But
you've seen Mantle only from Kian. One in the desync game, unfortunately, you probably would have seen Cataphracts from that.
Yeah.
And then one in the other game where
it was on this map here to start things off. You just had some
otherwise, we've never seen the Foundry. We've never seen the Future Station. We actually haven't seen any Reclamation, anything at all, any of these games, or Mind Control stuff for that matter. And we haven't we've seen. We haven't even seen Madrigals. We haven't seen. We did see a little bit of the Matador and other stuff like that, but only very briefly. It's like they've been really tunnel focused. I mean, even when you think of like the Nanite Assembly, we haven't been seeing really the other stuff in the Nanite.
Yeah, no Centaurs. We saw 2 Magnetars the whole thing. So, and then Minotaurs very seldom. Yeah, so interesting stuff.
It's very once people see the absurdity of particularly it's like the Penumbra when you can load those into the Python, then
I think you can probably fit like 2 of them in the Pythian, which is an amazingly powerful drop considering if you only have 2 units in there, then it's not going to take that long to unload them, unlike 40 fucking Mavericks, by the way.
Yeah,
absolutely slapped. No, it's just it's crazy.
Coming out, lots of feet for Kian. Yeah.
He's not expanding, right? He has more workers, but obviously less efficiency.
Look at this. He's got 4 sets of feet here.
Yeah.
We already know that Benno is not too fond about being super aggressive. Well, that last game was different.
Yeah.
But I think that you could easily walk into this match and think, okay, it's a larger map. He's probably going to be more standard to what he normally does. You might see Kian just start flying feet across the full length of this huge ass map.
I think that's what he's going to do. I mean, he's got one in the back. What? Oh, he's building a 4th one. Yeah. He likes the 4 one. He likes 4 specifically for some reason. I guess it's because 4 times 4 equal... Well, no, that's not even true. It doesn't even equal 12, by the way. Oh, I see, because he's got 2 per anchor. That's not even 3, though. I don't know.
Now, however, Benno has caught on to this. He has an anchor inside of his
Yes. I don't think that's going to be enough to deal with 4 of them, but yes, you're right.
Yeah.
And the scouting Cyprian makes a return, heading to the bottom right hand corner.
That could almost be a disaster for Kian. I mean, depending on his pathing for his feet, he might run right into this stray Cyprian out in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. And it gives away his whole plan. There's a Wraith that's going to go scout out the path.
Well, that's good, actually. The scout to sort of do that information gathering, make sure you're not going to get spotted on the way. 2 fulcrums being added in the main.
There's even
really
a
hard
Trojan
commit.
coming. He's really going to go all in into this.
This is a 1 base move. Like, he's not interested in expanding right now. He wants to destabilize his opponent who did spend all that early money on, expansion, economics. But there's 2 anchors being built now in each base for Benno. He's really catching on.
Benno is suspect. He's catching on. He's adapting and learning.
He'll only build 1,000 Mavericks instead of 1,001. So that's an adaptation.
Yeah.
That's an adaptation. Now, one thing that's really cool about this format, this is the last game of the group, guys. Like, one of our players is going to the playoffs. The other one, it will be eliminated. That means that this is really for all the marbles. Like, at this point, Benno, he's trying to put together and synthesize all of the data that he's gathered thus far. And 3Crow, meanwhile, is just scouting around with his Wraith looking for, wait, where is all the expansions? What Benno's actually changing? He's not doing what I thought he was going to do? And indeed, he's pulling a little bit of a different move.
This is really going all in for... Kian's going into his 3rd Trojan now. He hasn't loaded them up yet, but this is going to be committed. But Benno is well aware that, people are figuring out what works, what doesn't work, so on and so forth. That little accidental tap from the Wraith there, it does confirm to him that there are Cyprians inside of those.
Oh, yeah. And, well, absolutely gets slapped, too. But the other thing to remember is this could indicate to Benno, hey, prepare for air. Maybe I drop some watchdogs. That makes it way harder for the anchors to actually land. Where 4 versus 2 anchors, one of them might go down depending on how you take the angle of attack to the initial anchors that the enemy has. But you can still land them, deal a lot of damage incidentally, probably break the anchors of your opponent, and still have some Cyprians left over to deal with the Masons. That doesn't happen nearly as easily if there are a set of watchdogs. The feet have lifted off. And it's worth noting, Kian did try to expand to the bottom right, and it did get stopped by the Cyprian.
Yep.
The ministry was put down and then canceled. So that legendary scouting Cyprian, honestly.
The lone Cyprian
Lone Ranger
will make his mark and then eventually end up in this one place. And it's a good spot to put it because eventually they're going to go there. And now we can see this fairly significant commitment. There are no watchdogs in the main currently. It's still just the 2 feet.
He's got
Benno is amassing money. His stonks are skyrocketing. Massive, absolutely massive. But if Kian is unable to do significant damage with this, he is going to be down probably about 2 bases by the time that this sets up because Benno is pretty overly saturated, so he's probably going to do some Maynarding at any moment now.
There's a whole host of lobotomy mines on the front gates for Kian here. Meanwhile, his feet are nearly touching down, and they're accompanied by 4 more Cyprians in each one of those Trojans. So he's got 8 Cyprians in the Trojans and 8 in the anchors. This is a pretty big attack.
This comes down again just as Benno's just making his Atlas. So if this goes really poorly, that's going to be compromised as well on top of all the production he might stand to lose.
Now, Cyprians do penetrate anchors because they only have 1 armor, so that's something to keep in mind as they're moving into position here. The Trojans wisely moving around. The land commands have been ordered for most of them. The one that's already sort of sitting there doing nothing has actually drawn the fire initially, and the Cyprians unload, perhaps at an inopportune time, but either way, it's enough to start laying in to the quarry. I still think the unload position on those Cyprians could have been better from the Trojans, but it's enough, again, just to start peppering these forces down. And now
Mavericks charge forward. The one lone Cyprian there got a lot of damage on units coming out around the right side, forcing him to go around the left side. Now he has to take a long way around. Some of the feet are on fire.
Yeah, I don't know if he was expecting such an aggressive commit. I mean, after seeing the 4 anchors in the early stages of the game, he might have thought, well, he's not going to go for it because it didn't happen that fast. But this time it was much more delayed, much more subdued. And you can see here, he didn't stutter step forward to get more damage, so as a result, a lot of his Cyprians kind of wiggled around.
Trying to min-max his Cyprians to try to pull them back, but unfortunately, it still died terribly. He depletes almost the entirety of the standing forces for Benno, other than those other units that got rallied down to his natural, while massacring a number of workers. Now, Kian is still down on workers, but during this period, he took a third.
Yep. Establishing
so he kind of like evened out things and maybe gave his opponent a little bit to panic about. Now, Benno has to replace all of this.
Yeah, he's getting the anchors and the quarry. He's going to start rallying, workers down from his other bases and stuff.
2 wraiths are coming.
Yeah, they'll confirm the rescout. These anchors should finish in time to ward them off. But the other thing, too, is that while this Fulcrum's nearly done and a Palladium has been added, there's still nothing here for Benno. He has no gas income whatsoever.
Oh.
Yeah, there's not really a reaction here from 3-Crow, so he will lose those Wraiths.
He got one Cyprian out of it.
Now, here's something interesting. A Trojan with 4 Masons is on the way to the mid-right there. That's from Kian. I'm not sure what he's planning on doing.
Is he going to proxy?
Or
is he going to take this base, maybe?
Yeah, he might want to just go for this base. That's what it looks like. And that lone Cyprian not spotting the wounded Trojan in the bottom middle, so it will escape. But yeah, more anchors being set up. Yeah.
That Atlas did finish. The Palladiums are coming up.
Yep.
And Phalanxes are on the way.
And there's no tier 2 whatsoever for 3-Crow. He's not really got much gas banked up either, so...
But really, he has all the tools he needs to deal with at this stage in the game if there was some kind of tank push, because Benno just doesn't have the numbers of units to really threaten him at this point.
Yeah.
All he has to do is just drop a bunch of Vultures on top of him, and that should be able to deal with it. But I don't think Benno is going to look to be aggressive at this moment. He might poke around a little bit, but I think once he starts getting tickled by lobsters, he'll probably just fall back. Meanwhile, there are 3 anchors coming up on the right there. I think that maybe Kian just wants to secure this chunk of the map right away.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to staff them with, but he can certainly drop some other such structures. And the double gas is going to be super useful for him anyway, because it'll allow him all of the information he needs and all the resources he needs. You can see him starting to put down some stockades so he can staff those anchors. Maybe he can use this as a staging ground for more feet warfare. But Phalanxes are being sieged in the main for Benno. He's going to be hyper defensive as double starport comes out. He can start to use those for Valkyries to deal with the anchors or any other kinds of units. And there have indeed been some ferrymen here, the Trojans, bringing over some units to staff those anchors with.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Benno's going to the top left. He's going to be taking that expansion. It'll be evening out the bases, although his worker count is surpassed by Kian at this stage. Some of those workers are idle at the moment.
Well, the other thing to mention, too, is that there's already a cap going on. The reservoir in the main for Benno, and meanwhile, we still don't even have anywhere close to tier 2 tech. So the longer this goes on, I think it will favor Benno for the victory, despite the very good economic harassment and assaults, really, with flying saucers that have been occurring. So Valkyries are on the way from the start.
He is preparing another drop here. He's assembling his crack squad of various units into a large number of Trojans in his main here, pretty much the entirety of all of his units. I don't know how well they'll fare against a stack of feet filled with Cyprians, although there's one Maverick in one of those. And then the 2 Phalanxes, I don't know if he's actually going to go for the main. I feel like the main is probably still the easier to go for, but he could possibly pick off these side expansions that are being built.
Yeah, the thing
Meanwhile,
is
that lone Cyprian
is just moving around, just migrating. What gets me about this current situation is I think Kian has overcommitted into the early game tier 1 attack because he can't do anything versus the army here. Yeah, he can pick off the upper middle maybe before the reinforcements arrive, certainly the top left. But against these more entrenched positions, I don't think he has what it takes.
No, it would be a real disaster if he ran ass first into these Valkyries, but he actually seems to have his eyes set on the main. I think he's going to end up possibly overcommitting into the main at this point that has already been reinforced. Now has 2 Phalanxes in it.
Well, at the same
a
time, if the
larger swing
Trojans
army.
drop on top of the phalanxes, they can close the gap pretty easily, and there's so many different units here. Meanwhile, some units that have been built by those stockades are going to maybe try to draw some fire and distract.
Oh, he's bringing
Benno a
his
little bit.
3
Yes.
anchors with him, too.
Yeah, that's the
He
backup
really
that can
is going
definitely-
all in.
That can definitely make the difference here. And the Valkyries have been spotted. Again, some infantry in general will just start doing some fighting. And look at the response from Benno. He's pulled so many units away from the main, which is going to be targeted here as the first little squad
He's
there.
got to be a
from
little
Benno.
careful, though, because these units pathing towards that base could reveal his drop ahead of time.
No, look at that. Just ever so slightly being moved to the left. But Benno, yeah, his forces are going to see the anchors. And I don't know what his response is going to be. Does he see it on the mini-map? He's not
doesn't
paying
notice.
attention.
Benno never saw them.
Yeah, the land commands have been
no.
issued. Trojans on the way.
Threading the needle.
Oh, they're going to go for the production or maybe the tech instead of the phalanxes directly. That could be a mistake. He's got to be a little bit careful about that.
One phalanx is down. Some of the units trickle forward.
Another one
They're
just
all
popped
over
out.
the place. One of the feet did land.
It's kind of in an awkward spot, though, and I think it's just going to get picked off anyway. Mason's
Focus
repairing
firing the
phalanxes.
ministry, but
That's not going to be
I don't
enough,
think it's
yeah.
going to be enough because it's quite durable.
Not only that, but there's people to repair it. And that attack was way less successful than it needed to be for 3 Crow. He's got all these Trojans left around, but still no Tier 2 tech in sight. Decided advantage for Benno for sure. He's not caught up with workers, but he's got plenty of money. And now, yes, 3 Crow can go for an Atlas, but he's not yet queued it up.
That lone Cyprian's going to now harass his Trojans.
Got
This
him.
man just can't stop winning.
He's just been such a nuisance throughout the whole game. And again, we talked about this on the Infinite Velocity
Secret
map.
base is going to be spotted by the Volks.
Yeah. Starting to get
Oh,
Saved.
one escapes with 10 health. Now, will Benno immediately attempt to squash Secret Base? Because if he squanders this opportunity, it could fortify quite handily in that choke point there.
Well, the Atlas is on the way for Kian now, so there's at least that. Double star pad for maximum Trojan production, but it doesn't matter as much when you only have a couple of units here like at your disposal. You don't have those tier 2 powerhouses to deal with the fact that the opponent is teched up. If we get long enough into the game that, you know, for example, the Madrigals can come out to try to drop these bases, maybe then with some of the less defended ones, like in the top left and the top middle, you can actually see something like that. And just as Benno is starting to mass up to attack Secret Base, some Wraiths are heckling him, and there's only a Sentinel here for anti-ground, so there's really nothing that he can deal with that.
Kian is now aware of those 2 upper left bases, and these Wraiths here stand to actually do a little bit of damage if Kian pays attention to them.
It doesn't look like that's going to happen. The Valkyries are recalled, which is kind of funny, but they weren't going to contribute too heavily to this mid-right base anyway. And some Trojans with some units are on their way to drop that top left base. So Watchdog's good for picking off the Trojans themselves, but once they make landfall, the Sentinel's still online, but it's pretty weak. So. Oh, I like this positioning as well with the Phalanx. You know, as soon as they spot it, that's what the Valkyries could have been used for. Definitely could have helped the mid-right base. But the drop is in. Again, that Sentinel is not long for this world, and the Cyprians are out as well as the Goliaths. The Vulture could lay some lobotomy mines to...
Oh no, the Valkyries are flying straight into all the Cyprians.
Oh,
It's
gee,
a tragedy.
golly.
Oh my
Golly
god,
gee
almost
whiz.
every single one is destroyed. It's a massive loss.
Well, he replenishes them, but again, there's not really any air units for them to target. So.
Yeah, he replenishes them. He's down to 20 minerals. It's one of the few times Benno has really been strapped for minerals. And that said, he's got almost 2,000 gas.
I was
Diadems?
gonna say.
Sure thing.
Yeah, he needs the Daedala first, but it's definitely a possibility. Fountainhead coming up for 3 Crow. We've seen this before. We know the guy likes his Starport play, so he's probably going to be queuing those up ever so soon here as he sends off yet another set of Trojans to pick up the forces in the top left.
I'm going to sit here and just repair the stockades being sieged in this expansion. But he needs some way to get rid of those Valkyries to stop it from killing his workers, at least.
Well, if they just sort of decollide into the range of the anchors, that could help, but not going to happen just yet. Yeah, that base is under siege, and that's a pretty important part of the economy for 3 Crow. He can obviously take his workers and migrate them down to the bottom right. Does get a little bit of a gas efficiency loss, assuming he ever was going to cap those. Oh, dear.
Well, out comes a million starports. Kian knows what he wants, and he's going to go straight to it. Camping as natural and as main. and the base right above it, but that bottom right's not really doing too much. He went and picked up the units that were in the top left and is now diving them straight towards the middle, but he's not paying attention.
Yeah,
oh my god!
He's not paying attention. Oh, and look at that. He's going to drop, and you know, the units will get out, but the phalanxes are going to be pretty good at dealing with the ground forces here, so a little bit awkward there. Another base being set up below Benno's main. So that will
I'm sure there was some kind of blood pressure increase on Benno's behalf from that, but beyond that, not too much accomplished.
Yeah, Valkyries are still out. Maverick's still out.
He should be aware that his bases are all extremely, extremely vulnerable. And while Benno, at this time and most other times, has been passive, he has shown that he does like drops, and he does have error. Kian's not really paying too much respect to that at the moment, and if Benno, for example, decided to make, like, oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 Wyverns, that would be a real pain in the ass for Kian to deal with at this time. Like, at this point, like, he would have needed to have them now. But, you know, Kian is actually making Wyverns and not going straight to Salamanders at this point himself,
Yeah,
so
it's interesting because he's got the rotaries, but the thing about Wyverns is that against Valkyries, I mean, they can't attack air units, so pretty big loss there, potentially. Ministry does get evacuated, but the base is wiped, so that is going to be, once again, the economics back.
We really should have had some Sentinels over here. I mean, there was an army right outside of it, so Kian's going to lose this one, too.
Yeah, no kidding. And on top of that, with the stimmed Mavericks coming in, there's 6,000 minerals in the bank for 3-Crow. He could definitely drop some Sentinels, at least in this top middle base. This mid-left base, rather, because there is a ground army in the general vicinity that could pivot over.
Oh my god, the Masons are biting.
They are.
Cyprian goes down.
Hey, the Ministries can block for that. That's pretty funny. The Cyprians would never be able to hit them, but the Mavericks are there for insurance. So.
The Wyverns have arrived a little late, but nonetheless. May as well send the Ministries back now.
Certainly could. He can land one of them right here in the bottom middle. The other one, he's not exactly sure when, so he's going to put it in the bottom right. That's where he's got a capped geyser as well, so that's pretty important.
Now, there are lots of Valks in the map still. I don't think he's immediately aware of them. If Benno remembers he has them, he can kill a lot of these Wyverns pretty easily.
Yeah, he's got them on the way.
They're coming.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and try to put an end to this.
This is going to be tragic.
Well, you can't really outrun them, so...
It's a tragedy.
They're going to get picked off very, very quickly. Salamanders on the way.
Ass blasted.
Yeah. I think even with the Salamanders, the Valkyries will be able to deal with them quite well. So Kian won't be able to rely on his old tricks that he pulled on Equilibrium. At this point, Benno's figured it out. He needs, you know, he remembers a Brood War unit that kind of did okay against air units once upon a time. So
it's okay. How Kian will counter that is by making his own Valkyries.
Apparently so, yeah. I mean, the Salamanders also deal splash and don't have their missiles be intercepted.
Just gonna rebuild that base where the tanks are. Just fuck it.
Well, you know, I was thinking about this too. Instead of evacuating the workers, I probably would have kept the ones on gas at least, because it took a while for Benno to actually finish that base off. For the cost of, you know, 4 workers harvesting gas that whole time, you could have still padded your gas income quite well. Meanwhile, Benno, speaking of gas income, he can drop a Daedal anytime he wants. He's got almost 3,000 gas.
He dropped 2 Daedalus. Just in case one of them gets dropped.
Or in case you have to lift one of them off. You know?
Kind of like this anchor he's got in his main. It's got like 8 Mavericks surrounding it, just in case the ones inside happen to like starve to death or whatever. Wonder if that's like an errant rally point or something. No, I'm not sure why those are there.
Maybe at one time it was.
Yeah, possibly.
Because, you know, when you rally into a transport, it will load. So.
Yeah.
Oh, he resieges.
Venom might be sussy about this.
This mid-left base
above, again.
Yeah, above 3-Crow's, you know, main right here, this mid-left expansion that he's
again, no Sentinels.
Nothing.
No, nothing. No defenses of any kind. He's got 7,000 minerals, for Allah's sake.
I do like that when the Mavericks showed up to storm the gate, I really like that he started to produce Masons out of the quarry for a second before lifting. He's actually going to try to use it for a scout, and only some of the Valkyries are
okay, now he's going to make Sentinels. We'll see if Benno thinks about the 1-2 and goes straight for that bottom right again, thinking he may have retaken it.
It's just being used for gas right now. There's so many minerals. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and start marching down there. And the phalanxes
It's
can
going to be
outrange
too
the
late.
Sentinels.
So he needed to be a little faster on the trigger. By the time he comes up, it's just going to be a time to watch all the Mavericks die. Absolutely disgusting, horrible, wretched, putrid deaths.
The thing is, if his phalanxes were on even ground, they could outrange them just fine. But because they aren't, it's going to be a little bit harder. So, yeah, just move them up. Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, the problem is you can't outrange them if you're on the height disadvantage. Don't worry, the Valkyries are here. You know, there's an idea, Benno. You have other.
That's a setback for Benno, that's for sure. It's okay.
There's still this anchor
like
over
30 more where those came from. We're starting to reach peak Benno here. He has 169 military units, most of which are Mavericks, and another large chunk of those which are phalanxes. It's World War II all over again. The Valkyries are just biplanes. It's about how useful they are for dealing with most of what Kian has at this point.
You know what's really funny to me now? Yeah, look at the fucking salamanders, by the way. Jeez.
They could be very useful very soon, though. I think it's going to be very happy he has them.
Yeah.
Kian is just patiently sitting in the back massing carriers like you do in BGH. Very, very familiar tactic for Benno, I'm sure, at this point.
Top left, he's lifted off his defenses and is setting them down over here. There's a single mason tickling another mason building a treasure.
Oh no, is he good? He's gonna die.
No, you can't chase him fast enough.
Yeah, but he's getting pokes off every now and then. See?
Yeah.
Can he save him?
Oh.
Can he save him? Friend has arrived.
The drama. Oh, got him. Mason, Mavericks are here too, don't worry.
The Mavericks are just
Salamanders are coming
match.
in through the middle, and there's loads of Mavericks to catch them on the way, so those Valkyries, which are off to the mid-right, should be able to respond to this. He's already summoned them over.
They're coming.
And look at the stack of Valkyries, too. The AoE could be absolutely terminal at this point. They're on a follow command. They're not being used. They all evaporate immediately.
No.
Salamanders try to turn their attention over. They should still be able to deal with this, but they're also on a move command. Oh my goodness, the humanity. The humanity of the move commands and the lack of reaction time. Absolutely
He was going to win that with the Salamanders alone, but he moved into them. He dove into them. Truck Kun claims another. Oh, that was absolutely tragic. I could just feel the pain in Kian's soul at that moment. I think in my case, I might have just seriously considered Alta F4ing. That was painful.
It was, but it's not necessarily.
I think he tried to right-click to focus fire, and it went into move instead. And well, that's what happened to me with the a variety of units in our game. As you try to click on something, and it's probably already dead from the AoE damage or something like that.
Well, yeah, and if you enable the quick targeting, you can just E-click if you're using grid hockeys, or A-click if you're using, you don't even have to click. The point is you just E with your cursor around. And that way there's no chance for it to accidentally move command when you mean to fire. So I don't know if that's just a habit Kian has a build, because I think he is using it now. But he is adding another starport, so this is now going up to 6 of them.
Benno is building a Daedala. He has more than enough money to build like 4 diadems or something like that. And then
yeah, Diadem Valkyrie could be a real ugly composition for Kian to deal with, because he doesn't have anything that can really handle that. He's got 4 more starports that he's adding rotaries to. Clearly thinks the answer, the way out here, is through getting tons of salamanders. If he can clear the skies, if he can avoid getting, move commanded and all that, I think that he stands a real chance of genuinely staving off any sort of would-be assault. It's just a matter of how many Valkyries are going to be used against him. And Benno only has 2 starports. Like, Kian can remax his air army a lot faster, and at that point, the Mavericks are not going to be very useful whatsoever.
I mean, again, Benno just is so disgustingly rich.
Both of them are, but yeah, Benno has 5k gas, so what is he doing?
Kian's gas will disappear in a hurry once he starts spending it on those starports, but Benno at this point can do literally anything he wants. He can go straight to nanite assemblies. Meanwhile, his Daedala is spinning around aggressively.
Atelier on the way.
Straight to the Atelier. It'll be nanite assemblies, I'm sure. Maybe he's going to go straight to Phobos's. Well, Kian does have the tools to deal with those if they do show up. He can just make a million Valkyries himself. And the Salamanders do deal 30 damage, so not terrible against those.
There's a makeshift drop happening, but it's just vultures and mavericks. Nothing really is too significant, and there are some defenses over here.
He wants this base. I mean, at least he keeps Benno on his toes.
Now, there's some sentinels over here as well as the mavericks, so I'm not sure that it'll be too successful. Valkyrie's even going to come on over and deal with the Trojans and then take fire.
Oh, no. Oh, the Valkyries are dying disgusting deaths to
This
mavericks.
is a really, yeah, that's a big couple scalps to take there because, again, the air production of Benno is not very high. He's really massively overcommitted a response to this. And
there's even lobsters in his base now. How will he ever recover? Oh. Got him.
Does get it on. Does get it on.
Got him.
Atelier complete. How fast does it take him? How long does it take him, rather, for Benno to start dropping down some
There's a lot of Gorgons. All right, Kian, what's your move? Are you going to cut right through the middle? There's a lot of dudes there. Oh, this time he might actually catch his Valks off guard.
Yeah, they're just sort of sat there. Watchdog's going to try to take some fire, but obviously they will go down to the Salamanders. Mavericks, making some odds and ends happen.
Valks arrive, but Kian's on the trigger for this one.
Yeah, they're not on move commands this time around. So a couple of units are going down, but this is a pretty scary air stack. A lot more units being trained back at home and moved around, but still, I don't see any nanite assemblies.
Well, you know what I do see? I see Mavericks.
He's figured out where the nanite assembly. Yeah, he's figured out where the nanite assembly button is, but look where he's deploying them. Top left. Pretty close to this very spooky air army.
Yeah. If Kian is able to defeat this and cut up there and cancel nanite assemblies, he manages to put a stopper, a plug, so to say, on the impending implosion of various large, heavily armored units.
Mavericks are claiming souls.
No, Kian,
another move command.
Control yourself, Kian.
Oh, jeez.
You can still pull out of this. You can still win.
Some of them aren't even doing anything.
There you go. Now take out the phalanxes that are heroically defying you. Yes.
Look at all the Mavericks in the middle of the map, too. What the hell? Yeah, what Benno doesn't realize is there are no ground units to accompany this army from 3-Crow. Like, he's got nothing here, so. Actually, a pretty dirty combo if you're trying to kill off retreating units is the Gorgon to slow and the Salamander fire to deal extra damage.
Meanwhile, Kian has amassed his stonks is at 12,000 minerals.
Oh my goodness.
Benno is almost at 10,000, and more importantly, 5,400 gas. These nanite assemblies can... they survive.
Look at where the nanite assemblies... There's a wall of watchdogs being set up and erected. Yeah, you're going to have to turn tail and hide from that one.
Kian took one poke in there and just was like, oh, fuck that.
I don't know if I think he would have spotted the nanite assembly at the bottom, and Minotaurs are being built, which will be able to, ignore a lot of that damage. Gorgons are the option of choice here. More Valkyries.
Like the random watchdog in the middle of nowhere managed just to pick off a Valk or whatever it was immediately.
Yeah.
There's nothing actually in that anchor. Some Cyprians could have possibly picked off some of these weak units very easily.
Now the Valkyries are all dead for 3-Crow, so now the Valks themselves can, from Benno, he can start to maybe pick off some of these units. But yeah, this is getting ugly as workers are being rotated over to the mid-right base that's been erected by Benno. Might be looking to...
It's becoming whackable in the moment, and Benno might just take back that expansion that was lost. He's got workers down there to do so anyways.
Well, he's got his Minotaurs out, so he can stop the bleeding just by having them in the top left. And the Valkyries, meanwhile, as well as some other units.
These anchors could put a stop to this tragic mess. Maybe not. They don't penetrate those Gorgons anymore.
Yeah, that's going to be a real stopping power there. Unfortunately. There's really
the lethality of Cyprians against heavy air has finally been curbed.
The problem here is that there are still Valkyries. It's just Benno is not really using them, so...
That's because Benno is currently in a state of shock because all of his Mavericks are dying, and it's like wounds in his own soul. Oh, never mind. They're all dead.
They are all dead.
Tragic.
Well, there has been more Gorgons. Meanwhile, there's like 2 control groups of them down there with all of the starports that Kian
has a lot of money.
Man, build some captaincies.
Olympians would be absolutely fantastic against what Benno is using right now.
Oh,
they would just instantly
they could march over the whole map.
Mavericks.
Yeah.
They could deal with the Minotaurs. The phalanxes alone wouldn't be able to deal with them. They're durable enough to handle Sentinel. Oh no.
Well, that's revealing where they need to go, so the Valkyries can pretty quickly start moving over there. And look at this. He's panic landing them all. He lifted them off to try to protect that base, but didn't end up happening. Now, at the same time, Kian's not interested in testing the top left. He's satisfied with having denied that other base. and is now going to start moving the rest of his units out. Sundogs are up next for his rotation. Still just Minotaurs, meanwhile, for the nanite assemblies, and there are being massed in the middle of the
There's
map.
so many turrets, some of which are still flying.
Oh, look at this. Valkyries intercepting the Minotaurs.
are getting caught.
Yeah, the Gorgons can start to pick those off, too. Yeah, more Valkyries landing here. I think this is going to be a very unfavorable trade thanks to the Valkyries. If they weren't there, Gorgon stood a real chance of not being able to do too much here. And the Valkyries are going to come in, meanwhile, from Benno. All
Valkyrie on Valkyrie
violence.
Yeah,
look at them all.
Oh, no.
It's just because they're all clumped up, and he's not really been splitting any of his units. He's trying to get rid of all of the Watchdogs, because maybe those are harder to replenish, but either way, this is going to be yet another catastrophic loss of air units. For both sides, really, but especially for 3Crow, who's still sitting at tier 2. I think. I'm confirming. Yeah, I don't see a data anywhere.
Yeah, I haven't seen his gas deplete very much, so.
He could build it
Meanwhile,
any
Benno
time.
is
He
just-
really could just drop it anywhere. Where's he going to put it? More starports.
Benno's
That's
treasury
it.
is going to melt down.
On which side?
In his gnats. It's on fire.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Benno,
no.
Benno,
no. It's a tragedy.
More Valkyries being
Now,
trained.
these ground units from Benno are kind of like going bottom left, but they didn't have any success with this before because of the range of those sentinels firing down. They're probably not going to have any more success today. Oh, the treasury is going to fucking explode.
Yeah, I
Oh
kept it
my
selected the whole
God.
time. Just so I could see it blow up and crush Benno's dreams. That quarry, absolutely inoperable.
All the phalanxes charge face first in his sentinels and are just absolutely obliterated.
Disaster has struck.
Benno aggressively cycles through his hotkey groups. Probably not entirely sure how to proceed at this moment. Minotaurs are not a terrible choice. Meanwhile, Kian has amassed an ample number of Valkyries and refuses to build the data lock.
He has the money. He had the money the whole time.
I mean,
wants to end
when
it as
Diadem
routine.
would shut down the entirety of the ground army on Benno. And, I mean, at least just like make Olympians or something. Like, spend some minerals.
Oh no.
Oh, God, it's Valkyries.
Oh, there's more Valkyries coming in from Benno at the same time, though, so this is actually being pretty good, and there goes all the Valkyries instantaneously. I mean, that was a pretty good trade. He did kill at least a Minotaur and a bunch of Valkyries from Benno, but it's just there were so many more.
There's so many more Minotaurs, though. This is starting to become kind of scary when they can just melt all your Valks like that. Benno's caught on. He's added 2 additional starports to his roster.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, that's just exactly what 3Crow did. 2 at the front gates. I always put my air structures over there. The phalanxes are slowly creeping forward. It's not very successful, but it did pull the salamanders over. And there's really no defense whatsoever.
There's still attempts on the sentinels on the bottom and nothing but tanks. They have died. It's a shame, really.
Yeah, salamander will clear that up too because there's really nothing
And
over
this
there.
base is also going to go down.
Yeah. I mean, he has more Valkyries. He can start moving them over. The Minotaurs
so
should be
many
pathing somewhere
Valkyries.
else. This base in the mid left has been undefended for what feels like 20 minutes now. And yet it's just never been tickled.
All the salamanders are about to die very wretched deaths.
Oh, that's not
They
necessarily
might be able to take some
true,
Valks
I
with them,
think
though.
So, yeah. Look at that, the
Got it.
AoE working against them.
Into the AoE they go.
The damage field on the
Petrified
ground
now.
doesn't deal any more damage to them, but the fact that their air weapon does deal splash
Okay,
makes them
he
okay.
split him up. He's
Yeah.
defeated the Valkyrie menace. Now there's only like 10 Minotaurs and a whole bunch of other Valkyries.
Yeah, yeah. He's really going after that well bore. Does manage to
He really
seal
hates
the
it.
deal.
Not very well.
But yeah, you
Oh,
know
it's
what?
coming.
The Minotaur is just pathing into the bottom right when there's only Sentinels would also just trade the space immediately. I'm not sure if yeah, he does see the Minotaurs. This is a very scary air fleet at this point. But Benno doesn't want to use it to attack. He just wants to use it to hold the middle and then path around to wherever he's getting
Now
attacked
they're
from.
going bottom right.
Okay.
Fuck these Sentinels. They've killed 30 of my tanks.
And
I have to
countless
put an end to
Mavericks.
this.
So many Mavericks have
So
died.
many Mavericks.
All right, well, the
Jan
Valkyries
has
can get
a lot of Valks, and if he brought over immediately,
he could scramble to deal with that. Yeah, that's at least 2 control groups, maybe a little bit more. But he's not sure because he knows that there's a bunch of Valkyries. They are not move commanded, so that's a little, scary, obviously, if you walk into that. I think he's just
he
going to
might
concede
end
the
up
base for now.
sacrificing this, it looks like.
Again, has there been a data lag? Yes, in the bottom
Meanwhile,
left.
on the left side, Mason is absolutely annihilating that quarry. Once again. All right, Kian now has decided the time has arrived to put an end to this Minotaur menace. He has an amount of salamanders and an amount of Valks,
all right,
but they're all flying straight into the damage.
And the problem here is that the Valkyries can rejoin the fight later on, but they're all clumped up, and that's a lot of damage that Kian can do, but he moved commanded his salamanders again, and the Valkyries are eviscerated for both sides. Now the Minotaurs reign supreme, shrugging off all of the low damage output from those salamanders versus all the armor. And a good attempt to try to surround them, but he only had one flank. So as soon as the Minotaurs turn over, they get +2 armor from their passive facing the targets.
He erased most of the Valks, but the heavy armor... Oh, no, the Masons.
Yeah,
oh, my
it's over.
God.
Goodbye.
Oh, it's so over.
They have been annihilated.
Absolutely destroyed.
I think we might be seeing Benno qualify.
Kian at this point has
playoffs.
depleted the reservoir that could have gone towards Tier 3. It looks like he wants to go up top again, but he's going to be met by another wall of watchdogs.
Where did he put the data low?
Benno at this point has been forced to abandon the mass... Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
I just noticed there's not a single file of them coming down. I mean, he had to abandon them for a while.
Wait,
only because his attention span was so focused on everything else.
I'm really struggling here, Mask. There was a data low.
There was?
Yeah, in the bottom left, it was being built by 3Crow. It's gone. Did he cancel it? Or can I just not see it?
I never saw it.
I think he might have canceled it.
Oh, no.
Just so he could
That's
afford
like Ricky
more...
canceling his barracks.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I just don't know. I definitely saw it. I was looking at that, and I was like, oh my God, there's a data low. He finally decided to do it. Oh, look at all the watchdogs.
It's almost not even worth taking out this mass of watchdogs. Like, they're not doing anything. The space isn't even saturated.
Oh, one last parting shot.
Meanwhile, in the bottom center, the wall of sentinels not posing as much resistance against those behemoths.
Oh, 18,000 minerals.
That's a lot of Olympians.
That could be on the field right now.
That's so many Olympians. It's a massive amount of Olympians.
Yeah. I mean, he needed some mineral sink. Even Madcaps would have been okay before the Minotaurs really hit critical mass. Yeah. And just being able to, you know, force Benno to build more than one unit or 2 units. I mean, obviously he's been building Mavericks this whole time too, but like, if you force him to start to consider how he can defeat your bio army.
I mean, Mavericks aren't really like a unit for him. It's more like an organ. You know, like you have Scan, well, he has Mavericks.
Well, he's got no more Salamanders. That's 3Crow.
I don't think Salamanders are very good against Minotaurs.
No.
That's the impression I'm getting from this game.
The GG is called. And Benno will qualify to semifinals over 3Crow in a very hard-fought match. 42 minutes. More fair game, I suppose, than the previous, but man, was it a long one. Benno coming out on top has to be heartbreaking for 3Crow.
There was actually a fairly even number of kills throughout that game, with 450 for Benno versus 521 for Kian. So there wasn't like an endless stream of Mavericks dying en masse to like one choke point all over again. It was much more evenly traded in terms of units. Man, that was a long one though.
It was. I mean, seeing the air fights, definitely interesting stuff. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I do think some, you know, mineral dumps would have been in order. You know, getting a bunch of Olympians out, just building some captaincies. Maybe he can confirm since he's listening in now. 3Crow, can you tell us? Can you type in CMBW events? Did you cancel your data to afford more Valkyries or something? Because I saw you building it. Yeah, he did. He did cancel it. Oh, the pain.
I'm so sad. Imagine if a couple Penumbras came out. All the Valkyries would have just gone poof.
Yeah, you know, Madrigals
would have been
good
too. Yeah, but I'm just thinking like a couple Penumbras at some key points. But I mean, just really Olympians would have been great.
Yeah, the problem is that Benno had so many workers, expanded so many times, but you brought him to the brink, 3Crow, and that's what matters.
There was many times he got brought to 0. He had no money at all. But then he was able to crawl back up.
Well, Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Group A.
Apparently
Final.
Nablime had to pull out because he's sick.
Yes. You know what
He
that
played
means,
too
Mess.
hard. Does that mean that the time will come?
Oh, yes. That means it's time for you to take his place, but not until we cast the grand finals of Ascension #1, which is happening at the same time. So first we got to do that. Thanks, everybody, for playing. GG's. Feel free to send your feedback on the forum or on the Discord server. You know, tell us what you think about the format and all that. Obviously, this one is a little bit rougher because of the update. But beyond that, you know, next time I think will be a lot easier because we won't have pre-release extended and being used as release, basically. So, yeah. All right. Thank you for casting the games with me, Mask. It was a long group, but we managed to make it happen. After 5 hours of gameplay, we are concluded.
That was a big one.
We are concluded. So we'll see you boys very shortly for the grand finals of Ascension #1. Stay tuned.